This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, 4 teams are looking to secure a playoff slot, and anything can happen. Hello and welcome to Week 4 of VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. And I'm Geek Heavy, joined here at the desk with Paula, and Wyatt. How we doing? Terrible.
Yeah, because
You missed tennis this morning?
no, it's because I found out that Sentinels only have a 0.39 chance of qualifying.
Oh, that's
That-
so sad. Why
That
are you
is kind of sad. What?
So
You're
sad.
breaking it to Sin City just like that? Wasting no time.
It's over.
Don't say that. Don't say that, please. They need some hope.
There's still possibilities.
There's still
Absolutely.
ways.
Yeah. Now, you know what? Well, let's dive into today. Let's take a look at our current standings because playoffs are approaching and time is running out. Now, we got here on the standings here. We got Crew up there on top in the Alpha Group, NRG second place. Let's shift over. Sin City is right there. Sin is right there at the bottom in the Alpha Group.
Yeah, and if you're a part of the Sin City, you're hoping that NRG and C9 today just get absolutely waxed and disrespected by their opponents and essentially win no rounds on 2 maps. That's a part of the 0.39% chance that Sen have.
Well, why? When did you become such a numbers man?
Because Sen City's involved.
I mean, no, listen, I'm
He's looking at it.
to distribute information to the people. When we were breaking down the spreadsheets, that one stood out.
Stood
You know
out
what
the
I mean?
most, yeah.
And alternatively, Crew, they have like a 98.9% chance of making it, so they're looking pretty good in that group.
I didn't realize you studied this.
Yeah.
I was looking at the thing. I'm like,
studious.
all the possibilities. I'm not looking at
Well,
this
let's talk.
anymore.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the possibilities for
After
today.
it clears up way
It
faster.
does.
Absolutely, yeah. Coming up today, we've got 2 more crucial matches, and everyone is technically still in the running, technically.
Yeah.
First up, we have Cloud9 versus Furia, and then we'll see NRG take on evil geniuses. Yes, they're so evil. Was that too much?
You sound like that little bug in SpongeBob.
That's what I was going for. I can't remember that bug's name, though. Anyways, let's get into our first match of the day and talk about Cloud9. They had an incredible start here in stage 1, but just took their first loss against 100 Thieves. It was a pretty entertaining match, honestly.
Absolutely. I mean, entertainment was factored through the roof, especially on that first map. I mean, so much actually happened in this one, and it was just a really, really good showing from 100 Thieves. Like, yes, obviously there's some things that you could take away from Cloud9 and be like, oh, that was rough, but it was still their first loss of the split so far. And other than that, I mean, they've been looking really good. So I just have to give mad credit to 100 Thieves back in that game, and I'm expecting Cloud9 to be able to bounce back.
And the 100 Thieves were goddamn incredible in that game, and that was one of the best, maybe the best performance we've seen from Cryo in
Probably
so
over
far
a
this
year.
season and last year. I mean, he's really stepped it up, and he was hitting every op shot in that game on Ascent defense. When you get rolling on that map on D, like, it's just wraps. It's curtains for C9. But I believe in the bounce back. I believe in that you get rolled and then you prepare for the next week. You come in with the anger and then try to get that win. And they know too. They're on the cusp of qualifying here. They just
Absolutely.
need to
Approximately 56%.
Yes.
That's me doing. I'm doing the brain. Actually, it's on the screen right there. You all can see it at home just like we can. Anyways,
To be clear, that's estimated probabilities based off of the amount of scenarios that they can beat.
Absolutely.
Because their games are Furia and MIBR. So for me, that's way higher
And
than
they
56%.
should be winning. They should be winning, but Furia, they might have nothing to lose. I mean, they might just
Not one
go
of these
crazy.
moments again. Shing,
I
shing.
mean, it could be the Brazilian nothing to lose knife for the win at the end of the season again.
absolutely. Well, you know what? Let's see what Oxy has to say. Riv is standing by with him right now.
Oxy, can I get you for a question real quick? I've got Oxy here, as you can hear, big fan. Everyone is a huge fan of him. No, you guys have made it through your tough strength of schedule already. How do you feel about the second half?
Well, I feel like these games are going to be the hardest because they're just going to keep swinging. So we just got to shoot them back. We got to put them down.
All right, that's it. Just got to shoot him back.
Thank you so much, Riv. Well, you know what? For a closer look at Cloud9's issues, let's send it over to a very special duo. They're your friends and mine, but together, they're the Breakdown Buddies.
Yes.
Breakdown.
And would you believe it? It's the two people that weren't on the desk when we were on the single shot of Akeem. Very leading is what's going on here. And yes, it's time for the Breakdown Buddies. Some may call us the Breakdown Lovers even. And here we are, getting into this clip that you've provided here, Arden. I'm gonna go ahead and, 4, 8, first kill to first deaths.
Bro, you are so slow, man. I'm
What
so
do you mean
sick
we're
of
so
this,
slow?
bro.
We-
Like,
you-
you take this.
Can you speed up the pen
You take
writing?
this. I'm always not talking. I'm so
No,
done with
you're
this.
not,
bro.
and for a good
I'm
reason.
so
What are you
done
doing?
with this.
You're not
I'm
gonna disrespect me
just
like that.
please shut your mouth. You get on that side. Go ahead. Go ahead. And now I'll talk.
You just alpha me.
Can you please? It's taped, bro. What are you talking about? Go ahead, draw. I'll talk. Cloud9, I have a point with these clips. Cloud9, they went for a lot of contacting, Wyatt. Look at this pistol round. How many situations that they just dry walked into? Okay? Are you gonna draw? Are you gonna zoom in or anything? Like, there you go. Yes, Bert, and look at this. Walk it into hookah. This is exactly what I wanted to show. How many times it did this against 100 Thieves and how many times it punished them. Look, just dry walking there's. Ooh, I can draw too. Oh, snap. Vanity dies here by himself, and then Cryo gets this kill. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, go ahead. Continue. This is where you zoom forward. What do you? Next round. Yeah, there you go. Okay, next round. Look at them. But slow down a second. Pause. Oh, look at this. Another dry peak. What is that, Wyatt? A circle.
Right.
Dry peak.
It's like I'm a replay operator where they do the little zoom thing.
I need more tape for this, man. All right, continue. Next round. Next round. There we go. Yes. Beautiful. Okay, another situation. Hookah again. Can you work your magic with the... is that all you know how to do? Like, can you do something else too? Yes. Full screen zoom. That looks good. Yeah. Come on, man. Okay. Yes. Yes. Dry walking again in hookah. And then look at the utility that comes through here. Ain't nothing. Ain't nothing coming through. And Ben kills two of them. Good job. That was perfect. You exemplified that perfectly. Okay. Now, this is another example of what actually happens. We missed that. Can you go back? Yeah, drag it. Yeah. We missed this. This is actually a really nice microplay from 100 Thieves. They throw the orb. Dude, like, what are you doing, man? Like, I'm trying to talk about the orb. Like, yeah, look, they move the orb to the side, and once again, Cloud9 dry peek it into this. Thankfully.
How the hell did he miss that?
I don't
What?
Boostia, bro.
Dude, this game is bugged. What
Anyways,
the hell?
Go ahead, bro.
Oh,
There's
sorry.
more to talk about.
Okay, where?
As soon as they get that kill, they start throwing util. They're like, oh my goodness, we got a contact.
Where,
There's
like
an op.
here?
Yeah, they threw a boom bot. You missed it. I mean, you went past it.
Oh.
It's too
Okay,
late.
we'll go
Let's
for
just
it.
continue. The thing is, now pause it. I'm just gonna start telling you what to do because you don't know what you're doing.
No, they're...
Look at this. Look at the control that 100 Thieves. Can you zoom in on the map? Like something? Do something? Why are you drawing?
What am I doing?
They have no space on the map anymore because finally they actually got something with the contacting that they were doing. They push Boosty off the angle. Why are you fast forwarding through the entire thing, bro?
I've had enough. Let's see some actual gameplay.
What is this? Okay.
All right, let's see who's this
Yeah,
guy.
this is me. This is perfect. Yeah,
Interesting.
great. Come on.
Yeah? All right, let's see
Where
what
did
we
you
got
get
here.
this clip, bro?
Right.
Yeah, okay, he's peeking
No,
top mid.
I'm
Ego.
going for
He's gonna get 2 kills. Easy clap.
Uh-huh.
Smoke mid for your jet to fall back. Smoke me, yeah, perfect. Smokes
Right.
midfield.
And
What is
where's that
that?
smoke going?
That's a good smoke. That's a great TP.
Oh, it's a good smoke?
That's a
What the
great
hell are you doing? Can we go back for a second?
That's a great
Can we go back? Hold on.
This is the one clip you could find. It's not even
Good,
that bad.
really good
It's not
tech right
even
here.
That bad.
Oh, and this is why he can't get out of silver 3, everybody. What the hell is this
Bro,
gameplay?
This is high immortal.
And they have you on the telestrator breaking down
This is
Pro
high
VALORANT.
immortal.
I mean, this is just, yeah, high immortal. High immortal TP coming up. Dude, I've had enough.
I gotta
Just
say,
saying,
I can't do this
if
anymore.
If that's high immortal, how is he in plat?
That's messed up. I'm not in plat. I'm in gold.
what was the point of the tape? It didn't seem to serve any purpose. I could hear every single word you were saying.
The purpose was
Wyatt.
disrespect. I think that's
Tape?
purpose.
The tape, the Cloud9 were bad at, I mean, they just kept
I mean, the
contact.
tape.
Oh, the tape.
Not the tape.
The tape.
The tape.
Right.
Silly.
That was useless, yeah.
Yeah,
I thought it would
could-
work. In movies and TV shows, it works a lot better. I don't know. Maybe you should just shut up.
The disrespect on this desk.
All right. Well, you know what? We
Messed up, man.
we respect you, Wyatt. Don't worry
we're
about it.
friends.
Now we have to talk about one issue that won't go away for this team, and it seems like Cloud9 just can't win Map 1. Like what was the last time we saw them win Map 1? It was like back in kickoffs against MIBR. Fine, that was it. Then since then, they haven't been able to do so. Like, what's going on? Why? Are they just like trying to fill out the other team, or what is this?
They like to increase the spirit so that they can crush it further down
like
the
that.
line. I don't know. Like, what do you want from me? They start slow. I think a lot of teams have this problem, and I think, especially when it's a team like Cloud9, who is a very flowy team, it's kind of easy for that to happen, right? Because you have to get warmed up, you have to get used to the calls, you have to get everybody involved and a little bit more active in a sense.
Maybe they're bad at winning the coin flips, so the other team just keeps getting their map first, and maybe they just keep getting their pick first. Step up the coin flip game. That might help.
Do they even do the? They don't even do the coin flip.
Well, they say.
Yeah, they say it. We don't see it. That's the thing. We don't see it.
Well, that happens off cam,
But we've been negative Nancy's. Let's, like we've talked about all of the negatives, but you know what? There is some positive on C9's side. And they already got through the roughest part of their schedule. Like playoffs kind of seems like it's very doable. Like they're going up against, Furia and then MIBR, which, I don't have a crystal ball in front of me.
I mean, look at the rest of the games that they've already played, right? Like, they've gotten through the toughest of the tough, right, in the other group. So I'm not super concerned, no matter how they come out today. And even last week, I don't think that they came out I'm not saying that they came out bad by any means. This is a team that still is basically undefeated, other than that one game, right? This is a very good season so far for Cloud9, and it for sure should continue into playoffs unless drastic things happen, so not scared.
Yeah, well, let's move on to the other team, Furia. Now, with an 0-3 record, Furia is in a very tough spot. They can technically still qualify in the Omega group if they win out and get lucky. But, really, honestly, they have nothing to lose. And I hate saying, if they get lucky. I don't know. I don't like the sound of that. Because this isn't a game about luck, really, is it? I mean, it's about skills, mostly.
Mostly. We would hope.
The luck.
That's the lie that we tell.
Hopefully I get lucky today.
I mean, you saw that clip.
Games
You saw the clip of me. That Valor is just random sometimes. It has nothing to do whether you could hit a TP or anything. No, honestly, we say they have nothing to lose, and in terms of split one, they have nothing to lose in a sense. But I do think that people are kind of underestimating the amount of value that you get from not only the points that you get from each match win, but also what it means for split two, because these guys, without a win in this, they have to, without a win in the next two matches, they have to win out all of split two in order to have any chance at going to playoffs next time and champions. And that is the ultimate goal. So it's much more than just playoffs right now.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's send things over to Riv. I think he's standing by with MW0.
MW0, can I grab you for a moment? What's going on, man? So this is a must-win game. How hopeful is the team right now?
Vocês precisam ganhar hoje. Como é que tá o espírito do time para essa partida?
Eu acho que o espírito é tentar jogar melhor do que as últimas 3 partidas, né? A gente, obviamente, quer ganhar, mas a gente quer mostrar uma evolução durante o campeonato. Que até agora a gente ganhou um mapa só que, tipo, um jogo muito abaixo do nosso nível. Então a gente não tá pensando muito na vitória. Obviamente a gente quer, só que a gente tá pensando mais na evolução e apresentar o nosso jogo de verdade no campeonato.
Yeah, we're thinking more about the evolution, showing that we can develop and get better. I think we won just one map so far. So, of course, we want to go after this victory today, but what we want to show is really our, potential to evolve.
We can't wait to see it. Good luck today.
Are you seriously considering?
What?
We all decided we're going to do predictions coming out of this, and I'm looking at him thinking mad hard. I got my answer down.
All of a sudden.
You already have yours down?
Yeah.
And I can kind of, I'm cheating. I saw what you put on there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You got something to say?
I'm not,
something to say?
I will once you reveal it to everyone. But you know what? Yeah, let's just jump into predictions. What do we think we're going to see today? Who's going to win?
I don't know why suddenly in this moment when it's come to me.
You got like 20 seconds.
Well, then you go first.
All right. This has no meaning whatsoever, but because this
not
game
my
is...
analyst.
Kurt's not even playing.
Unbelievable.
And they're going to win.
I don't know why. I guess, whatever. I'll go C9, but for some
Yeah.
reason, suddenly I have a feeling the Fury are going to win, and I can't explain it. It's just in the air.
Well, you know what?
I don't know why.
Well, let's get the day started. Cloud9 versus Furia, NRG versus the Evil Geniuses. VCT Americas starts right now.
They don't have Luka though. Oh my God, Kraus is jumping out! Right into his death!
Spike agora é num X1, fez metade, solta agora, ele entendeu! Vai, Manito!
I think Fury has looked pretty underwhelming so far, but I think they do have players that are capable of being very good. They have like nothing to lose. That's like always the scariest teams to play, of course.
NZR de novo, ele clica em Spike, agora é num X1, fez metade, solta agora, ele entendeu! NZR garante pontinho!
A Cloud9 ela vem forte, né? Tá ganhando todos os confrontos aí dos times bons.
He gets two! The satchel in the face is Rudy claims the third!
A gente vai com certeza jogar para ganhar, porque a gente é um time muito competitivo e a gente vai trabalhar para isso, treinar bem e estar na mesma página.
I think NZR is really, really strong as a player. I believe he's their IGL now as well. Should be a good match, honestly. We haven't practiced them very much. In the scrims we have, they're very talented individually, so we need to have our guns ready, I guess.
E o que eu espero do jogo é que a gente consiga fazer o nosso jogo, porque a gente ainda não conseguiu atingir o nosso nível dentro do campeonato, coletivamente e individualmente, e vai ser um bom jogo contra eles.
Riot Games Arena, vamos dar início aos jogos desse domingo, e eles ainda seguem vivos, Fúria!
And now, let's bring out their opponents, Cloud9!
This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Well, the stakes are definitely high for Furia. You know, I feel like we keep harping on this whole, like, they have nothing to lose. But I feel like they still have something to prove.
I mean, yeah, and realistically, they do have a lot to lose. But also, they should be playing like they have nothing to lose at this point because they have 2 games left. If they're trying to make playoffs right now, of course, like you said, Ball, as well, wins here, they do matter for stage 2 when we get there as well. These standings are going to be relevant then. They're going to carry over. So this does matter a lot, but I want to see them play like they have nothing to lose and have some more fun, to be honest, because in the previous weeks, it just seems like they're getting so down on themselves, so mentally boomed out of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, too, this is a recent change still that they had going on, right, where they're bringing in some veteran leadership and trying to add some structure to the system that MW tried to build throughout the offseason. And I think, yeah, I think there is something to prove in that sense, right? It's the last 2 games of the season, first of which is Cloud9. So, yeah, they have an opportunity here to show the world what they've been working on in the past 2 weeks with Noswer coming in.
Yeah, and Noswer, speaking of which, he said in a post-match interview how, like, you know, they really want to start playing without pressure. Like, there's pressure. They got to shift their mentality. So hopefully we'll be seeing some of that today against C9.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was really excited to see Noswer come into this team way back when he was on Fury, when they were debuting on the international stage a couple of years ago. And I think his IGLing was one of the reasons that I was getting excited about that team way back when, and seeing him come in, I'm hoping for him to revitalize the structure of the team, bring in some leadership that they were lacking before. Hasn't panned out yet, but I do still trust him as a player in IGL. He's proved himself over the past couple of years.
Yeah, I think, though, when you think about pressure, right, trying to get the pressure down on the team, that's a different story for Nosler, who's definitely a proven, veteran in the scene. Whereas everybody else, right, you were thinking 2 years in a row we've been on this team, 2 years in a row we failed to make results. And I think that is weighing on them hard because in the next split even, there's a possibility of them even going for more changes leading into Champ.
I mean, we keep talking about the pressure that's on Furia, but there's a lot on C9 right now, too.
Yep.
Yes, they have a good shot of making it into the playoffs. Yes, they are 3-1, and just by the strict numbers, not considering the teams they're playing against, they have a 56% chance right now. But in the minds of the viewers, in our minds, in their minds, they're going up against the two teams that are 0-3 right now to finish off their season, Furia, and then next week, MIBR.
Yep.
So they're coming into this with an expectation of this is ours to lose. Yep. And after a really bad game against 100 Thieves, I do think you have to question perhaps their mental resolve a bit. Or not question it, but rather it could be a detriment.
I mean, this is a team that Cloud9, all the iterations of this team have gone down to it and choked down the line, right? So I don't expect it to happen before playoffs, but still it could. And when you frame it like that about Fury, about MIBR, about their upcoming opponents, definitely I think that's something that weighs heavy on the minds of the players.
And we're going into Ascent right now, which is where Cloud9 just got smacked around by 100 Thieves last week.
Yep.
Of course, in that game, they started on attack, bad side on Ascent, and 100 Thieves got rolling. Now, because Furia picked it, trying to pick into a map they were bad on, C9 are going to have the opportunity to start on defense. The favorite side, maybe get things rolling early on.
And to me, that's an interesting choice from Fury because every time you go against a team who just got battered on a map like that, that's one that you know that they're going to focus on to try to improve, to try to fix the mistakes. They have it fresh in their mind from last week.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, you know what? It's time for our first map of the day. So let's send things over to your casters. Here's Doug and Baby Bay.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much, Dre. I think when you think about this match, you've got really a fascinating story from both sides. Cloud9 coming off of a loss that I don't think many people expected. Right? Yeah. You have an opportunity to redeem yourself, to bounce back. But on the other side, you've got a team that hasn't won a series in almost a year. They've won one map, all split.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a whole lot to lose on one side, and it feels like there's a lot of pressure on the other side of the stage.
What interested me the most was that interview with MW0, where he's basically not even saying that they're trying to win the matches. He's like, we just want to show that we're playing a decent game, which is, I mean, I guess it's baby steps to get there, but that worries me because I'm like, okay, they're not confident to win. Like, I feel like I'd be going into this series with the mentality that I'm going to upset potentially some teams, and this would be a great opportunity to do so, starting on the attacking side.
Such a tall order. Again, a team that has only won one map this year and have only won 2 maps since their last series win in May of 2023. I mean, it's been a while, bro.
Yeah, that's tough.
The Furia fans are desperate for any morsel or crumble of reason to be excited. So far, at least for this round, it seems like they've got a little bit of room. They've gotten out onto A, haven't committed onto the plant, but of course, Oxy gets the first. Conan has already fallen.
I don't get it. I don't get why he's solo jumping up, but MW there with the trade onto Oxy to even things out, and Zeppa snuck in here.
He slipped the net now, looking to find some space in the face of the members that are opposing him. Still has gone undetected with so much room to play around. Now as the smoke goes down, the kills go up. Khalil not able to hold the line as Vanity and Rooney keep him at bay. Nosler weak, Havoc still healthy. He gets the first. There's a lot to do for Vanity, and it will not happen. Furia get the pistol.
Wow. I got scared at first because Conan just looked like he just dry jumped up into heaven there. Yeah. Maybe he did a pop flash for himself. I just wasn't aware of it. But, I mean, that's a really risky play to be making, and really no need to do that. But Furia did a great job having a crossfire from Hell at main there. And once that main smoke went down, that was the opening for the players to get their kills. And Havoc hit a really nice shot on the Rooney there, who was, I think, the only one that was full in that scenario. So, I mean, this is really good for Furia to set the tempo, set the pace, and potentially get a map off of C9.
Or at least one step closer. Cloud9 not choosing to buy up, not giving a weapon to the hands of Oxy, as we've seen a number of times in the past. But it looks like he still wants to try to play fast. He was holding that angle right at the beginning. Gets pushed off.
And I already like the way that Fury is approaching this map in general. They're playing as a unit, but also having the KJ control the other side of the map.
Yeah.
And Havoc got so aggro there. He actually peeked out of the main.
Whoa. He still gets one.
Yeah, but that should be the cue for the rest of the Fury members to speed up onto this A site.
Oxy's tucked. He gets this one with the classic. That's all it'll be, but the site once again wide open. Koning pushing forward. A quick hit of the switch. And a couple of warning shots onto Khalil.
That was good damage there.
Yeah, it
from
was.
Zeppa.
Now a brief moment of reset as Cloud9 think through how they want to approach this retake attempt. Moose is on the flank.
Oh, that's such a great flash. It hit both players on that side of sight.
I don't think Nalsor knows there's a flank behind him.
Oh, he's not aware at all.
Oh, time. Ooh. He still turned on him with the Guardian. The Classic not able to really fight back there as Fury get their second.
That could have been honestly devastating for Furia. So Cloud9 have a good read on how Furia likes to play those scenarios in the post plant, and had they had the gun advantage in that situation, maybe they win this one. But a nice 180 right here. Ooh. Or 90-degree flick, I should say. That was beautiful. And if they can take this bonus round away from C9, they're looking at a great half already then. But I don't like that NZR doesn't have a gun. I mean, the guy just popped off hitting shots like that.
Wanting to get the snowball going. Furia creeping mid for the first time. You see Oxy playing in the smoke. Doesn't look like there's a flash setup or anything for him to peek on the other side of it. So if he does go, it would be dry.
Yeah, and this is just an A fake. The bomb is already leaning towards the B side of the map. It was all a set play from the start.
Vanity applying pressure. Oxy joining in on it. Paranoia's traded. Now they reset. A rotation towards B. Moose is the only one here. Yeah, you've got Oxy and Rooney who are close by, but if it's a foot race, they're not winning it. Smoke will keep him at bay. Oxy just walks out of the smoke and destroys Havoc.
He solo ran out of that smoke with 1 HP.
Khalil creeping onto Vanity and not finding any success. They're both weak. Flash.
That was a wallbang kill.
Yeah, flash in the face. Zeppa holding the line with one. Number still in favor of Cloud9. The defense starting to rotate back over. Oxy and Rooney both weak. And MW with much to do. He's got the spike too, and he's tucked in hell. They're separated. Thrown apart. Now 13 seconds left. Committing to the spike plant. Remember, you have two members who are very weak. The first one falls, the second is traded. Nas, we're in a 1v2. Healthy. Didn't have a gun before, but has one now. He's taking a little bit of a tag. They're just waiting for him to swing this out. I love how Cloud9 are playing this. They're forcing Noswar to make a mistake. And holy smokes, the first shots are clean.
That was sick.
Rooney in a clutch situation. 19 HP. The narrowest of margins. Switch to the ghost. He trades it back. Lands the shots on Rooney, and the bonus goes away of Furia.
Thank you.
They're setting themselves up for success right now. Winning that bonus, that's a huge snowball, and C9 look like they just can't get their footing yet in this map. And I wonder if they're starting to doubt themselves based off of how they played in the last match against 100 Thieves.
One enemy remaining.
It's still really early on in this series, though.
Enemy remaining.
I would not be counting them out whatsoever. I really like how Furia have been approaching these rounds, even in that last round. But I'm still seeing a little bit of confusion amongst the team. Because even in that last round, the spacing. Now Zira again alone.
Oxy taking faces. 2 clean shots with the Sheriff. And just like that, a little bit of hope injected into the round. But is it going to dwindle away, or will it hold? Oxy dashing forward with the blades, finds Conan. I don't think he ever saw him, but Khalil plucks him out of the sky.
Oh my gosh.
The spike is well out of reach now. It's sitting back in spawn. What do they try to get a couple kills here and then reset? They found the first. Rooney tucked. Vanity gone hunting, looking for a weapon. they're gonna get away with this. Vanity upgrades a weapon. Paranoia leading the way. Looked like Nasra got tagged, but it doesn't matter. Clue gets the third on the round. Furia up 4-0 early.
Yeah, that Nowzer's a freak right now. He really wants this win, I can tell. He hasn't even died yet. Yeah, he hasn't even died yet. Now he has that Hunter's Fury online.
Wait, the second one was full blind?
Full blind?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, what's Havoc supposed to do there? There's nothing he can do.
Whatever, bro.
But what's so impressive is that Furia actually came back into that round.
Yeah.
They worked together to fish out the players onto the actual B site.
Oxy got 3 kills that round, and I think you saw 1 person.
Yeah.
That's just silly. But you're right, Nasra has been nuts. In the smoke. Vanity trying to catch the timing. MW puts one between his eyes. And Rooney again is stuck in this miserable spot where he has to hold the site by himself. Shocks and drones looking for him. Trying to find him and tag him. Rooney's on the swing. Taking a fair bit of damage and finally falls. And as they try to funnel out behind it, thinking they have a little bit of space, they're just walking into a brick wall.
Spike planted.
Moose in a 1v3. They're all healthy. They all have ults. They're double facing well. This is a fresh look for Furia.
And I know Sentinels is somewhere watching this game, praying to the Valorant gods, praying to Furia to do the unthinkable. And the attack Odin, this is huge. Saving the dart for back sight there as well, to be able to get that spam in the first place.
And he's played back for almost every round.
Let's go, guys.
That's fine.
It's fine. We might need to pause.
I think they might. And sure enough, that's exactly what they do. So a timeout has been called. Furia up 5-0. Ults online for Furia. They have guns, they've got money, they've got really everything they could possibly want.
Yeah, they have a real good chance here to use their ultimates to snowball the rest of this half. But 5 rounds on attack is insane already, for Ascent especially. But they need a bigger buffer than that. We've seen Furia give up leads before. Whether that's in the actual series that they play or in the actual score itself. And they came here swinging. Yeah, and I liked how they've been playing. Like, they're playing together. They're actually getting trades. They're still a little bit discombobulated when the actual hit comes in. I noticed their scaling isn't really on point. But so far, C9 have not been able to punish it to the most that they could.
Yeah, so I thought this was going to be one of the good timeouts, one of the tactical timeouts where we're quick back into the action. There's a strategic reason for this, but lo and behold, that's not the case. We've got a tech pause gear. So as soon as we know what's going on, we'll keep you all informed. But for now, that is the cause for the delay.
Yeah, I think it has to have something to do with Rooney. You heard him there at the end. He was like, I think we might need to pause. So maybe something wrong with his setup.
I'm being told that it's an audio issue. So again, we'll get this squared out. We'll get this fixed and we'll get back into the action. Furia just rolling Cloud9 right now. It feels a little reminiscent, to be honest, of the Cloud9 that we saw. What was this? It was only like, what, 4 days ago?
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, they got dismantled completely by 100 Thieves.
On this map.
But they actually did really well on the defensive side, C9. It was the attack where they lacked. They only won 1 round, I think.
Yeah, it was tragic.
So this is something new. You know, like C9, even in that 100 Thieves game, they strung together like 6 rounds, made an attempt of a comeback.
Fake
but ultimately,
comeback.
yeah, I mean, you're not coming back from an 11-1 on Ascent.
No. Fake comebacks ever the issue.
And they just have to stop the bleeding. Maybe this tech pause could be the key factor in stopping that bleeding.
Yeah,
and
just a change of
bringing
momentum.
some rounds together, getting some momentum for the attacking side, because Vanity, although he got shut down by 100 Thieves with his calling the last time they played, he usually tends to be a really good attack side caller.
Yeah, agreed.
So I think if they can bring this back to even a 6-6, I think that would be more than ideal after being down 5-0. And they can do it. Oxy, he's slowly but surely warming up.
I mean, he started the map with the opener, right? He's landed a couple of pretty crispy shots with the Sheriff, so you're right. I would have to agree with that. I think, again, we've got to kind of set the stakes for what's going on here, because Sentinels are impacted by this. Fury obviously are impacted by this too. Like, things get a little bit hairier if Cloud9's not able to pull this off. The picture for the playoff race gets really muddy depending on how the series plays out.
Yeah, and if you're Cloud9 going into this, you know, you really do feel like you played the stronger teams already. So, going into this, you might have been slacking off a little bit, underestimating Furia, perhaps. I mean, this team hasn't won a single game. And then after this, they have MIBR, another team who hasn't won a single game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, no team truly overlook anybody in this league, but you know that they went into this feeling really confident, and they probably didn't expect this.
Well, no, absolutely.
5-0 to be happening.
No, even given the nature of Ascent and how swingy it can be, or has been in the past. Obviously, as you all can tell on your screens, we're not really any closer to getting this issue rectified. Rooney doesn't even have his in-ears in. So, yeah, still might be a bit, but alas, the best people in the world are on the job. We'll get it fixed, and we will continue this voyage. But for now, Furia up big, Cloud9 still struggling a little bit. Again, still showing signs of what we saw against 100 Thieves. Remember, you mentioned it. Bang teed off.
Yeah, you went crazy
on them, and really everything was going right. And it almost feels like just like a continuation of that last map. It feels like one beating that's just kind of been blurred together.
Yeah, and they're playing the early rounds really well, in my opinion. I mean, other than, you know, Vanity getting outshot there in that previous round when he had the judge. He probably could have killed MW Zera in that scenario. Other than that, I feel like they've had a good read on the early rounds. It's just when the retake is coming in, they're missing key utility. Like, for example, that pistol round, it all went sideways once that A main smoke dropped.
Right.
And we had players just in the open for Cloud9 getting shot from the people in A main as they're looking hell.
Right.
So it's small little things like that, not being aware that that smoke is fading at the right time, not being aware that you're exposed to the players from A main, that made the difference so far in this series.
Good news, my good people. I'm seeing fist bumps. That's often a good sign. I believe we're getting back into the action very, very shortly, unless I'm going to jinx us. And we're going to do this for a little bit longer.
That's my job.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't even have those powers. Beating the allegations of cursing. I am being told that now we're on a good timeout. We're on tactical timeout. So a little bit of a prolonged pause. But it seems like all the audio issues have been fixed. The teams are chatting once more. And the game is afoot. I think for Cloud9, Dre, what are your thoughts on some adjustments that you're looking for? What is there anything that has stood out that's like a #1 thing that needs to change?
I would say just don't freak out. Don't let it slip away. Make sure the team mental is still good. And if they can get a read on the actual game plan of what Furia is doing, the first 3 rounds for Furia were all towards the A side. The next 2 were towards B. So it's kind of just, you know, they're going A, then they're going B. So if they do read into it, perhaps they play for A main control or take B main control and play retake on the other side, and just make sure that they have all the small utility dialed in on, and they do it together. They need to create chaos for Oxy to thrive in these retake scenarios.
That's tough though, man, because they haven't thrived in any of the chaos. It's been Furia who have been able to kind of like rise above it,
yeah,
and keep a head on straight.
As they should. I mean, they haven't won a match. They've only won 1 map.
Yeah.
In this entire stage, so they should be hungry, wanting to get their first win. And there's really no pressure on them either to do so.
Yeah, nothing to lose. It's been dark days for Furia, but it seems like a ray of sunshine is starting to peek through.
So again, since they went B the last 2 rounds, you're seeing the KO knife there to feint that they're there. And Havoc taking control of that B side as well. If there was a KJ turret there, he would have broken it.
Take flight.
Nosra's drone clearing the way. Havoc again, causing problems and attempting to manipulate rotations.
Somebody needs to trade with MW0 here. Surely he's not entering with an up. But they're just feinting it. They're going to go back again.
But they haven't really got any space anywhere else. It's not like they have a ton of advantage B, and this feels no safer, really.
Are they going to go up cat right here?
Yeah, they might.
They should have a good idea that the KJ is playing on the A side of the map, because Havoc did not see any KJ utility towards that B. And I think that's why you're seeing this mid to B split that's about to unfold right before our very eyes.
Zeppo's jump spotting mid the entire time. The knife only tagging Havoc, so they have to know it's a split. The blade's online. MW looking to go forward. Still has an op in hand, by the way. Got to be cautious about that. Havoc getting the best of Oxy. And the kills continue to go the way of the attack side.
I can't believe he pushed the CT smoke. What a maniac.
Vanity repositioning, playing back side. Still has that judge in hand. Spam not going his way with 13 seconds left. Vanity with so much to do, and he just gets peppered.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
And everything going the way of Furia.
Oh, MW, 1 HP to his name. I wanted him to swap off the op. I didn't realize he would invest the jet knives into this round, but he was really good to do so. And pushing that CT smoke, that was such a risky play.
Oh, wow.
But when you're feeling it like this,
you got to feed the hot hand, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
1 HP dashes into Moose. That's a statement right there. He's confident.
Yeah. He had plenty of insurance around him, too, so that certainly helps. Cloud9 back on guns. Oxy with an op in hand.
It's so cool how Fury have played some of these rounds on attack. They had an attack Odin one of the times. Now you see the attack op for the second round in a row. And this makes it so hard for the defenders to want to peek for info. Wow.
Why? That is not something that you're used to seeing. It's not something you'd expect.
That was a super fast swing. But Havoc just walked straight into that smoke.
You may be feeling it a little bit too much there. But they're gonna try to hit out onto this A site. Conan using his ult. Knife just got back online. Moose tucked in hell, looking to play spoiler. The first fall, spotting the barrel of the second, and Conan double steps on him and drops him. Khalil, ooh. Rooney's getting the best of him
so
there.
close.
Noswer once again with a lot to do. Rooney weak. Vanity now rotating over.
Last player standing.
Plenty of health. Noswer has won one of these already. And the opportunity to do it once more. With the paranoia in his face. The door broken open. And Rooney repositioning. Just a bait, just a threat, just a swing. The first falls. Is he expecting the second to come from the same spot? The bullet betrays him. Now Noswer with 10 seconds left, still considering taking the fight. The dart to buy some time, and he takes a swing anyway. Doesn't commit to the play, and he gets the shots on Vanity anyway. Disaster once more, and a Red Bull clutch for Furia.
Vanity talked about it in his interview.
Nothing to lose.
Noswer is insane, he said. He said he's really mechanically talented. Nice 1v2. The spacing, not quite there for C9 on these retakes. And that peak from Havoc, the entry onto Oxy. Oxy was not ready. You were 100% correct. Oh my gosh.
Nothing to lose. You're seeing it in the way they're playing. You're seeing the way Havoc is swinging. Noswer's playing a little bit more loose.
I mean, it's so freaky when you give a team that has nothing to lose confidence. I mean, they're so ahead right now. And they're not taking many risks in the beginning of the round.
No, dude, they
that one smoke in the choke comes out or a molly comes out and they just delay.
They just got Zeppa's ult out for very little.
Yeah.
A smoke and a knife and a dart, or I mean, refreshable utility. They've been able to get away with this. But Oxy, once they know?
How do they know?
Did they see him?
No, I think they have a hunch that someone's there, but...
Oh, the hunch is confirmed now.
Down B.
One is all little B.
You should run.
That's the key for MW to walk into sight. He should win this. And I wonder if they come back cat now. They already are.
He's got to take a lot of space here for this to feel secure.
Yeah, all he needs to do right now is just hold an off angle onto Heaven.
Oh, of course he's pushing.
He's going really deep, though.
30
This should
seconds
be red by Zeppa. There it is. A little bit of an overheat there.
But they still have the space. They managed to get the spike down. The problem is Cloud9 have been able to upgrade a weapon. And they already had some.
There is a flash available from Zeppa, but this knife will get max info
and
delay the retake.
And now the paranoia too. They're playing this so well.
This is such a good reposition from Conan.
I mean, the clock is ticking. If they're going to go, they have to go now. Zeppa jumps into his death. Moose is left in a 1v2. He's gotten it down to 1, but the trip runs dry. Tragedy ensues once more.
Cover going on.
Just when it looked like Moose was going to be a savior for Cloud9.
One in the chamber. It's these moments, these 3v3s with the retake. C9 just can't get the correct trades. And honestly, Furia are doing a really good job in these situations too.
Yeah.
Conan repositioning there into hell, and then having somebody wrap around off of contact from Havoc in the main. I mean, this is nice play right now from Furia. Even going back, the heads-up awareness to deposit MW in the beginning of that round. Fake the KJ ult.
Cover going out.
This is really good stuff from Furia.
Trying to bait into this fight, not knowing that Zeppa's there with Vanity.
They're opting not to re-one-way right away. Will come out now, though.
A knife tagging 2.
What do they use here?
I mean, they
out of the side of Furia. Beautiful pop flash. And the molly to clear health.
They know, though. They know.
Oh,
but
man.
MW still gets one. This has gone so sideways for Cloud9 so quickly.
MW was full blind there, but he understood that there's not many ways for Vanity to get out in that spot. So all he needed to do was just peek out and pre-fire. That's what you saw him doing there, and he got the kill for free. Oh, I love this play. C9 is good to stay off of that dagger. Most teams would rotate after that hit nobody.
MW spotted. See the couple of cloudbursts. The flash is there. Oxy getting the kill onto the jet. How much more can they find? Zeppa's playing up close with nothing but 2 HP. Chooses to take the fight. But Khalil on the trade, 10 HP. He's gotten up on the site. The spike not in hand. Havoc the only one close by. As the time runs lower and lower, there's still much to do here. Oxy with the classic looking.
Spike planted.
Seeing if he can find anything with the op in his back pocket.
Just creeping out right now.
Oh, there's one right beneath him. Dude, not again. Another one. Khalil with 3.
No charges.
It's the same things, these 2v2s, these weird scenarios that C9 are being put in. They just can't come out on top.
Dude, you were right. Full blind. There's really not many places to go.
Exactly. Finally, when we thought C9 was going to win a round. The trades are too good, and in this round, Khalil was so insane. Even before this, to have the gall to Omen TP back Gen while there's still players on site and Opera in heaven. I mean, that's a crazy play. That's a crazy play.
And that's a second timeout called by Cloud9. So from this point forward, they'll be going without their coach as they try to figure out how to stop this outrageous display from Furia.
I mean, this feels just like the 100 Thieves series that we casted. It's Oxy at the top and everybody else is extremely quiet. It makes you wonder, maybe Oxy needs to be put in more spots where he's able to bait his team on these retakes. Maybe he can be the one that can close out a round in those scenarios. And in that last round, he did his job, bro. He posted up on that Gen area the whole time, ended up getting a kill on the swing. Khalil with that reposition, it was just too strong.
A lighter by here, 3 stingers.
Placing swarm grenade.
And they haven't been able to plug a single hole. I mean, Fury have just had their way with them. Maybe this is where they can do something, though. They feel like they have a decent read as to what's going on.
Another KO on the B hit.
And MW pushing aggressively. Moose waiting for him on the other side. Rooney separated by the door, having to wait things out for just a moment. They're not playing backside here. Remember, we've seen that a lot of rounds, but this time they just want to fight for the retake.
Spike planted.
And a confident Furia now.
Khalil's gonna get flashed, surely. Yeah, there it is. The paranoia, understanding there's probably somebody holding B main, but he sidesteps it. And Rooney has no shot at winning that fight there. Finally, Khalil falls. So Spike's been going off for a little bit here. You see all 3 members of Furia huddled out onto the site. Excuse me, Nazar is the one who was up, and he gets 2.
Gosh.
I feel like we've had a couple of maps like this where it feels like the team is just getting absolutely dismantled. Complete obliteration from top to bottom, but Dre, had you told me that it was going to be happening on this map, I didn't think it'd be in favor of Furia. I thought it'd be the other way around.
I don't want to speak. And you know why.
Yep.
And you know why.
Don't.
But this is a very confident Furia. And what amazed me in this actual site was they got the scaling down perfectly this time. Other rounds, there was no trade onto MW. This time they all flooded in. They understood what they should do. There's no doubt, no hesitation in their mind.
Meanwhile, there's seemingly nothing but doubt and hesitation in the minds of Cloud9. The other side of the stage with so many questions and a staggering lack of answers. MW dashing up top. The flash is perfect. Oxy can't hold the line, and it's on MW to wreak havoc. This time, Moose playing backside, though, able to drop the duelist. The knife going to delay things so much more at the hands of Zeppa. But now, where do they go from here? Do they commit?
There's your answer right there. They do not like what they see. Of course, just as I say, I thought they fixed their scaling. They sat in the main again.
Yeah.
Seems like MW's on an island, and it's like, okay, buddy, good luck.
Yeah, go get him.
Good luck over there. I mean, he dashed over site, and still nobody came out of the choke from Furia.
Yeah. And he dashed over the site. He got all the way up to steps.
He ran the stairs?
Yeah.
Where's the help? I mean, it's been working so far, though, so.
If it ain't broke. And to be fair, Cloud9 did do a really good job of trying to keep that push at bay.
And Havoc. Surely he knows.
Every single fight has been going the way of Furia. Is this another instance? They draw the paranoia out. My goodness.
Gosh.
Again, a foot race towards A. But Furia seemed to be a step ahead. Oxy's going to be on the flank with an op.
And there's no KJ utility on this flank.
If Nazar plays off, he's got his ult online.
He's going to peek right into Oxy. Again, another whiff shot from Oxy.
Reckless abandon in these fights. Nothing to lose and everything to gain. 3 from Cloud9 playing up in heaven. You see the utility setup, the dart, the flash, Conan holding the line. The first found the second. Make that 3. Nothing going the way of Cloud9. Sometimes you play Valorant, and other times Valorant plays you, man.
It's tough. This is so hard for Cloud9. And I feel for Oxy right now. He's trying to get aggro. He's trying to find these early kills.
Last round.
In that round, he took control of all of mid to the point where he even flanked. But Furia, in these rounds, have been deathballing in the beginning. Util bombing the choke, so if he is there, they get him off the angle, and that spray down was absolutely disgusting.
The last bullet was a headshot onto Zeppa. He had been spraying the whole time. Again, man, sometimes things just go your way.
And what a weird off angle. You don't expect that.
No.
This is good for Moose, getting a little off angle off of this turret. And Oxy again taking all of the mid real estate. This time with support from his team. But he looks away for a second, and he gets one tap.
That felt like the first time.
Oh!
Another. They continue to go aggressive. Moose and Rooney, they're going to be sitting on the other side of the map. Furia read into the fact that the majority of the aggression came from A. Another kill.
Flawless to end the half. A flawless half. 12-0.
Switching sides.
The first time this has happened this year.
Their winter has come.
Usually I jinx it around 9-10 rounds.
I mean, you might have just.
We're getting somewhere.
Are we the problem?
This is crazy. I mean, you can't make it up.
No.
I'm gonna be honest, I was memeing backstage. A 2-0 for Furia. It's not that much of a meme anymore.
No.
How do you bounce back if you're Cloud9?
We'll let the desk answer that one. Akeem, take it away.
OMG.
The expected result.
The expected result?
Simply the expected
Furia.
result. Nothing crazy occurring.
Cooking.
Yeah.
Cooking. This is unbelievable. Like, Wyatt, I mean, like, we saw so many pop-off moments, especially from Nasr. What is going on? How do you break this down?
They win the pistol round. I don't want to overreact, but I'm a little bit excited. But then when they win the bonus, all of a sudden, now we're kind of rolling. I mean, they were just winning out all of the crucial late rounds over and over, whether it was the Nasr clutches. I mean, this was just madness. Like, after this round as well, there was, this was the crucial bonus round that they won. Where, yeah, I mean, again, there was a decent amount of first kills for C9. And then in the late rounds, Nas was clutching up. They're winning 2v4s where C9 are throwing away little advantages.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the most ridiculous half. This is a tax side ascent that just got 12-0'd. Like, that is crazy. So yeah, credit to Furia. They are playing incredible. I mean, everybody's hitting the shots that they need to be. MW Zera included, even though in some instances, like, he's going a little way ahead of his team and his team needs to back him up. But, I mean, Cloud9 as well, they're kind of hitting these situations, especially in this clutch. I was very disappointed with the way Vanity played it, with the paranoia early before the plant is even going down, when he could have wasted so much time and bought the ability for him to 2v1 Nasr pretty easily here. Instead, like, just ringing around the rosy, and it leads to this. Nasr is killing them.
Yeah, he's playing insane. I mean, everyone has had their moments stepping up. Khalil is stepping up. And again, it's just these late rounds. The way that the Furia players are playing off of each other in those situations, really nice. I mean, they're setting up great crossfires when the retakes are coming in. They're swinging off of each other at the right times. It's just so nice from them right now. I mean, they're doing nothing wrong.
Yeah, well, there definitely was a mentality shift for all of Furia. We're going to send things back over to our casters, Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Hakeem. Yeah, Cloud9 are flirting with the record here that it's not company they necessarily want to be a part of. The last time there was an 0-13, it was Loud against EG. EG was on the receiving end of it, and of course they went on to become world champs. So ultimately, you know, whatever. But it is interesting to note, Furia have been on the receiving end of every single, like, really bad stomp this split. They're the ones who are getting 13-3, 13-2, and now, I mean,
everyone's stepping up.
Yeah,
Look and you scoreline.
You see it. It's there. It's brutal. Cloud9 must win pistol.
This stage has been so ridiculous.
They've gotten out onto the site. A 5v5 retake to keep the 13-0 dream alive. And they've already gotten an opener.
That helps.
And
all you need to do is win one. And Oxy might get timing to the max.
Spotting the first. MW has ghost and half armor. Oh, there's nowhere to go. He falls, but MW weak. Conan not much better off.
This dart.
Revealing area.
No one there to break it right away. Attacks 4.
He's just not really able to do any damage with Classic from that distance. They know where he is. 3v3. Time is so short. I don't think it's gonna happen. Cloud9, they get around.
Feels good, man, if you're Cloud9. But still, man, we wanted the 13-0. Everyone wanted it. Not happening yet.
The Cloud9 fans in the crowd went wild after that one. Just brutal.
Yeah.
They were so decisive in their hit. I mean, the truth is, they played the pistol well, right? They were super decisive in it. Zep was scaled out. They applied pressure into spawn. It was great. Oh, it's funny is we normally see that when Oxy's like dropping 30 and, you know, he's getting 3K after 3K.
Sometimes it's just like that when you're down 12-0.
Yeah.
I mean, the feeling you get from not being 13-0 is great. Oxy actually gets tagged up through the drone.
Oh, Khalil's gone unchecked.
Oh, no.
My brother. Not like this.
Oh, no.
Not like this. Traded back. 3 sheriffs left. For the defense. This would be, if you're able to pull this off, The largest margin win we've had this stage.
Yeah. And they're gambling that it's not going to be an A hit. And they're wise to do so. No one from Furia is here to see that the door is smoked. And that is so important because had somebody been playing Garden and seen that, they'd be worried about people walking out into A site. But nobody's there, and instead you have a B main trap. And when you're up 12-1 like this, you can afford to gamble just like they did on Pistol Round. Had C9 ran into that 4-man A stack, they probably would have lost the round.
Oh gosh, they're gonna walk into this, aren't they?
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
It's
they
gonna
do
happen,
have
isn't
gun
it?
advantage.
No, it's not. That's a big one. MW falling. Nazar having to give the space up.
Standing.
Oh my gosh! Well, Cloud9 got their second. Yeah.
Scary.
Okay. Sure.
And like I was speaking about earlier, like Furia can afford to, in this half, gamble a site every single round if they want to, because all they need is one round.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't work, all you need to do is use your ults to win a round. There's just so many win cons for them in this series. Or in this map, I should say.
All right.
Really risky there.
Yeah. And Cloud9 will pounce. They will punish. They still haven't been able to work their way out of main, though. That smoke proving to be a problem. This fan coming through. Not connecting yet.
What?
Whoa, that was bold. And now Oxy with the dash. Primed and at the ready. Lets it expire.
Okay,
I guess when you want to be sure, you gotta be sure. Having left in what will presumably become a 1v3. He has no utility. They know where he is. Light armor. He's gotten it down to 2.
Spike planted.
Havoc has gotten it down to 1. The drop of the turret. Vanity on the other side. Played spoiler before, but not this time. Oh, that is something else. Furia destroy Cloud9. 13-2. Yeah.
The Valorant gods are blessing
Sen City on top,
or
bro.
playing with the hearts of Sen City.
We'll find out here in a moment. That might have been the fastest game we've had so far. Currently, the record in stage 1 is 86 minutes, and this may have broken that.
56 minutes, Doug.
Oh yeah, you're right. It couldn't be 86. That's way too long.
Oxy,
I'm finding out.
Oxy did his thing. 5 first bloods. Yeah, he went -2, but this was just like the 100 Thieves game loss. It was so similar this time, though starting on the defensive side, which shocked me. But NZR had some really, really big moments in these clutch scenarios. And Cloud9 just could not close out any of these retakes, whether it was the 2v2s, the 3v3s.
Havoc had insane moments. Everybody from Furia contributing. We're going to throw it to a break and let that become a distant memory. Lotus on the other side. We'll be right back.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They don't have Luka though. Oh my gosh, Miles just jumping out! Right into his death!
Spike, agora é num X1, fez metade, solta agora, ele entendeu! Vai, manito!
I'm joined by Koi here on stage after a fantastic Game 1 win over Cloud9. Now, Koi, I gotta know, is there a specific focus coming in for this game today? Or is Furia just playing their own game no matter what they see?
Cara, isso foi basicamente a gente jogando sem pressão. A gente estava jogando muito pressionado nos últimos jogos. O foco dessa semana simplesmente foi, por incrível que pareça, a gente treinou menos e focou muito mais na saúde mental dos jogadores, deu um espaço para eles ficarem mais tranquilos no individual deles e deu certo.
Was basically us playing with no pressure. We have been playing with a lot of pressure, so actually this week we trained a little bit less, we practiced a little bit less, and focused more on their mental health state for, to come here today and play what they can play.
Well, that pressure is now on Cloud9 from all that focus you guys brought to today. So best of luck in the series. Back to you.
Yeah, well, like Rev said, the pressure is on for C9. Furia playing like there is no pressure. That was definitely not a fluke. That was just some sound gameplay from Furia's side, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think you could go 12-0 and a half and call it by any means something
like they were cheating.
Yeah, they are playing.
They had aim hacks.
They are playing so well. And on the other side, too, I think definitely Cloud9 are playing a little bit more poorly, even than that 100 Thieves game that we've been criticizing a little bit. It's really just Oxy kind of doing anything for the team right now. Other than that, it feels very disjointed. I thought maybe that tech pause was going to clarify things a little bit and make Cloud9 more cohesive, but it just kept getting worse and worse for me.
For sure. I mean, when we're talking about the pressure difference and what Koya just said as well, for C9, again, this is a game where they're going into this, we should be winning. Fury are 0-3. We're on the cusp of qualifying for playoffs, pretty much no doubt, as long as we can lock these games up. And losing that many clutches, so many rounds where they were favored. I mean, in this game, you wouldn't believe it, but C9 had more first kills than Furia.
Yes.
They had 8 to 7, and Furia won 7 4v5s.
That's absurd.
That is a mental booming for C9. They need a serious recovery going into this next map. And again, I mean, yeah, just looking at these highlights, like, these guys could do no wrong. Every bullet that was being fired through a smoke or a wall was hitting a head. It was crazy.
Every time they had, like, any sort of hesitation on the idea or the strat that they were going up against, they get stopped at B.
Yeah.
They end up just walking into another side where Cloud9 is not ready for the pivot at all. And every time, Fury was doing great in those mid-rounds.
And I loved seeing at the very end, Havoc, I mean, again, of course they win with another clutch, but Havoc wins in that 1v3. And for him especially, he's a guy that notably has struggled with the stress of playing professionally and feeling, getting down on himself with the pressure. And to win out in that form with a moment like that after destroying C9, like, you have to imagine that, maybe this could be a turning point for him, or at very least, like, for the rest of the series, he's going to be feeling so good.
Yeah, I'm always curious, though, like, why did it take this long to get to this point with Furia? You know,
we're talking about the pressure and all that.
Yeah.
Right? Like it leads to that. That's the point, right? Where there's no pressure. That's why it takes so long. I mean, it's not even that. It's at this point in the season where it all, you know, there's nothing you heard from Koi in that one. Like there's nothing else to do other than just play your game.
Yeah, just need to pull things together. Well, you know what? Let's hear what the C9 coach has to say just ahead of map 2.
I'm joined by Emmy before their second game here on stage. A rough one as the history of game 1 rears its head again for Cloud9 with that loss coming in from Furia, a devastating manner. I gotta ask, a lot of the weeks it's moving slow or kind of the same things plaguing the team. What is blocking the team from fixing those same things?
I have no idea what's just been happening in that game. Like, I couldn't tell you. It's just the same stuff. We're losing 2v1, 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 but the 2v1s aren't even 2v1s. They're 1v1s constantly, 4v2. I don't know. We just have to get it back together. I had a word with them, bring them back up, and let's see what goes.
All right, good luck with that game 2 momentum, maybe.
Well, you know what? I know exactly what happened. Furia happened. That's exactly what happened there. And C9, they definitely need to get it back together. They need to be in, hopefully, rare form going into map 2.
Well, I think something that was clear there from Emmy is, you know, he was talking about 2v1 situations, and he said most of the time they're not 2v1 situations, though. They're actually 1v1s. And what he means by that is that the players were playing like they were 1v1 situations, often solo peeking, often not waiting for the util. They're like trying to make the right idea, like grouping up, but then it gets disjointed, and from there it falls apart. And that is something that is very difficult to fix without, I mean, I hate to say this word, but it's about the vibes in that instance. It's about being able to communicate with your teammates and be happy, excited about what the call is and not overstep, not go before everybody's ready and on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and also just a quick point I wanted to say too was, as to Furia's success and you know, the pressure being an aspect, another one is they just start having more time with Nasr too, integrating him into the team. I mean, that helps as well. That was a huge roster move for them and seeing the benefits for them as time has gone on here. But yeah, we are going to be heading on to Lotus next, which is Cloud9's pick, a chance to get back into the game. Starting on defense, of course, you know, Lotus attack, the favored side, and given that Furia just went goddamn crazy on attack, could definitely see them carrying some serious momentum into this on the favored side here.
Absolutely, and with the way that Cloud9 was playing that Ascent, a lot of times leaving it into fast flood retake situations, I think that is the key stylistic choice that they make on this map as well on defense, right? So you might see a lot of the same. I'm honestly terrified right now for Cloud9 and extremely excited for Furia based off of the map that we just saw. Going into this next one, I think it's still perfect for them given the situation that they're in.
Definitely. I don't think it made a huge difference on the previous map, and here, I mean, this is just pretty much your default comp right now on Lotus with the Fade, solo Fade initiator that Furia are running here. It's a great comp. We've seen it be super successful for a while. But on the last map, Moose actually switched over to the KJ. Normally, he's just playing Cypher all the time, and he's going to be playing KJ here as well. C9 favoring this solo Gecko again. They picked up a win on this map against Loud a couple weeks ago. Of course, that was some deadlock silliness from Sadok that was not paying off as much as it did yesterday, but still, that was a solid win from them. So expecting some good play here, a bit of a resurgence.
Yeah, well, is this happening? Can Furia shut down Cloud9 with a 2-0? Well, let's find out and send things back to your casters in Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Lotus, an opportunity for something fresh and something new, because surely that doesn't happen again, right?
I think Oxy's about to go absolutely viral in this match.
Yeah?
I think he has to.
But I thought it was going to happen map 1.
Out of the gutter and just allow them to thrive in this comeback, because they're a team that once their mental is shot, it seems like they have a really hard time bringing it back. And I thought that that's a problem that they solved based upon how they played this entire stage. They've been playing great. Yeah, they had that one disaster loss to 100 Thieves, but I thought it was kind of a throwaway, one of those where, you know, oh, it just wasn't our day type of deals. But that last map on Ascent was absolutely brutal to watch.
Yeah, and if this continues to go this way, this is also not their day, and they haven't had their day for a couple of days.
Yeah.
If this continues.
And Ascent is normally a map that Cloud9 is very, very good on. Just like this. Cloud9 historically has been good at Lotus. Yeah, it was a different roster at the time, but we've seen Oxy go crazy on this map.
Yeah.
And on the Raze, it might be the difference maker, honestly.
It was their map pick. Let's see how much of a short-term memory they have.
Oh my God. Rooney already gets just tagged up. He's basically useless now in this round.
35 HP.
Just a body bag.
And MW, they're all with Spike, scaling upstairs. They've made footsteps. They've got to know they're there. Vanity's weak too. 45 HP between the two controllers.
And they can go B right now. The rotate shouldn't be able to make it in time. As I see that it comes in, yep.
So they break the door.
Oh man, Fury are playing so good right now. And they're going tree on top of it to not get picked from anybody on stairs or that broken door area.
Meanwhile, Moose gets tagged. So that's now 3 members that are outrageously weak.
Dude, Fury are actually playing the macro game superb right now.
And they're hitting the shots.
30 seconds left.
Look at, I mean, they're in their spawn, man. They're
flipping.
wrapping around behind them.
They're doing everything right now. This is a Fury that we've never seen since probably last year. Oh!
Shots connect. That was one of the weak ones. Phil's getting traded, though. They're staying in this fight. Moose and Rooney, the only 2 that stand.
On this crossfire.
They're separated. There's no way to be able to control and expect where Fury members are right now. You've got them completely encapsulated on the site.
Enemy remaining.
It's the trifecta setup.
Yeah.
The forbidden triangle, some would say. It's impossible.
The tiniest of slivers on health.
One enemy remaining.
What?
But then there's a third.
Oh boy, good thing time. Good thing it was time there, because that almost got real messy real fast.
It's just unfortunate. Coden had quite a bit of whiffs in that round, but I mean, he did his job correctly, and the reactions from Fury at the end of this round to bait all the A utility out, go back to B, and then puck fake all the way back. And even just the pathing they took to make sure you go tree so you're not stuck in the open and get crunched from, you know, that broken door and the stairs.
Right.
And this is where you see the frustration from Emmy. It's not like they're getting outshot. It's not like C9 is doing things that wrong, per se. It's just Fury is playing a really good game right now. And as I say that, Havoc gets caught on an island. Of course. I'm just different with the jinxing. It's a meme at this point.
I mean, Oxy has been really the only shining light in how this last map has gone. Much like we saw a couple of days ago, he's still getting his openers, he's still getting his ones, but they aren't really able to capitalize on that. And at least so far this round, that's been the same story. Oxy gets his first. What do Cloud9 do from here? How do they convert this? They've got everybody at A, and that's where Fury is. That Dizzy's so good. Conan had no shot. They're gonna snatch this thing back.
Down A.
Oh, that's a tough spot to be in if you're Khalil. Nice job from Cloud9.
Yep.
Getting the entry onto Havoc, who honestly kind of just was on an island right there. I don't know why he was alone with no utility, just dry peeking. That ultimately allowed Cloud9 to rotate 5 people towards that A site and just be ready for the speed up.
Yeah, he was so far past that one way. That's crazy.
Just on an island, bit of a throw.
And then they did a really good job of stacking their utility. Cloud9 did on that retake, and it was just too much. So, reason for excitement, cause for hope for Cloud9.
Oh! Dude. Havoc was trying to get revenge from the previous round. This will be a fast B hit.
He's the only one with a gun here. MW with a frenzy
here. He has so much space. He can flank the A players.
You might almost have too many possibilities here, too many options.
Oh no!
Havoc with the Guardian, finding 2. The trade is there, and you mentioned
he's
MW.
not ready.
No.
Vanity is not ready for this.
No, there's no shot. Possibly the freest kill of his life. They're trying to tuck tail and get away, rotate towards A. Much to their dismay, Cloud9 are hot to trot. Weapons in hand, but numbers in favor of the attack.
Spike planted.
Moose not able to
player
snap onto
standing.
1. MW taking the rope back down.
Oh! Hey, buddy.
Yeah, Rooney spotting the first. A gentle slide down and a footstep made, so they've got to know where he is at this point.
It's not planted for Khalil here.
No. Oh, this is bad. Oh, it's messy. 1 HP.
No charges left.
Khalil not much better off. Oh, the TP. He took the bait.
Oh. Oh my gosh. These rounds are insane. Havoc made up for it. He made up for it, Doug. He was so confident, even peeking the one way at C again.
That's so brutal.
Man, moments like that. Rudy was so close to getting that kill.
Yeah, he was.
One bullet would have gotten the job done.
I mean, a funny look would have gotten the job done. He had 1 HP.
Yeah. It wasn't planted for him either. I wonder why Rooney just opted to go for the fight there, not just try to force the issue. Make Khalil have to expose his body by tapping the bomb, and another quick B hit here. Rooney Furia.
Rooney forced to take a step back.
Oh, and look at that. They feinted that they were going to fight that broken door, and it baited out Vanity's Omenal.
Oxy swinging out, trying to get the timing, and he does. 2 kills found. Zappa from up top, but MW on the counter.
They're just freezing the round right here. They do not have the bomb.
Yeah, that's part of the problem here. I don't know that they have much of a choice. Spam this time goes the way of Cloud9.
This is so crazy. I mean, this is blow for blow again.
This feels like the messy jail Valorant that we've heard of.
Yeah. This is good for Cloud9, though, to get the better of these exchanges because, I mean, you want as many rounds as you can on the defensive side. Lotus is known to be an attack-sided map. With the changes, it has helped a little bit for the defense, but just in general, it's tough. And this time, the deal breaker was nobody was actually watching that broken door area.
Right.
Whereas,
it was just utility, yeah.
Whereas the last round, Havoc held it down with a Guardian. Nobody was in the open here. I mean, that's a blunder if I've ever seen it.
And as you were just
running towards site.
Oh, and as you mentioned, Cloud9 capitalizing on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done a good job of navigating this mess that's been the first 4 rounds of Lotus.
And they're going to slowly keep building confidence because of these scrappy rounds they're winning. Like these eco weird buys. These are not the rounds that you want to give Cloud9 if you're Furia. Now they're going to feel better going into this entire half. And a confident Cloud9 is one that can definitely get a reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's a takeover type beat. And the thing is, we mentioned it earlier in the split. This is not new territory for Cloud9. Yeah, you don't often find yourselves down in a series after losing 2-13, but they lose their first maps a lot, and then they come back and pull off the next 2 maps. So this isn't necessarily new for them.
No guns online for Furia, just a Stinger and some Sheriffs.
They're making a ton of noise here, trying to see if they can find any free kills. Maybe draw rotations out one way or another. You see all the Killjoy utility set up at A. A tap at the door, and Oxy's kind of forced to stay.
Oh, Vanity has an angle a little bit over the smoke. But he's kind of in a one and done right now. No one really here to trade him.
Quick reposition.
Gunfight.
There's the one and done.
MW. Cue to pop rocket.
Yeah, pushing the pace. Finding some high ground, trying to clear the space. But Zeppa is in the smoke.
No way.
He's in the smoke.
This is...
Is he going to get away with murder?
This is crazy.
Creeping forward. The first threat has been dealt with. MW not finding any value. Now they know where he is. And the spike not planted. Conan can still TP and get out. There's not enough time. There's not a ton of space found anywhere else either.
I'm still here, amigo.
Super scrappy rounds.
All map.
Yeah, it's just a brawl. Yeah, it's a brawl everywhere.
Breaks.
That was a really risky play from Zeppa, but I like that he's going for these plays. I like that we're seeing confidence out of C9 and they're actually just not folding over like they did on the last map. Yeah, it's risky, but sometimes you got to play that type of style.
Oh, for sure. And again, I do think it's because they're here so often. This is not new to them. So Furia call a timeout. Give them a moment to pause and reset because as you guys may have seen right before cutting away, this is a big round for them. They have full rifles, they have a couple of key ults online, and then a couple more not far off. So we'll see how they choose to approach this in what has been probably one of the messiest games of Valorant I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's so scrappy, and a big part of Furia's success in the last map on Ascent was conditioning certain defaults and then switching it up after like 2 or 3 rounds.
Right.
The problem you have here is we're already 5 rounds in. and you really haven't been able to condition anything and like set up win conditions for later in the half because it's just been so scrappy and brawly. I mean, you're winning an eco, then you're getting ecoed.
And then you win an eco,
and then you win an eco again. And you get ecoed again. It's
Right.
like, yeah, exactly. There's no real layering here. Cloud9 hasn't had to really do much besides flood in and make chaos against Furia. Yeah.
Well, what's crazy too is for a 3-site map, you would think there's a lot more room to condition and there's a lot more room to throw eye candy. And they just haven't really been able to get to that point in the game. So maybe that's what's discussed on the timeout. We'll see what Furia choose to do. A heavy lean ace so far and a little bit of Killjoy utility to dissuade the push mid.
Should be known from Furia that Cloud9 are geared towards the C side, especially with the one-way, but as I say, that Havoc might get caught lacking. This push coming through.
I mean, they've taken so much space, C-Mound already. They're forced to turn their attention towards A. MW satcheling forward, Bruni just barely trying to get away. Meanwhile, Havoc dies, trying to contain the flank. Oh! Both members of Cloud9 that were sitting on the site trying to keep them back fall.
And this stairs position from MW0. This is huge that he snuck into here.
They know that there's at least one on the flank. I don't know that they're expecting all the other ones. Now the Paranoia's out. Oxy looking for anything that he can find while Thrash has been invested.
That's a great nade from Oxy. Isolating the 1v1, but Conan swings out.
What a swing. MW and Nasra left into 2v2 with the spike being tapped. MW with 3 on the round. Vanity, a 1v2. Time not on his side. We're tied at 3.
I mean, when Furia do get the bomb down on this A site, they've had really good calling in the post plants. I mean, to flip Heaven there and just hold everything and have these crossfires. And there was a big reason why Furia won this round was there was a Gecko Molly that was thrown from Zeppa into that back pit A area that actually didn't clear all of it. So that's why Vanity thought it was absolutely clean and didn't have to watch his back.
And it's honestly, it's a lot of the same successes that we found on Ascent. 12 for 12 on post plants. Here, a lot of the same story. They get the spike down, there's a good chance they're winning the round.
Yeah. Another early A default shot of Furia. But this will be a reclear.
They're gonna want to fight this. Aggressive in it. A Roomba, a nade, everything. As Vanity pushes forward, gets 2, tries to get the 3rd, but Zeppa's there to clean it up.
It's just a brawl, Doug.
Yeah, it's interesting that Furia continue to want to fight for the same main control because I think we've seen teams kind of move away from that and become much more interested in controlling mound control at the beginning of the rounds from the attack side. So yeah, it's curious that it almost feels like they're playing the older style, the older brand of Lotus, and they feel maybe a little behind on the read on the map. Because Cloud9 are taking Mount for free.
Yep. Getting all the info, you understand that the enemy team is all geared towards A, especially with the sound that's being made. And I mean, Khalil should get that kill, I think, 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, for sure.
A big whiff from him. And that honestly changed the entire way that this round goes. If Vanity gets dropped there, he doesn't get max value. Swinging that back A area. Now you're right. Finally, we're seeing more of a C side default, and this is very, very popular amongst teams to just take control of this entire spot, and then you can go back. Kalila just gets spammed right here, and it's already falling apart for Fury.
Yeah, I think there are a couple things that are going on here. Number one, they don't have the guns to fight back, and that obviously makes things messy more often than not. But then also, there was nothing really to convince that it was going to be the same A default they've been running.
Yep.
There was no utility invested towards root. There was nothing to suggest that, okay, they're still here. And then Rooney is able to get the pick on the guy Mound. The sites, I mean, the map is opened up.
One enemy remaining.
Nice reposition for Moose. It should be easy pick'ems, but
you were saying.
I'm not talking anymore.
You just didn't say anything declarative. So Conan upgrades a weapon with 45 seconds left, a 1v3. He does have the spike.
If he gets one more kill, there's a solid opportunity to drop the Viper's Pit and play Molly's potentially.
That's just so tough on B, man. There's so many angles that you have to be concerned about. So many ways in which you can get pushed.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he just got a lot of info off of that, right? Saw the Gecko, but the flash from Vanity was perfect. Could not have been at a better time, and Cloud9 get their 5th.
I'm glad that Cloud9 is starting to play together in these retake scenarios and use utility and swing together. It felt like their timing on their double peaks in that last map were completely off, not even close. There's just something about this close C smoke that I'm not a fan of.
That just scared me.
I was wondering how Oxy got caught lacking.
Yeah, and so now it seems like Fury are back to what they've been doing, really at the opening rounds, but this time with a little bit of an adjustment to it. This time they threw the Fade Eye out, they put the wall up A. There's at least a little bit more to convince that that's what's going on. And that's the smoke you were just talking about, right?
Yeah.
To counter the one-way.
I like that they used it to condition them taking C-Mound this round, but it's just so obvious.
And then they've got a cross set up with Moose too. Vanity gets his one, gets away with the op. He's got to try to stay alive, feeling some of the pressure. Cloud9 clicking here. I mean, the timings on their swings and how they're playing off of each other is great.
Where are you?
The Oxy there, a little ambitious peak.
Spike planted.
They don't need to really do that.
They've gotten the spike down here. Remember, this has been a large key to their success so far. That Nightfall's going to tag 3, so they know exactly where they are. A quick step back. Havoc has his ult. Does he invest it? Or does he wait just a little bit longer to get max value out of the time that's bought? Such a difficult position to be in. Nas, we're dancing around the utility. The first will fall, and there it is. That's going to cue the ult.
And Molly's for the bomb as well.
They might keep this thing alive. Zeppa, not able to get it to half. There's nowhere for them to go. They just wait this out, and they're both stuck. Oh, Rooney stepped out of one. Excuse me, they both stepped out. Rooney gets both kills. Oh my gosh. 1.6.
That was so close for Furia. C9 getting the better of these post-plan exchanges now. And this bait and switch setup. I feel like we've seen C9 run this so many times before. And that close Omen smoke just makes it so obvious that you're doing stuff around that side of the map. And it's almost unnecessary. It's almost better to just put the one-way up, use your Fade utility with a satchel. That's mainly what we're seeing nowadays out of teams. And I think you're right, they're a little bit behind on these defaults.
It feels like it. It feels like they're playing the old style of Lotus.
And Havoc's gonna walk right into this op.
Oh, they're using the dog. Oxy going forward with the ult in hand, gets in, gets out.
That was nice. Contact rocket play.
And he's able to preserve the op.
Yeah, and you look at the mini-map, everyone's already gonna lean towards A now. Zeppa should be wise to get out of this site. Play a 5v4 retake. You have good utility. You have the KJ ult.
Choosing to freeze for just a moment. MW on the satchel across the paranoia up top.
That was a great paranoia to take space.
Zep
still not down.
Yeah, Zep on the sidestep. Still plenty of utility here too. Once again, they get the spike down. This time they're dropping the pit. It seems like they're going to want to play for tree.
This KJ ult should be coming out. And I think this nade should break. The KJ ult. Nope. Just off and MW gets picked through the smoke.
Now Oxy pushing forward. Got the lockdown, not going to tag anyone, but they're going to push into it. The pit, not a problem. As Nasr, he can't see a thing, still lands a shot, but the defuse comes through. Cloud9 back to their winning ways.
I mean, Vanity ops MW through a smoke and then just runs it down through the Viper ult with a classic and picks up another. That's insane. If he doesn't do that, MW has a rocket to basically guarantee the round win.
Yeah, Havoc had no choice there, man. And you're right, MW would have had the ult there. That potentially changes the entire landscape.
Wrong place, wrong time for MW. And Oxy's having a performance right now. He's just so good on Raze.
Vanity's in such a good spot here. There are a couple of things that feel drastically different from Ascent, but I think one of the things we haven't really talked about is how it's felt like Vanity has had a read on what Furia want to do every round. Well, it gets traded. But even then, like, his positioning, understanding the turret was B, he was playing in a tight angle too. This has been really nice from Cloud9 up until this point.
Yeah, they've definitely been ahead of the macro game. And that's a huge kill from Moose. The little re-clear. Quick peek on Havoc.
Rooney chooses to use the pit B. Zappa's playing contain A. And they have all the utility to confirm where the hit is headed.
Mollies will be popped to delay and allow the rest of C9 to position for the retake.
Moose is ahead of
30
this.
seconds left.
Unless they plant bend. Moose can cause problems. He sees the TP, but it doesn't appear in his sight. They still don't, I don't think they know where he is. Oh, they know now. The spam through, almost connecting onto Khalil. Just enough of a threat. A shiver sent down his spine. Moose now pushing forward off the flash. Zeppa gets one of his own as well. And Conan will not be along anymore.
You see the difference. It's night and day with these retakes.
Yeah.
They're actually playing as a unit, playing together. And Moose, all he needs to do in that position is just live and delay. Not get picked off like, honestly, like C9 was in the last map.
Yeah.
They're getting the better of these retakes.
Every time. It's been crazy.
A little bit of audio problems. I think he was screaming so loud that his mic couldn't pick it up.
He just peaked all the way through.
He peaked.
Last round of the half. Cloud9 putting up an insanely different fight from what we saw in Ascent. When it felt like nothing could go their way, maybe not to the same degree. It feels like they can't do any wrong here. I mean, Vanity's hopping, repositioning. He gets the Haunt out. Meanwhile, MW satcheling forward, gets Oxy. They found a little bit of space here. And with this, potentially another lease on life.
No way.
But it's another kill that goes into the way of Cloud9 in a way that you wouldn't necessarily expect. The Paranoia is not going to tag anyone, but a tap at the door for Moose. He wants to take the fight. Potentially ill-advised, but Rooney's mopping up Furia. They've gotten some space, but I mean, at what cost? Nazar is 5 HP. Khalil has no util, and he's taking some damage as well. This would be ridiculous if they could pull it off, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. Rooney, go get it, man. They want a PC. Oh, sorry, guys.
Wait. Oh my gosh. Oh, so risky from Vanity, but he had complete and utter faith in Zeppa.
Oh, that's a fine, right?
Making a statement. This Gecko has been getting so much value for Cloud9.
Zeppa's been nuts on it.
He's been getting so many flashes. No one from the side of Furia ready to break any of these Gecko eyes.
His timing on his utility has been perfect. Furia haven't really known what to do with it. I think about that feels like the big difference maker on these retakes. Is they've been able to create so much space off of the utility that he's been able to invest. And then obviously the ults certainly help when they can't shoot back. And it doesn't feel like Furia have really shot back at all this half. A 9-3 lead in favor of Cloud9. We're going to throw it down to Riv, who's hanging by at the co-streaming booth.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Piplup Tiny in the co-stream booth. It's very nice to meet you, but this is not your first time here. It's your second one. How are you enjoying the vibes again here at the Riot Games Arena?
Always great. The crowd is super loud and super packed up today. The game is a little bit shaky, but I'm glad that everybody is like having a lot of fun here.
Speaking of shaky, you watched, since you're a Cloud9 streamer, you watched the team beat Lev, right? And then you watched the team almost get 13-0'd. And you're not allowed to get off this wild ride. How do you cope with this?
I try to stick with the script. You know, we always lose first map, and then after that, it's fine. So I try not to be too invested in the first map, and then the second and third is always like, okay, now I can really like lock in and be like, oh my God, are we actually gonna win this?
All right. Then who do you think, doing all right already in the second map, but who do you think needs to pop off for this to be closed out for Cloud9 to just take it?
I think we need to keep doing what we're already doing. We're very confident right now, just like running into the ult and just doing as much as we can to get as many kills as possible. And I think we're looking really good right now. Just keeping up.
Basically everybody on the Oxy mindset right now. Where can people find you? Thank you so much for coming out, but where can we find you after this and what you're streaming?
My handles for everything is PipLupTiny. I do vlogs and I also stream almost every single day.
All right, Piplup, thank you so much. As we throw back to the casters, we're also going to throw stuff to the crowd. Take it back, gentlemen!
Yo, I want free stuff.
I want one of those.
Yeah, for real, I want free stuff. Yo, also, very quickly, dude, sometimes I feel for the Cloud9 fans who are forced on this emotional roller coaster every freaking week. Poor PipLupTiny just kind of concedes the fact that you can't get invested map 1 because you know it's just likely not going to go your way.
I feel like I was the same way when I was on FaZe. I feel like we would always go down 9-3 in halves and bring it back and just make it so stressful for the fans. And yeah, Cloud9 is definitely doing that right now. But man, when they look good, it's all a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I mean, they look like a 3-in-1 team that could beat anybody.
Yeah.
Right? And then when they look bad, well, we saw what that looked like on Ascent.
Dude,
but
the lows are so low for this squad.
Yep.
And I don't even think it's gameplay. It's just mental at that point. But I'm glad that they're able to bounce back in this map and show more than signs of life. And Oxy, dude, when Oxy's on a raise,
yeah, 15-9.
He's too good.
He's been insane.
So reliable on raise.
Meanwhile, Fury have been anything but. Just 3 rounds, and really looking nothing like the team we saw on Ascent.
Here we go.
Any sort of spark just feels like it's been missing. But now they desperately need to find some flint if they want to have a shot at this. On the defensive side of Lotus, it's going to be tough sledding, but we'll see how they choose to play this. That certainly helps. The free kills are the best ones, and they've gotten a second, but Zeppa getting back sight, swinging right back our Cloud9. Yeah, they're setting up in really good post-plant positions here. Zeppa's going to be able to take some contact and then reposition. No damage taken. No harm done. The C's with just a threat as Oxy swings back. I mean, this has to go the way of Fury if they want a shot at this, and it doesn't seem like they'll be able to pull this off. However, Zeppa's weak. Moose is 2, and it's all traded. A 1-for-1. Khalil 20 HP. Playing up close. Moose is waiting on the other side of smoke as Cloud9 get 10.
It was a great pinch onto the player that was playing in that A door area. Onto Conan, who's been having a rough map. And Cloud9 just looks so good. They're doing their rehearsed takes. They walked all the way up. Yeah, unfortunate kill onto Rooney there, but the actual pinch on the site was beautiful. But then Oxy in this post-plant mid-round doing his job and some. What we saw in the last round was Zeppa with the same flash. It bounces back to him, so he's able to pick it up. And that'll give them the free real estate on the C-mound area that was honestly lacking for Furia.
This is what we were talking about earlier, right? This is how it feels like teams are playing the map now, and we didn't really see that from Furia at all.
Yeah, and you have Rooney on the other side to just spot if any A type of pressure comes through. So now you're gonna see off a contact here from Cloud9, if they see more than one member, you might see Rooney just walk all the way up on the A site and call his team back.
Gekko utility, Omen utility, you've got to know. And they have reinforcements here, so they take a step back. It was really nicely done.
Yeah, but Furia might be ahead of this.
They just don't really have the guns. It's interesting they didn't choose to invest into this at all, given the deficit they're staring at.
Ooh, Rooney gets tagged down to 25 HP.
It's like last round. He gets one tap through a wall, this time getting tagged. It's just not his day.
I wonder if, yeah, C9 should be reading into this and transitioning over to that B, off of that door tap. They're playing this macro game so well right now.
30 seconds
They
left.
understand that they didn't have the timing to truly make it towards that A site.
And again, you got to give Vanity his flowers, man. This felt a lot like the first half where Vanity was just a step ahead of what Fury were trying to do. This half seems no different. And obviously that looks notably worse when you don't really have guns to fight back with, but the way they're playing the macro is beautiful.
Enemy remaining.
Not today, NZR, not today. Yeah, that was really good from Vanity.
Oh, it was perfect. I mean, he draws out all of the utility C, rotates back A, and inserts Rune. He leaves him there, and then they push B, knowing where the utility's coming from. I mean, he was reading the book the entire way. Time is truly a problem here. Conan gets his couple of kills. Only an outlaw carried over.
Yeah, that's as costly as it can get, honestly.
And it's just Rooney with a lot of credits here for Cloud9.
But it's just too late. It's too late.
Yeah, it probably is.
11-3, I mean, what an answer back from Cloud9. They really haven't had to do much.
What?
One enemy remaining.
I know that this map isn't going the way of Furia at all, but Noswer's still, I mean, Noswer's good, man.
Yeah, he was definitely a great addition to this team. He's been putting up big numbers, and he's coming into this team, creating a new system, and that's not easy to do.
No, not at all.
I don't know what his IGL experience has been in the past. This might be one of the first times he's ever IGL'd.
He's doing it, I mean, he's making the best of what he can with what he's got.
Yeah.
And we saw that on Ascent. Obviously, not the same case here on Lotus, but you see him on the screen, very vocal, trying to rally the troops back together.
It was tough to see what the game plan was for Furia on their attacking side. And I wonder if that's because of how the rounds went early on. I wonder if it's because it was that scrappy back and forth exchange that they didn't come out the good side of being on. And you got to think, had it gone their way, had they not gotten eco'd twice, maybe they would have snowballed like they did in the last map, and we wouldn't even be here.
Yeah, it's very possible.
You cannot be doing that against a team like Cloud9.
So on the other side of the timeout, Furia with rifles, light armor on 4 out of 5 members. Really no ults within reaching distance either. Meanwhile, Zeppo's 1 point away from having a thrash online, and you just get so much value out of that thing. It's crazy.
There's a lurk smoke from Vanity onto C, and they will hear spam, so they know someone's trying to play that area.
Oh, that thing went crazy.
Oh, Rooney got all the way up here in the first 30 seconds of the round. He slid past the enemy defenses.
There's no way they know where he is.
Oh, poor Ox, he only has a classic in that situation. Rooney wins the round right here.
He has every single chance to. Havoc almost styles on him, makes a fool of him, but the shots are settled. Now Cloud9 choosing to go B off of this, or at least threaten it. But they have, once again, Rooney is so far up, and he still hasn't been dealt with. A shot at a second. It was a little delayed, but you're right, Rooney might win this round himself. On this slider by Conan, trying to play up in heaven. Rooney with 3.
When Rooney's online, it's a sight to see.
Yeah.
He's got some of the most crisp aim.
Just steady.
In this league, yeah.
It almost looks effortless when he's on.
His one taps.
They know him for his one taps.
They be talking about him sometimes.
Well, Khalil getting the best of Zeppa there. Keeping things interesting, because we wouldn't have it any other way. But you see Furia, they've kind of cut their losses here. They're trying to save the weapons they can to go into the next, as Furia will be inevitably getting to map point. With Bind just a few moments away, there goes the ace. Sorry, guys.
It's just not a good feeling if you're Furia to have to save and allow C9 to get on match point.
I mean, they haven't had good feelings for the last 40 minutes, man.
Yeah, I know he spoke about a speed run against Cloud9.
Match point.
I wonder if C9 might break their record because there was no tech timeout this time. And this was off of like a very scrappy buy. Rooney had the only gun because he had so much money from that previous round. And I mean, he carried it. He did exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, the investment paid dividends.
And when you see somebody just run all the way up, any type of spot like that and find the timing like that, that is vicious.
That's 9 rounds in a row for Cloud9, man. Oh, a little aggressive, eh, from both teams.
Make it 10. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, when you decide that this is the space you want to fight for, you invest everything into it, and Cloud9 have done that well.
This is a free ace site.
They get the thrash back too. Zeppa once again playing this Gecko character so well.
You're gonna see Oxy tap this door here.
I think this is wraps.
Yeah, that's going to keep 2 players towards just that one little tap of the door. And that smoke being stairs.
Whoop. A little wide right on the pass.
All C9 have to do here is just death ball. If you death ball and play the numbers game,
She's still gunning for you.
You're making it so hard for Furia.
I mean, death ball, and then you have the thrash. You still have utility to play with. Vanity's taking space into waterfall. He's gonna get his 2 kills here. Nosworth's gonna be left alone.
He's one tapping them on purpose, Doug.
That's insane. Oh, he knows. Oh. A little bit of medicine returned as Cloud9 destroy Furia 13-3. This has been what feels like the swingiest series I think we've ever had.
And Vanity got up so fast from his chair after that round. He's like, that's how we do it.
Yep. He's trying to get into bind as soon as he can.
He had 4 first bloods.
Oxy played super well, as you mentioned. Just, I mean, the value that he provides on Raze is insane.
His Raze is some of the best.
Rooney went 17-8. This is the Cloud9 that we've seen all split, right? This is the 3-1 Cloud9, the one that has been surprising people with how well they played, with Oxy going Super Saiyan every time they cut to his camera, with Rooney having big clutch moments. This is the Cloud9 that we expected when the day started. And honestly, to keep it a buck with you all, this is the Furia we expected when the day started. Bind on the other side of this. We'll see you guys after the break.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
They don't have loop in them. Oh my God, Kraus is jumping out! Right into his death!
Spike agora é num X1, fez metade, solta agora. Ele entendeu! Vai, manito!
Furia may have won map 1, but Cloud9 served it right back to them on map 2, taking the win. Now, I feel like this is probably the C9 people were expecting to see on map 1.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we were completely expecting the reverse on map 1.
Right.
This is more what we were expecting. It's crazy, though, because I think Fury is still fighting. I mean, especially early in that game, those first 3 rounds they got was with eco, you know, that sort of thing. But eventually, Oxy goes crazy, Rooney goes crazy. I think all of Cloud9 really found their footing, and we're up to the level of Oxy instead of what we saw in Ascent, where it was just Oxy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, maybe Ascent, either we're hitting the drawing board or we're trying to get it out of the pool at this point we're playing, because
two series in a row.
Yeah, 2 series in a row, pretty much blown out on that map. And yeah, obviously night and day. This time, notably, they continue to get more first kills, but they actually converted on, I'm pretty sure, all of those rounds where they got the first kills, versus on map 1 where they were losing so many 5v4s, cleaning things up. Of course, again, this was their pick, and you could just see a difference in their setups and how they're playing around them. Like, it's just not the same.
I think when you looked at how the game flow was going for Furia in comparison to Ascent, it was a lot less control garnered in those early rounds. And I want to actually show a round. I'll head over to the telestrator and continue a conversation that actually Doug and Baby Bay were having on the cast, where they were talking about how this C mound control was really working out for Furia. You can see here, this is a situation that we were seeing a lot with this smoke right here, this big one that they're throwing to cancel out the effects of the one-way. A lot of times there's a few options here, right? You could take your team and walk through the smoke, and that basically allows for the left side of the mounds to not be aware of what's coming out from there. So you could dry walk through. Other times, especially when you're playing a Sky, you can go ahead and flash through. There's definitely a lot of options. You can even wait it out, cross to the other side like you would do with a normal Omen TP, and wait, and then double swing through both sides of the smoke at the same time to catch them by surprise. There's definitely options, and Furia tried a few of them. It just wasn't quite working. So when you're talking about being outdated in the ways that you're dealing with this, you just don't actually have the tools in this comp to really utilize all the different options. So let's actually show how Cloud9 was canceling and taking advantage of it. So it was a really brilliant setup, because in this situation, Fury actually waits out the smoke, which is a nice idea, because if Cloud9 was walking up top mound, they see nothing coming through the smoke, they're gonna think, okay, they're not actually doing anything. We're thinking that they're on the other side of the map. In this case, Fury says, actually, hold on, let's not show anything, let's wait, and then let's prowler through, let's use more utility to actually come through and try to fight the players who are still on mound, at least clear it out, and that could catch them off guard. But instead, Vanity's actually just posted up with an op. He gets his first shot, right? And what he's doing right now is trying to make as much noise falling back afterwards with his life still intact while Moose stays in the corner. It's a very basic bait setup, but when you think about the ways that Furia was trying to counter the mound setup that they were doing, Cloud9 played that one perfectly, and I think that exemplifies a little bit of the struggles that Fury were actually having in terms of getting map control and being able to get in positions to win 4v5s like they were on Ascent.
100%. And watching that clip back too, it leads me to believe that in Fury's case on this map, they weren't as well prepared for what Cloud9 do on Lotus, because Moose playing in that position, they're very commonly actually, like, you will see him at boxes with those bait setups a lot. Like, that's something you have to be prepped for playing against the team. So everything that Cloud9 have been doing to find success on that map just works again. Fury not prepared for it.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious for the analysts, of course. I want to know, do we think that Furia might have been playing things a little bit too by the book on that last map and not taking more chances or risks?
Yeah, I think so. I think especially as you start cooling down. I mean, early on in that game, they were taking mad control of A. They were getting deep in the spawn. But as that stuff stopped working, right, as Cloud9 really started hitting back, they definitely shied away from it over and over and over. So you weren't even getting in positions that they were getting early in that game. And that's a big problem, because if you're not doing what you were doing to get those risks working in the first place, then yeah, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, we're heading into bind here, and I have 2 big questions looking at the agent select, one of which, oh wow, so Havoc is actually on Cypher. I wanted to see if Moose was going to play Cypher again, because he has some really unique setups, plays off a ton of kill trips, and that's the kind of thing that can be hard countered with prep. but he's also so creative that I want to see if he's going to be bringing more to the table in that regard. He is going to be on the Cypher again.
There you go.
And just in the case of Furia, they have not played this map in the year 2024, the year we're currently in. So this is their debut on Bind. C9 had no idea what to expect coming from their side.
Yeah, that scares me, though, because this is a team that so far we've been seeing not necessarily the prep work pay off, but just being able to flow with the team and individually play. And I don't think you're going to get that when you haven't played the map so far.
Yeah, well, can Furia bounce back and take down Cloud9? Let's find out and send things back to Doug and Baby Bay for the call.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, map 1 was a stomp. Map 2 was a stomp. And so inevitably, this must mean that map 3 will be a stomp. Sure.
For who?
For who? That's the question. Yeah, I would have to agree, but also map 1 happened, so what do we know? This clearly has just shown us that we know nothing about what we're talking about.
I mean, the script says Furia beat
themselves.
C9.
Themselves?
On a set. So did 100 Thieves. Where else did 100 Thieves beat C9? On Bind.
Oh, you're cooking. Are we gonna have a dead mouse?
My gosh.
Are we rolling it back?
I think it's gonna be a tough one. I think C9 is gonna learn from their loss against 100 Thieves, unlike how they didn't learn on Ascent. I don't know much to say right now. These games have been so insane.
Furia on the attack. An early split here too. You see the little passive concern about the pressure that may be coming showers, and they were wise to it as Cloud9 is sent 3. And now the death ball move stays short. And if they continue, they'll inevitably end up hookah and then more. Or they'll die here short.
The trade should come through from Oxy here, but
well, never mind.
Crossfire.
Yeah, they will die short. That death ball not really finding any value. Furia with so much space. They can just waltz their way into A.
Oh, they're not trying to get cheesed by anything.
The spike goes down.
No little bro on this map. It's a pretty rare sight to see.
Yeah, you're right. You see the cages go up. Havoc trying to keep them back. As Moose is looking for any free when he can find. The double swing, they're so pretty. From up top and down low, Havoc with nowhere to go. And now Moose and Rooney, the only two that remain. A push forward towards Showers. MW taking a step back, trying to find the fight, and once again it goes in favor of Moose.
That's 3 1v1s.
They're getting away with this in a way that they shouldn't, as Moose has gotten 3. Conan, 92 HP. Can he land the shots? The time is short, and it just will not work out. Oh, he's even robbed of the opportunity of getting the kill. That's tragic.
Wait, and Moose lives.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Nope.
A big, big blunder from Moose. I mean, he hit some really nice shots. I get it. You like that ghost, but...
He got his 3, but you can't like it that much.
Give it up, man. And this was just a nice default hold, but
yeah, it was.
It just fell apart on this post plant. I mean, how are we letting this get to a 1v1, Doug?
Yeah, the fact that you mentioned it. There were, what, 3 1s that played out?
Yeah. That's not a good sign for Furia. They played the beginning round really well. Yeah, I mean...
Conan's popping off across the stage.
He's popping off, but man, that was close.
A messy round, but honestly, given how the series has gone, not surprising.
So far, you know, I spoke a lot about conditioning in the last map and how Furia didn't do any of that. This time, I don't know why you're laughing like that, Doug. But this time, they do decide to take B-Long again for a second round, so... Seems like the game plan is here. Just do a little crossfire on short with a cam and shower. And slowly work your way up this B-Long, not get cheesed by any of these close corners.
Yeah, maybe Havoc can take some space up short.
Vanity's been calling really good on these eco rounds.
The stack is here.
If Furia commit to this, it could go sideways. I'm wondering if he sees more than one person on this site, like with the dog, if they cancel. He saw under hookah,
Yep.
He saw 1, 2, and that's the TP that I was talking about.
That's the cue to go. All 3 of them slowly funnel their way through the teleporter.
They need to take this timing before the rotate comes in.
And it's quickly on the way. The shots from Rooney not landing. Havoc finding some space, and they should be able to commit to getting the plant down. Now the question is, how do Cloud9 choose to go about this? Do they try to fight into the chaos and hope things go their way? It seems like they're not really concerned with trying to flood or maybe waiting for Vanity to take some space and maybe catch a timing. But Conan, who's just drawing off the stage, across the stage just a couple moments ago, waiting for it.
The game plan here is just getting as many exits as they can or just die to bomb.
Yeah.
Footsteps should be made. Maybe when those footsteps are made, you'll see Cloud9 do a triple peek from heaven. Try to get a snag on one of these players, but yeah, they just want to die to bomb here.
Yeah, they're not even giving him that.
Vanity should go down here.
Killed.
Yeah, he did.
Right on cue. Smart for C9 to not feed any more ult orbs for Furia. So going into this bonus round, I mean, there's really good guns online for Furia, though. You've got 2 Guardians, you've got 2 Bulldogs, and a Spectre. And light armor from the side of Cloud9. This could be disastrous. We've seen what Furia can do when they win the bonus round. I like their approach so far on this map. They've conditioned the Belong, but nobody's there now. So Zeppa throwing this flash Belong, he'll understand that no one's here, and you might see a TP crunch.
Trying to be fast about it, but they're concerned about what might be on the other side of Hookah. They haven't shown anything there. MW satcheling forward, finding some space, getting past the utility of Moose. Oh, there's nowhere to go there. Yep, that's not safe either. Havoc still landing the shot, steadying the crosshair.
And he's out.
Meanwhile, Oxy's on the flank, trying to be quick with it. Trips will keep him back for now. He does have satchels, but yeah, I mean, the timing might just not work out. He might not find a way through. It seems like they're waiting to see if they're going to take TP and try to end back A. Or B, excuse me. He's gotten past it. Do they know?
No, they don't. It was right out of the audio range of NZR.
They've got to understand that this is a possibility, right? They know. Nas, oh, he looked away at just the wrong time. Oxy gets the kill. The pressure's been applied.
Bomb is still not down.
It's a 3v3, though. You see 2 members of Cloud9 creeping up, trying to play around pipes. They think it's safe to play back site, and I hate to break it to you, it's not.
This is a crazy plant. They're that scared of Oxy.
Oh, they've dealt with the first, but now the plant's not for them. They have to maintain U-Haul control here. They can't afford to let it go. Zeppa on the tap. Rooney not able to land any of the shots. He's left alone. They're both weak. Again, a funny look at either of them, and they die. 7 bullets isn't going to be enough. They're pushing forward. The first one falls. The second not connecting. Havoc playing his cards as best as he can. We'll get his 4. We'll get around. It's too early. Don't say it again. I can see the thoughts on your face, bro.
No, I actually want to talk about how Havoc is playing right now. He brought them back into this round solo off of this kill on Moose and then proceeded to just go crazy. Oh. Yeah, you jinxed him.
I did.
I'm gonna keep it above.
He was, I mean...
But he played this round so well.
Yeah, he really
got
did.
that kill, running out of showers, and then fell all the way back after he got dogged by Zeppa, held an off angle for the re-clear, and took down Vanity as well. He got 4 into that round.
You saw Furious Coach on your screen, very emotive. And for good reason. They somehow find themselves up on Cloud9 with the bonus. And now you're going to see some of these ults potentially hit. Conan's not far from his. And they've got a lot of good money here, too.
And they heard this re-clear utility, so they only have 2 options here. You either speed up A or you double back, and it looks like speed up A is the option they're going to take. And we've seen this Daz in their setup before, this time with a Bucky.
Moose is so good here.
Oh, they're not letting him get anything.
Nothing. Just denying even the possibility. Havoc swinging out, finding value again. But, lo and behold, it's Oxy. 2 kills found with the Sheriff. The spike's still not committed. They have a lot of space and a lot of time to play this out. They can slow this down, but not wanting to. And Oxy tees off. Oh, the ace for Oxy. Give me the react cam. It's got to be good.
Whoa. We got to see that over, surely.
Sometimes it's Rooney, sometimes it's Oxy. The Sheriff for Cloud9 is just too damn good. The second, the third, and I mean, they were all under duress. Oh, there it is.
expensive. I need a gun.
The I by Power Ace coming through. Follow at I by Power on socials. They'll be giving away a PC every single time an ace comes through. Use hashtag unlock your ace. Back into the action we go. As it seemed like it was Furia who were poised to run away with this thing, but the heroics of Oxy once again for Cloud9, keeping things interesting. I mean, that's been the name of the game this entire series.
Dude, another eco thrifty. It's just too obvious that you're going A there. Even if Oxy didn't get an ace, it's just, you're showing one layer. Yeah, you pressure B long and then you leave. But Zeppa is re-clearing this so well that it allows them to stack 4 players on A.
Oh, and we talked about it too. They froze, but they didn't freeze for very long. They didn't cut noise, really. They didn't show any utility anywhere else. There was nothing to suggest they may not be staying. And that allows Oxy to just style on him.
And this rocket should get mad value, but that Sky Flash was really well timed from NZR.
He got that one by accident. Better lucky than good, I guess. Oh, they're just on the other side. He gets 2. Again, better lucky than good. They all fall apart.
You cannot be giving a player like Oxy an ace. It fuels his entire team. You're not only feeding one of the best duelists in the league an ace, but when his team sees this happen and hears the pop-off, I mean, stuff like this happens. All of a sudden, Moose is sitting at the top of the scoreboard.
And I'm pretty sure that was all off of the cue of hearing a reload.
Yep.
That's all it took. I didn't see who it was who did it or how many bullets they had, but you got to give the credit to Moose for pouncing on that.
This is a good timeout from Furia. Off the back of 2 rounds that weren't even close. Oxy holding down that U-Haul. And again, Furia is just missing a big step in keeping somebody B long. It honestly reminds me of the blowout game that we saw NRG have, where it was very much, we're gonna default B long, throw a KO knife, not leave anybody, not insert anybody to stop the re-clear or even show any more type of presence there to keep members of Cloud9 there. And instead just doing the basic reaction that everybody knows. Okay, you're gonna take B long control and then just hit A.
Yeah.
I mean, this is obvious stuff right now. You gotta have more layers when you're playing at a level like this, when you want to get your first win.
Yeah.
And they had those layers on Ascent. That's the thing.
And
it's so weird to me.
There's just been no depth here. You're absolutely right.
And of course now, if you're C9, you're gonna set up your Cypher on the B. You played Cypher on A every single round so far.
A light bite for Fury on the other side of this timeout. They have a Judge and a Stinger. Surrounded by Sheriffs. Oxy perched up like a watchman. Seeing if anyone dare challenge. Roomba not getting any info at all. But suspicions confirmed. They hear the utility. The nade is good. That's going to keep them back a little bit, but they've lost U-Haul control. A solid understanding of that as Vanity swings, tries to get a kill, and does onto Havoc. They're thrown apart. Whoa! Conan's got through the TP, but do they flip the map? They still have all of Moose's utility if they do decide to go B.
It's just a death trap here. Zeppa's just going to jiggle and then delay with this orb coming up.
One spotted, he hears a Stinger, understands there's not much threat behind that fight. And it's getting closer.
This trip is going to get a lot of value.
Yeah.
Unless Furia decide to contact all the way in and explode off of it, but Moose is already positioned here.
And you mentioned it, he hasn't been here this entire half. But they cleared it out, wise to it, they contacted up. Moose still gets his. Utility or not, it's traded. Zeppa's got to get out. Takes a little bit of damage.
But we're using a Brimble
in
a 2v3 with no gun advantage.
Yep. With short time, you're surrounded.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, great, we got the bomb down, Doug, but that's a huge ult to just be giving away like that on a round that's already not in your favor.
That does not feel like an equivalent exchange by any means.
Nice try, man.
And so Cloud9 will tie us up. And I mean, for Furia, it's been, I mean, yeah, they're at 3, but it does not feel like a tie game here. It really feels like Cloud9 have kind of got a jump on this after the first couple of rounds.
This is all off of an Oxy ace. I said it. You cannot be giving this kid an ace like that for free.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was very awkward.
Yeah, it was.
Not only are you allowing C9 back into this game, but you're also putting yourself in a bad spot in terms of ult economy. Had Khalil saved that Brim ult here, I mean, you're going into rounds with almost 5 ults online.
And again, for whatever reason, the game right now plays more snowball-y than it feels like it's ever played before. Ult economy matters more than it feels like it ever has. So to kind of let that one go by is tough. But alas, that's a decision they made. And so that's the bed they have to sleep in. They still have a couple of ults close by. Nasr and MW.
Moose has a really cool cam here on top of this hookah area.
That's really good observing.
I mean, look at this.
It must be Sapphire. There's no way it's Prius.
This is so sick. It's almost like a one-way cam. Surely nobody looks straight up there.
No. And even if you hear the sound, you're just kind of looking around, seeing if you can find it, and then there's a swing out from Oxy. It's set up beautifully. Oh, that'll help. Another one to be found. Oh, but he cannot control the spray.
What a good peek from Rooney. The little bait and then wide swing. Actually owned Havoc's crosshair positioning. And now you just have to play this delay game on A. You can give them plant even if you need to. But there is no dog
30 seconds
online.
left.
Or flashes for C9, so.
Yeah, but they do have numbers.
Oh, Rooney's so quick and decisive on this.
Yeah, he's playing so well. But Nasr.
Oh, they're not ready.
Nope. He hears him drop. A commit to the plant, and now with 10 seconds left, MW from so far away is gonna have to frag his way out if he wants to win this. That was cool. That looked good. But again, Cloud9 with a massive lead. It was 4-2. There was really no way for Furia to settle things. Every single round feels like there's this massive gap between the two teams.
Yeah. There was a nice cheeky little play there for Oxy in that hookah area.
Yeah, off the cam.
Yeah, I think Moose made sure that if there was anybody outside of hookah, they heard him maybe toggle it on and off. And that's why we saw Khalil kind of looking up towards the sky there.
Yeah.
And his gun model actually blocked the peek from Oxy.
Well, that's what we were talking about, right? Oh, if you're hearing it toggle, you're looking for it. Right? You want to get rid of that as best as you can, and Oxy opportunistic with the timing.
Khalil right now is wishing he played on left-hand view model because he could not see that peek. His gun was just in the way.
Yeah.
B long control again for Furia. And they haven't hit off of this ever. So maybe we're going to see the first time they decide to do this on a gun round.
Dude, look at those trips. They know the one that's outside of Octagon has been used before. Oh, but of course, you get a trip on it anyway. MW satchering forward, getting the kill on Zeppa, but the Seekers were invested. So they've gotten some space here, but Moose trying to hold it down, gets 2. Not able to control onto the 3rd, but plenty of damage has been dealt. As MW perched up on top of the boxes. So much info about to come through off of Havoc's ult. Vanity on the rotate. He still has a smoke to play with and his molly. Trying to fight their way out of elbow, and it's a 1-for-1. So close.
I don't know if he meant to drop there.
It was close. Either way, Vanity, position given away. Nasr looking to take the fight. He wants to swing. He wants to take it to him, and he does, but it's ill-advised. Rooney stuck in the 1v1. MW trying to tie us up again, and he will not. The shots from Rooney are too clean.
Nice retake from C9. Stuff got scary. I thought that there was going to be a collat kill there onto Rooney through Oxy.
Yeah, it was close.
And this rocket was actually really, really good. This was a hard read on how Zeppa likes to play this side of the map. Oftentimes when he gives up that octagon control and he's not jump spotting it, he falls back into elbow. So that was a really good play from MW to punish him with that rocket, but the post plant not going the way of Furia.
No, not at all. I also think it's worth mentioning. I mean, the trips caught Conan. They could have easily caught MW. So, fortunately, it goes their way, I guess, but nothing else in the round did. And so Cloud9 starting to balloon this lead. Up to 2 now. Vanity's close to his ult. You're starting to see the snowball begin to amass on the other side.
Oh, and Zeppa's Zeppa's here to kill. If anybody gets in the crosshairs of Rooney, he's gonna pop flash and swing wide as ever.
But instead, they're feeling the pressure coming in from Hookah. The dog cleared out. And do they dare try this?
This is good so far for Furia. They baited out.
Yeah.
One of the brim smokes.
Rooney's not helping anymore. A little bit of damage, but it's a flash and then a step back. This feels like the first time they're passively taking info and taking space elsewhere on the map. Oh, he spotted him. The gun barrel, giving him away. Vanity not able to land the shots, but rotations coming through back A. Cloud9 with showers control. They have backside control too, but off of the camera tag. They try to swing on him, and Oxy once again playing his timing beautifully.
He still has nade for the delay. This bomb is not going to go down, and time is running low. But they have to flip.
They've managed to take a little bit of space. Nazaroo with 3. Vanity again stopping it. Is all going to be on time. Not enough to keep the spike back, but it is enough to get the kill. And now twos up for grabs. Khalil with 1 smoke, no molly or anything like that. They invest the pit. And it's all just a matter of time now.
They're so patient.
MW creeping forward, concealed by the ult. The spam coming through, not connecting, and look again at MW's positioning. He's wrapped all the way around. It's just a 1-for-1, and the pit is still up. Rooney's got to get it to half here and then maybe take the fight. Oh, he tried sticking it all the way, and Khalil was there to punish.
This time, Furia winning the post plant, the 2v2, which it looked like in general in this map, C9 has gotten the upper hand in.
Yeah. 1000%. I mean, just barely.
NZR went absolutely massive here, holding the spawn area. Had he not gone for those kills, this bomb would have never gotten down. The delay game would have been impeccable for C9.
Quickly into the action we go. Oxy's getting his orb, now with the ult online. Cloud9 have gotten what they were looking for. Now they can reset things as best as they can. They were initially playing so soft on A, but now Rooney rotating over. Vanity and U-Haul with the judge.
This time, C9 opting not to re-clear all of B-Long right away. It's an awkward fight coming here for Rooney.
And from Rooney, I'm frustrated. Where'd those bullets go? Looked like they were right on target. But no time to think about that. It's not a Cloud9 series without Vanity getting a judge kill. How much more can they get, though? Rooney's so weak. Healed up a little bit here. No armor to speak of. And Oxy choosing to go off of the flash. The rocket forward, Havoc dead. MW looking to do a bit of the same on the other side as he's got high ground, but no, instantly dropped by Moose. What a shot. And Khalil is so far away from this. They're going to triple face him. Oh, that was a little dangerous for a moment, but he's going to get the defuse, and the kill comes through.
This post plant is where it all falls apart for Furia. They have too many isolated players. They're not positioning good enough. I mean, Havoc in that scenario, he just got caught lacking around that triple box. And there's just no need to do that. You have the bomb down. You know that the enemy team has rocket for the retake. Oh.
Huh.
The lineup misses on accident.
Nicely done.
Still so hard to win if you're Khalil in that position. But yeah, on this post plant, they need to make more crossfires. They need to be able to trade off of each other if you're Furia. They're just giving too many isolated 1v1s. Moose now just sitting on top site. He has to fall back after Khalil jumps across and spots him. But they're going to commit on this.
They may, but I mean, if Havoc gets some space showers, maybe they can flip the map. But MW, you're right, going forward with the Seekers, trying to get the kill. And Zeppa, up close and personal, takes care of them. The trips finding value. Pesky things that they are. They flip the map. They've lost their duelist. Oh, they've lost one of their controllers too. Havoc creeping forward.
And look at the spacing out of Rooney and Vanity right now.
Havoc just getting up to heaven. Off of this, you imagine they're going to want to swing it together, right? Khalil, they're on the first. That's enough to cause problems. But the timing's not great.
Last player
It's
standing.
another ult that was invested. And now left in a 1v5. Havoc's gotten good night. But again, the defuse is going to come through.
Only has one bullet, too.
The clips have been good, but the round's going the way of Cloud9.
And
Last round.
I mean,
before the
everyone
switch.
hears me do a deep sigh here. We're on a scrappy buy, and again, we invested another Brimall. We invested the Skyle. We do not have the advantage in these rounds. And MW is just on an island right there. Yeah, he beats the trip,
Enemy remaining.
but he doesn't win the 1v1, and I mean, you leave Havoc in a 1v5. I mean, they've lost the plot.
Yeah.
They need this round. They need this round if they want to win this map.
And so they decide they both want to try to fight for Showers. And Cloud9 win that duel out. Not just the one Showers, but the one U-Haul too.
That's the Viper's Pit from Conan. Vanity has a Brimall.
Yeah, he just got it off of the Showers scrap. Oxy's been so good from this position. MW has to satchel out. They've got to be careful. They've gotten some space here, but again, Vanity and Oxy are set up so well. This cross they have, they don't like what they're seeing, and they're going to push their way into what? All of the Cypher util, where Moose is waiting on the other side. The spam's going to connect, and of course, it's a shorty with 3.
Down B. Where is everyone hiding?
No way for them to get in.
I mean, the only real way to trade in that scenario
Switching
is just
sides.
spray and pray.
Yeah.
Hope that you get him, but Moose is having a heck of a game right now.
14-5.
I mean, they're able to have him be on an island here towards that B side of the map because, I mean, when he's played here, the trips are usually never broken, especially the one in Hookah.
Yeah. This was just so well handled by Moose. And honestly, it's a good job the entire way because they deny all of the space A. They funnel them into B, right into the teeth of the defense. It's just so impressive. An 8-4 half in favor of Cloud9. Both Cyphers top fragging on either side. That's how you know this map has been a wild one. Let's hear from the IGL Vanity and get his thoughts on Oxy's rookie year. And guys, it's been a good one.
I think the biggest thing with Oxy is he just needs time. It's kind of similar to how I feel like a lot of people viewed Zekken last year, where you could tell this kid has like superstar potential, but it's going to take like a little bit to get there. I think he's improving at an incredible rate, especially in the 6-7 months I've been playing with him. He's absorbed so much information. He's grown so much as a player and like a human, and it's really awesome to watch.
He does seem to get better every single week. The Scrim Oxy continues to come out, and you know, like Vanity mentioned, it does feel like he's absorbing a lot. He's learning a lot on the fly, and you see why people were excited about this kid.
Yeah, and he does have a tendency sometimes to overheat, and when he has those moments and it doesn't go C9's way, that's when you see them tend to lose series. But I can tell he's already getting better and finding the times when he's supposed to overheat, when he's supposed to relax.
Yeah. I mean, the way that the last half just played out at the end is insane. They were, won 8 rounds of the last 9 in favor of Cloud9. Like, Furia won the pistol, they won the eco, and then they bonus, and we thought, oh, snowball, potentially. No. I mean, they just get rolled by Cloud9, and again, I know it feels like 8-4 half, it's competitive, it's close, but this really doesn't feel like an 8-4 half, given what we saw there.
I feel like Furia could have easily had the upper hand in this half, maybe even a 7-5, but they wasted so many of their ults. They allowed Oxy to get into the game and enable his entire team after he got that ace. I mean, all momentum was showing that Furia was going to have a stellar half. They went up 4-0, they won the bonus, and then they're getting eco'd. And the way that they got eco'd as well was just unreal.
The ace happened, and it really feels like Cloud9 haven't looked back.
If you give Oxy the time of day, he will punish your team like that. I mean, that was just an Oxy ace.
And again, as I mentioned before the break, it's not really primarily been him. Hold on, there's a fight, a short again. The spam coming through, Oxy gets his kill, but can Cloud9 emerge on the other side of this victorious? Whoa! It's gotten so messy.
Oh my goodness.
Again, that's been the name of the game this entire series. What felt like a Hail Mary attempt to snatch this thing back to lean into the chaos and hope that as the dust settles, they're the ones who are standing on top have gone sideways once more. Cloud9 managing it beautifully. In the face of heroic efforts from Nas, where he got, what, 2 that round, maybe even 3 with the Ghost?
Conan had no ammo. He just had to...
Oh, he did it again.
Run him down. Ooh.
That's the second time we've seen that headbutt play out. Havoc's gotten it to half. But Moose and Rooney save the day. Cloud9 get to 9, and this could potentially be over.
It's impossible. 1v3, there's too many angles to look at. Even with half on the bomb. Oh, what a great dog. From Zeb. I didn't realize it got 2 players. And, I mean, when you got no ammo in your gun, I guess
you gotta go. You have one choice.
You gotta do something.
So it's now 4 rounds in a row for Cloud9, going back into the last half. 9 of the last 10. And Furia desperately needing a miracle here. Of some kind. Of any kind, really.
That is the info that Furia is playing for that hookah area, and that's why you see Cloud9 just contacting up Belong. Free orb control. They can leave Oxy here if they need.
Interesting that they choose.
Oh, that's a free kill.
Oh, yeah.
That's beautiful utility.
Yep. Also interesting here, too, how Cloud9 are choosing to prioritize the benefits they could have. What? Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard to hit shots like that.
Oh, absolutely.
Satcheling all over the place.
With a bulldog staring you down. Cloud9 trampling forward, looking to put the finishing touches on this. The shorty's going to get a couple of kills, but that's all it'll be. Cloud9 get to 10. They're starting to stack all of the ult orbs they can into Vanity's hands, no less. Who's now halfway to having his orbital strike online.
Imi did tell me before this series started, before they even played Ascent, which was, I mean, a distant memory now.
That feels like
forever. But he told me, we're gonna run these guys down. And now we're finally seeing it. Map 3, full confidence in effect. I mean, they just ran into spawn like that. A little bit reckless, but they're trying to make a statement.
They walked on Ascent so they could run on Bind. It's been crazy.
Nice. Oh! A little bit of a missed cam there. I mean, it doesn't matter too much. He'll pick it right back up. It'll come back in, what, 10 seconds?
They have to give some of the space up, though. And so you see Furia taking a little bit of a step back.
Yeah, they've gotten punished with any aggressive plays they've done so far, so I don't blame them for trying to play a passive hold, but the scaling right now from Oxy on these hits are too strong.
It's so clean. I mean, they use the dog to find where the trip is, and then they send Oxy to dance around it, but they're still trying to fight for the site. Havoc is still here. They've gotten the spike down, but do they know? Havoc dancing around, Khalil and MW providing distraction, and Havoc can win this thing on his own. 23 HP. Moose waiting, the crosshair trained. As you see Havoc trying to reposition. Yeah, he played his life as well as he can, but now he has so much to do. Still has to get the defuse, and I don't know how Havoc wins this out. This feels impossible, but the shots will land.
Havoc's aim in this map has been crazy. Bomb's not defused yet. Oh! The BM.
My ultimate is ready.
I mean, technically he's not shooting the body. That wasn't the body. Oh!
He's doing it now.
I really do be jinxing everything.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's the first round they've won after losing 5 in a row. Going back to the last half, losing 5 before that.
There was a strong chance they could have lost this round too.
Yep.
I mean, we spoke about how good the scaling has been from C9.
Damn, that guy's a wizard.
Yeah, how did he live that last span of 63?
I mean, it felt like he was doing magic tricks, like he was Houdiniing his way through. He was on site the entire time. They had no idea.
He really was. He finessed that smoke so well. That's a crazy 1v1 to win.
Yeah.
The fashion that he did it when he's 1 HP.
And Moose was holding the angle. I mean, he was there. Cloud9 once again creeping up Belong, potentially into the teeth of 4 members of Furia here.
Oh, really good damage done on the Vanity, but he will get healed up to full.
Narrowly missing the kill there.
Yeah, C9 don't want any of that smoke. And that's why you see the rotate coming out from Furia. And Zeppa's job here is just to keep as many players as he can towards this B site.
Toxin screen down.
These trips are crazy. Oxy's gonna get caught. Yep. Oh, there's no fire in the hole. Not that time. Havoc playing that beautifully.
He wants to win so bad.
I'm starting to believe the message shots that were sent in the previous round. He's trying to keep back sight. He's using the ult. Gonna find so much info. There aren't really many places for Cloud9 to go here. In a 2v4, if they decide to push forward, maybe they can get these kills, but they're still outnumbered. It's not gonna go their way. Vanity will fall as well. Furia get to 6.
Just like that, we have a game on our hands, Doug.
I don't know that I'm willing to go that far yet, but they're certainly making a run at it.
That's the Raze ult out too.
Yeah.
That's a W round for Furia.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Any
two
round
steps ahead right now.
Any round felt like a W round for Furia there.
Yeah.
Given how things had gone, and that will inevitably draw a timeout out from Mini, or excuse me, from Mimi. His letters are so similar.
Mini's back.
But yeah, I mean, a round that Furia desperately needed to win, and for it to go in that fashion, I think certainly helps. But I think the one thing that's worth mentioning is, yeah, Oxy invested the ult there, but it's so early in the half, and they still have a 4-round buffer, and they're still 3 rounds away from winning the series, that it doesn't feel like a super expensive investment.
Yeah, and Vanity's gonna do the tried and true, buy Oxy a gun. These are the scariest rounds, especially for Furia, who's gotten thrifty so many times in this series. Oxy and Moose with weapons to their name. A stinger for Moose. Where does Oxy decide to go to get these entries? He's gonna peek into the A site from short, maybe after a little bit of a default. Zeppa's job here is to get hit by the Sky Flash. Let Furia know that somebody is sitting outside of B.
I mean, they could choose to crunch showers really hard if they wanted to here. Furia, depending on what they see.
Yeah, with a Brim ult as well.
But are they dynamic enough in these calls to make something like that happen? They've gotten B long, so that's step 1.
Yeah.
And then they're once again being funneled into all of this Cypher util. Not gonna get caught by that trip this time. Flash into U-Haul, nobody will be found. But they've got to hear this at this point. The dog clearing out, making sure there's no one there, so they can fully commit to the showers push.
Oh, that nade is right on target.
Havoc is so weak too.
And now Oxy's in spawn.
He's gonna continue to push forward, the orbital strike to keep them back.
Oh, they have so much space right now. Oh, that's a really good Brim ult.
He's got the spike down though. And they're gonna tie things up as far as numbers go, but I think Cloud9 have so much control on this site right now. It's gonna take heroics from Furia to snatch it back. And the first could go their way, but no. Oxy getting the kill, a second nade online. He spots Nosworth, peeks back in, 3 on the round. Khalil with so much to do, and it will not be found. Oxy gets 4, Cloud9 get to 11.
And the timing on that A hit was perfect. Furia stayed B long for a little bit too long. That causes the second timeout. Right away, back-to-back rounds. Oxy got so much value this entire round with his nade.
Yeah.
Not only did he get the kill onto Havoc, but he forced NZR to have to go wide. He either has to stay in spawn and give Oxy that angle the entire time in heaven, or he has to just run through it. And this time Oxy just punishing him, taking things into his own hands, pushing spawn there. We've seen him do that before as well.
Well, I think we've got to mention too, the second half that Oxy has had is insane. Yeah. He's currently sitting at what, 20 and 13, and I believe at halftime he was at like maybe 10 kills, 11 maybe. So for him to have nearly doubled his output here in the second half is insane.
Once he gets going, it's just,
there's no stopping it.
It's so hard to stop him. You have to play in spots where you're double swinging him and hope you get the trade. 100 Thieves did a really good job doing that against him, and that's why he got shut down so hard. But if you're not peeking Oxy together, he's almost always good for 1.
Yeah. And then honestly, sometimes you double face him and he still gets 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20 and 13 right now. Such a ridiculous performance. Cloud9 just a couple of rounds away from putting Furia down.
It's a must-win round for Furia. They do have the rocket online, and they're going to be doing a short walk. They got punished on the pistol round doing this.
Do they try to go fast here? Surely not,
I think
right?
MW is going to get in the corner here, and it's going to be a rocket satchel off of the cam. But Oxy might be able to blast pack through this.
I've got
They
your
know
trail.
something's up. It feels a little weird. There's the jump spot. He tries to get up top. Oxy joins him and falls. An attempt at trying to get away is just futility. And now Havoc trying to play on the site with Khalil close by, trying to lock things down, and there he goes, finding success, but Vanity on the trade. They've been torn apart. You've lost showers, you don't have short. Cloud9 have been able to carefully but effectively push their way forward, but alas, Furious rotations arrive at just the right time. Can Vanity win this thing out a 1v3? Finding a timing on the dog, or at least attempting to. But now vulnerable, tagged up, repositioning, and he's gonna get away, but Furia already rotating over. No utility to his name either. An attempt to maybe get the spike down. No, not even that. He wants to take these fights.
30 seconds left.
There is a world.
This would be a back-breaking round. If it goes the way of Vanity, if it goes the way of Cloud9. The most demoralizing thing you could think of.
Shot.
But it does not happen. Furia gets a 7.
Havoc again. A thorn in the side of Cloud9. He wants to win so bad, but the problem is when he's getting these kills, he's overheating.
Your trail.
Oxy did his best. I mean, that's just a hard spot to be in. Even if he gets out of that, Havoc's gonna just swing him right back and get the trade. I mean, 5 HP. There was a world.
Probably closer than it should have been. The gap now down to 4 rounds between these two squads. And a different setup from Havoc. The Trips heavy B this time. He's got the cam. And there's a lot of presence here too. They're playing so heavy on their Cypher site.
I think Moose heard all 3. And again, the call on the other side of the map, Zeppa's job at A is to just be a fake. Try to keep players there.
They have to commit to be here. They don't have any showers control.
It's such a big gap though for Furia. They're not aware of short either, and that's why you see MW sitting in CT spawn.
And they
now
still
he's
have,
able to foot out.
I mean, they still have a couple of trips. They still have the trip outside hookah. But if Havoc dies, it's all for naught. And there he goes. He falls. MW's there on the trade, but they have so much more room to breathe now. The timing on this has to be fast. If Conan wants to show up to apply some value, to apply some pressure, it's got to be quick, or Nosler just wins it on his own. 3 for the leaders. Furia gets 8.
Conan is a maniac right now. He just ran through like 4 set pieces of utility. Still made his way under hookah. He's playing like a madman. And he's getting punished for it. But it's just funny to watch. Those are really nice shots from NZR. The little side steps that he does. Makes it so the crosshair of the C9 players are constantly having to be moved. And another 3B long setup, this time looking to punish.
Eyes turn towards Cloud9, and of course it's Oxy with ult online.
That's crazy. If they stay in Octagon for too long, they might get wrapped with this rocket. And I think they're aware of that, and that's why they're backing up. That flash from NZR B-Long should allow MW and himself to lean. That's why you see MW already here. And he's gonna go heaven. Maybe get some tag damage onto somebody, but his timing might be terrible here.
And again, Cloud9 not really invested in trying to fight for showers. And they've got somebody watching it. They've got Moose watching it. But not really concerned in taking the space. Conan continuing to try to sidestep. That would have been huge if Moose had pulled that off, but Khalil there to keep them back. What?
He won that?
He shouldn't get away with it. And now Oxy with his ult, dropping Khalil 3 up for the rest of the half, for the rest of the round. Rooney on the spam, Seekers invested. Niles, we're continuing to fire. Oxy's gonna have to do it on his own. The nade as he tries to satchel and turn apart! It's Oxy again! The Red Bull clutch for Cloud9!
He's unstoppable right now.
I mean, I said eyes turn towards Oxy, but I thought it'd be with his ult that he'd find most of the value. I didn't think it'd be like that.
That's heartbreaking for Furia. They played everything so well up to that point. This satchel knocking it in.
Hey, let's go.
He doesn't even talk this time, but you know what he's saying.
Oh, yeah.
I'm the best.
Yep. And when he makes plays like that, it's hard to argue.
Here we go. A set play with Brimalt.
Fury on their last leg.
Oh, Oxy's gonna satchel in while this Brimalt comes, if need be.
The dog clearing out showers. Now the space is found, and there it is.
So dead here.
Khalil had nowhere to go. He had to go forward and right into the attack from Cloud9.
It's too good for Cloud9.
MW has ult, and that could counter this pit. If he finds the right target, Nazor with no dog, it's just gonna be a flash. Still two satchels, and there they go, pushing forward, looking to find a target. It's not the one he's looking for, but it's still a target found. Pit still in play. And they're playing so far back. Rooney still has a molly too.
Yeah. Oxy
Zeppa
walks into the pit.
Zeppa watching the flank.
Time is ticking.
Fury are trying to brute force their way into this, and they might have done it, but no, Rooney keeps him back. Conan and Zeppa 1v1. You said he's been a menace, you said he's been good, but Zeppa's played this beautifully.
He's too good in these positions.
Leaning into the time. That's all it takes. Cloud9 take down Furia 2-1.
That is Furia's last hope, I believe, of trying to make a miracle playoff run. And Cloud9, the mental resilience to bounce back after a disastrous first map and bring it back. Answer with a 13-3 on Lotus, and then to close things out on Vine, which was a tough fight.
It was at the end.
Oxy had a lot of big rounds that bailed C9 out.
Again, I think he had 10 kills at halftime. Finished with 27.
And 7 first bloods on top of that.
He had an outrageous second half, and yeah, that very well could have been the difference maker.
Still things to work on if you're Cloud9, but a big win for them. And they play MIBR next. The chance to have a really good score going into this playoff.
Oh, absolutely.
But 5-1.
That's not bad.
That's insane.
That's not bad.
We got to talk about the teams they've taken down.
Yeah,
Lev, Loud. Yeah, they lost to 100 Thieves in a devastating fashion. We almost thought it was going to happen here today. On the opposite side for Furia, there are a lot of things that I saw on that Vine map that I look forward to, but they just lost it on their attack side.
Yeah.
That is truly what it came down to. Yeah, Oxy had Oxy plays. That's going to happen in a series, but it's the rounds where you're just wasting ults that come back to bite you in the butt.
It felt like it was just too little too late, man. Once they finally started to string some rounds together, they were already down in a tremendous fashion. Like, the hole they dug themselves was so deep. There was no way for them to really pull themselves out of it. And then you add Oxy being Oxy into the mix, and it's just way too much for them to overcome.
Yeah, you can't afford to let this kid get any type of momentum going. Because if you do, he's just an absolute menace on the server.
And he had plenty of it. It felt like Vanity was calling really well again. The Ascent map, that doesn't feel like that happened today. Man, that doesn't feel like that was in the series that we just watched.
That was insane. I don't even know how that happened. Furia had probably one of the greatest Ascent attack halves of all time. I mean,
it very well may have been, yeah.
Probably the best of all time.
Yeah. 12-0, that'll do it. We're going to throw it down to Riv, who's standing by on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, gentlemen. I am joined by Vanity of Cloud9 after their victory over Furia. And we start back at map 1. Back at map 1, this is the calibration game, the warm-up game. At Cloud9 just cannot seem to find their footing there. Vanity, what's going on? What are the talks? What was the focus for the first game?
Honestly, I have no clue. It's a handicap, I guess.
Okay.
I know we have a chance to win if we give them a map, so make it entertaining, but I don't know. We just suck at first map, like, the entire time I think we've been a team. Like, we've been really poor on first maps, and we definitely need to fix it, but we've tried a lot of things and nothing's worked so far, so.
Is it coming in too loose and feeling like the looseness will help, or just being able to find your footing halfway through that first map?
Honestly, I have...
Okay.
No idea. We've tried a lot of different things. We tried a warm-up scrim, we tried no warm-up scrim. Yeah, I have no clue, to be honest.
Well, there is one thing that brings back the vibes to the team, and that's Oxy. I gotta ask, how much does he juice the team up when you guys are looking for gas?
A lot. Kid's incredible. I love playing with him.
Talk to me about what you feel like as a veteran, seeing this young kid come in. And everybody on the team saying, we're in Oxy's backpack. It doesn't affect him. He wants more. He just keeps going. What is the ceiling for this kid, and how impressed are you by him?
I mean, he averages 30 kills in scrims. Like, it's not an exaggeration. 30 kills is probably his average, so I guess this guy, he's incredible. He's a great teammate. He's an incredible learner. I'm very proud of him.
Awesome. One more MIBR next. How you guys feeling about it? And just focus on first map to go in there?
Hopefully we can shoot back on the first map. Maybe don't need to win it, but let's be a little more competitive. But I mean, they looked really good in Kickoff. They haven't looked as great in the regular season, but they're definitely a capable team, and I'm sure it'll be a good match.
All right, C9 still in the running for playoffs. Vanity, thank you so much for the interview and your time. Let's throw it back to the desk right now to get into the next game.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
into the ring.
I mean, I'm ready to play against my boy Max. Like, you know, yeah, like a long year. Me, Ethan as well.
To be able to take down these two last giants.
I think it's gonna be sick. I think it's gonna be all fun. Once the stage hits, like we're shooting back. That's all that matters.
Cutting up these appropriate angles. Paranoia on top of it. Now being offloaded and let rip. But it's a rocket for a rocket and a kill for a kill. Drawing blood. Jorgamo! How are you doing that? Ripping away the hopes and dreams.
It's nice to see Ethan on the stage again against him too, because the last iteration of NRG is when I played him, and that was like the first year of pro VALORANT for me.
Ethan is incredible. Max, they've had a brilliant start so far.
Big pressure on this side now. Hunter's Fury going to start ringing out. But Ethan's there, right in the backside for 3. And it might be circling the drain here, folks.
Never look back. Never think about what happened before. As long as the team knows that, I think that's the most confident thing we can do.
We're gonna put a lot of effort into this next match. It's gonna be awesome. I'm excited.
Welcome back to week 4 of VCT Americas and our second match on this Sunday. Stepping into the ring, it's NRG versus Evil Geniuses. That's right, everybody, and joining you right now is me, Geek Heavy, along with Balla and Wyatt. How are we doing in this ring that we just stepped into?
I'm just dying because the ring on the floor over there.
Aw, what happened?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
He stepped into the ring and got knocked out. Got KO'd.
Poor Furia.
I'm super hyped for this next game. I mean,
Yep.
it matters so much. All the implications are crazy based on who wins in this next one, and it's a gigabanger. I mean, the former teammate storyline that we heard a lot about in that little video we saw just then is so interesting to me.
And also, given we just saw EG beat Sentinels, and they're on the crescendo, they're on the way up. I'm excited to see if they can upset NRG.
Yeah, that's right. And this one is actually a bit of a twist because it is indeed a reunion. It's an Evil Geniuses reunion. I don't know if we should like blow confetti or like break out the sausages. I don't know what happens at reunions. I've never had one. Anyways. Well, except for this one, back at kickoffs, yes.
Anyway, back to the proper.
Yes. Now, this is the first time we'll see champions Ethan and Demon 1 face off against Giacomo and Coach Potter.
It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, Potter's been excited for it. She's been talking about going at Max, Demon 1. I haven't heard much about what Demon 1's thinking about it, but definitely I think those two on EG right now, and everybody on EG, honestly, are probably pretty excited for this opportunity, right? This is them stepping back into it, an opportunity to qualify for playoffs, an opportunity to ruin NRG's hopes at the same time, which I think is pretty exciting for them.
For EG, it is just straight up win, you're through, lose, you're out, no?
Yeah,
I mean, that
like
is essentially the situation. Yeah, so this is do or die for EG right now. And again, after watching last week how impressive they were, I got a lot of confidence in this team.
Yeah, well, let's see what Ethan has to say about all of this. Riv is standing by with him right now.
I caught Ethan in the practice room. I had a few questions for him. I just want to get your thoughts on playing against your old teammates here in a battle for playoffs.
Yeah, it's just, we're taking it one by one, and like you said, it's a battle for playoffs. So, every game is just another game for us right now.
Back to you.
Woo, okay.
He doesn't even care.
Short but sweet, yeah,
He's like, oh, former teammates, never heard of him.
I mean, again, like, I guess he's never had a reunion just like me. Yeah.
He's had plenty of reunions. That guy's been on NRG like 3 times. Been on EG like 3 times, too. Yeah.
Well, on paper, this definitely is NRG's match to lose, but you can't ever count out Evil Geniuses. Now, we just saw Potter call her shot and take down Sentinels.
Yeah.
And so it is relatively possible that, something similar might happen here.
I mean, we're saying it's theirs to lose, but honestly, this season, I'm not blown away by NRG. Their wins that they've gotten, they beat the fatigued Loud Week 1 that had just returned. The other 2 Brazilian teams trounced by Lev. And when you're looking at this, the quality of play that EG brought to the table against Sen last week, obviously the confidence for Potter coming into that was like, I mean, we'll see. And then they just beat them. I really think that, the idea of NRG being, the massive favorites here, I'm not feeling it. I think they have a lot to prove.
Yeah. I think, especially when I think about EG, this is a team I think that is building up their confidence to the roof, right? They're so confident now that they've gotten a couple of reps under the belt and had some success as well, some big wins. That's something I think that is invaluable, especially for a team coached by Potter, right? She's able to instill so much confidence. So more to the fact that like you're going to play way above your level. And when you have a big challenge like this, I think when you are firing on all cylinders, that gets very exciting for a team like EG. That prospect is just too good for them, too tantalizing.
Yeah, and the last remaining champion that from 2023, I forgot what year we were in just for a second, is Jogamo. So let's talk about Jogamo. He had a bit of a tough start to stage 1, but he woke up against Sentinels. Like the jog was barking.
Honestly, I think people were being a little too hard on him with his performance early on in this stage. He was great in kickoff. I think that his performance was a symptom of wider team struggles, and he was still getting some great entry kills. He was having his moments, but it just wasn't the level we're used to where he was so dominant with VCT Champions.
I would agree with that, right? Like, I think that his early struggles are probably because he was dealing with a whole new team, trying to get, do a lot to get that team involved. But the fact of the matter is he's the star player, right? He is that guy for the team. And if he's not doing what he did against Sentinels, then they're going to lose. And it's just as simple as that, because they don't have as many shooters as they did last year. It's just that simple.
You say that, but
they don't.
I mean,
yes, they don't.
Okay.
They do not have as many shooters as they did last year.
Yeah, obviously, when you look, but that's not to say that the players they do have, when they were playing at the level that they were last week, like Apoth, Nature, they can clearly step up. We've seen a high level of individual play, but yeah, you can't just throw them into the category.
I'm just
obviously
saying,
what they had last
year. If Jogamo
year.
had been playing like a star that he was last year, then EG would have been having a chance in all of their games, but he wasn't, and that's why they're down. Pretty bad. Despite the fact that they still have it in their control, it's just because the rest of the teams in their group are bad too. They haven't won many games.
That is, it is a fact. You're not lying, But like you said, he is definitely the superstar of the team. But you know what? How about we talk about one of the supermen of the team? Standing by with Superman right now, we got Riv.
I'm in the practice room here with Supermen, up in my evil and my genius a little bit. I had a question. The Sen win last week was huge. What did the team have that you guys weren't clicking with before, and how can you use it today?
Honestly, we had a very slow start and put ourselves in a do-or-die situation. So pretty much going into the last week, I feel like that gave us an edge. We all play better when our backs are against the wall. So hopefully, that will keep us hungry for the win today.
All right. Good luck in the matches.
Now, there honestly isn't any way around this. Evil Geniuses, they need to win if they want a shot at qualifying for playoffs. And if you can't get 2 wins, well, you're out. That's just it. That's just the fact of the matter. So do we think that they can actually beat NRG?
Remaining 2 games, I think they've got a chance. The NRG right here, this is it. I think they definitely have a chance. I think Wyatt is spot on when he says I don't think NRG is as heavy of the favorite as I think a lot of people are saying. I would still probably predict NRG on a regular type of basis.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I definitely think they have a big shot here.
Are they the favorites if you're going on a percentage-based favorite thing?
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But I think EG have a way larger shot than people would assume if you're just looking at the teams on paper and their record up until this point. I think NRG have a lot to prove, especially with their map pool. Right now, it's the Breeze has been insane, but the rest of the maps that they played so far in this stage, just
a little lackluster.
Yeah, lackluster compared to that Breeze. So, listen, that's one aspect of the game. I think they're going to have to flesh things out, and they could get caught off by just a good pick ban from EG.
Absolutely. And yeah, like we were just discussing, on the opposite side of things, NRG, they really need to win to stay alive in their very competitive alpha group. Everyone is they're working on all cylinders there.
Yeah, EG and then 100 Thieves, this is a dangerous stretch. Yeah. Very dangerous. And I think, Wyatt, you were talking about a lot of the teams that they've beaten so far. All the Brazilian teams up to this point. And they've stumbled, right, against Leviathan. They got just completely demolished. That's, I think, where the fear is coming from right now. But it's just the 2 NA teams left. And I think it's dangerous with those 2 teams picking up some huge momentum down there.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's when they're playing against these teams. EG off the back of a huge win. 100 Thieves, they started losing to Sen. and then they finally like broke through that glass ceiling of getting a win, and now they look white hot. Like, this is very dangerous for them. They could go 3-3 if things go awry, if they don't have a better map pool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, things are just really heating up. I think we're just getting started here. Like, I'm not necessarily sure who's gonna win this one, but I want some predictions from the table right now.
Okay.
Balla. This was tough, right? This isn't easy.
I'm gonna say, I think EG's got this.
I'm going with EG too. Are NRG the favorite? Yes. But I'm going to go with EG.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Easy clap. Look, I really think NRG, in a lot of senses, they have a couple things that they need to work on, right? I think a little bit of the mid-rounding. You talked about the map pool, but I also think a number of them need to step up individually, right? I think Victor has had moments, but that guy has always had a streak of inconsistency, right? Demon 1, somewhat of a slump. Right? Those are the things I'm kind of banking on coming into this one. I think those factors add up a lot when EG is white hot and potentially fired up to take down this team right now.
Yeah. Balla. I don't know. I'm just kind of, I'm confused right now because I don't know. I'm going to go for NRG. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just going to do it, Balla. Wyatt, that's fine. I'm going for NRG. I have to. Someone has to. I got to be the person that's going to be on the opposite side of the fence. But you know what? We're going to toss things over to the stage because I think it's time to get things started.
Riot Games Arena, let's kick off this NA showdown and welcome our first team. Make some noise for NRG! And let's bring out their opponent. Give it up for Evil Geniuses!
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep the energy going for NRG. I'm sorry, I gotta stick with my guys.
Listen, it's the reasonable pick. It is the reasonable pick.
Is it the safe pick though?
Yes,
okay.
It's definitely the safe pick, without a doubt, on paper. But it's just for me the way that this stage has played out of the past couple weeks. It's the NRG just being lost against Lev.
I just love watching the pre-game huddles from EG on this side. Like, they're walking out, you know, Potter comes out, and then all of a sudden, all the hesitation, the frowns, the nervousness just melts away. Everybody starts laughing, having a good time.
Dissipates, and
Everybody's got a little special handshake out there. I will tell you, he looks hungry. He looks hungry. That dog looks hungry. And he's on the other side of the stage against his former teammates, Ethan and Demon 1. I think this guy is going to fry today.
Now, looking at the map pool, EG, they're going to take out Breeze. That's been NRG's clear best map. So they're going to pick into Ascent, which we actually haven't seen them play so far in this stage. Last we saw them on it, it was against Sen in the qualifying game back for Madrid, where they kind of washed Sen, and Ethan went crazy in that game. I think he dropped 27 on the KO to bring him over the finish line. So this could be the second kind of home map for NRG. We just haven't actually seen them have to play at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, historically, this team has been so good, right? Even back to the old iterations of with Marv on the Optic roster, even back last year. It's a home ground for NRG, and yeah, it's been weird seeing them not really rely on it this season. And here they are in a very critical match, relying on it right here in the first one. This is going to be super interesting to see how it plays out.
Absolutely, and I think it'll be very cool to see what's going to happen here with a lot of the mid-round calling, because against Lev, that was a struggle point for NRG. Going up against Nature, one of the new IGLs here in VCT this year with EG, was someone that a lot of teams had their eyes on, had a few different options. People were interested in him. And
that matchup is interesting. Ethan versus Nature.
Yeah.
Like, that is very interesting. I think two inexperienced IGLs. Ethan, obviously, a wealth of experience to pull from, but in terms of actually IGLing, that's something that I think Nature is maybe evenly matched so far in this
Certainly could be. And on Ascent here with both teams, presumably, as they did previously, just playing the default Ascent comp. So it's going to be a significant battle between those guys, how they can play out the mid-rounds. The calling is going to be huge.
This map is going to be so incredibly proactive from both sides. You're going to see re-clears constantly on either side. It's going to be super interesting to see who's going to be faster to react to situations that arise on this map.
Well, you know what? Let's see how the reunion goes. We're going to get right into it with this one and send things over to your casters. Say hello to Bryn and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, great setup here for this match. I mean, expectations a bit topsy-turvy, I think. You can tell that from the Death's predictions. You know, they're saying they don't necessarily think EG will be the favorites, but they're prepping them to win it. And, you know, I can see the arguments here, to be honest. They're a team that have said that they play better when their backs are up against the wall. It's their last chance to really make playoffs as well, really. The percentages are in the double digits for EG. They know they have to beat NRG, and it's an NRG that have quite a bit to prove.
They do. It's not looked amazing for them recently. They clocked in and got their 3 wins against the Brazilian teams. And then it was struggles. The most recent game as well, Chet wasn't particularly happy even with the win that they ended up getting. And there are things on the line here. NRG need a 2-0 to clinch. An NRG win with any score would put 100 Thieves and crew through to playoffs and would eliminate Sen and EG. So from NRG's perspective, tons to play for and a must-win game for Evil Geniuses.
We'll see how this one begins. With Crash, he's going to send drone forward, setting up Demon 1 into that nice forward approach. This is comfortable ground for him, really. Loves to be put into these forward positions where he can really take advantage.
Yeah, one of the ways in which EG themselves used Demon 1 on the attack side of this map was inserting him deep into spots like this, over towards Market, and then running a B exec where he dashed over to switch. Oh, and Sean, he's read it and shut down his counterpart.
As soon as the alarm bot was broken, still looks like NRG don't want to slow down this hit, but still anchoring players to deal with. Apoth blind as a bat, and Derek dealt with towards the back. So an open plant now for them. NRG being able to get themselves into that post plan, but they've already lost control of the front section of the site. This is a fast re-clear, but Jorgamo, Nature right behind him, not too much util, but he spots out the shoulder, a couple of stray shots, not really doing the job.
It's actually the paranoia on Marved I'm looking at.
He's still holding it. As soon as they collect that contact, and he's going to send it flying, so it pushes them back for but a moment. Enough damage done, softening up all the targets. NRG walking away with a nice and easy one there, despite losing Demon 1 in mid.
And then that showcases how NRG are still going to be able to win some of these rounds, even if a piece of the puzzle goes wrong. That was essentially the exact same strat they were going to run anyway. They just ran it without the jet. All 4 of the players spilling out through main, and Ethan doing a great job at holding down lane there in the post. So they get 2 rifles, 2 bulldogs online here early. And I am going to be paying serious attention to NRG's macro calling, because I think that was what let them down the most in the game against Leviathan. And we've seen EG before cook up some really interesting strats. And antis.
Yep, counter strat. Anti-plays here. I mean, the drone getting the tag, but a spam damage, no kill to be claimed on Superman. But yeah, close attention paid, I think, to NRG. How to play in this one. Ethan, of course, you know, he's a very experienced player, but quite new to the IGL role when he stepped up onto this stage. And maybe that's where we're seeing evidence of those gaps.
And I actually think NRG have looked really good on defense rounds on a lot of their maps. But it's the attack side calling where I think there is a little bit of an experience differential right now.
Slow and steady for NRG, though. They don't want to run themselves into any stack of players. Got a lot of acknowledgement of EG just loitering around the A site. 50 seconds onto the mark into this round. You've got to start making decisions soon.
And EG do seem to be guessing the correct site here. This is another situation where the clock starts to run down and NRG are grouped up, heading into the stronger side, but it's only classics on the other side. How bad can it really get?
There really shouldn't be much danger.
3 players spotted with that knife, but there's only 30 seconds in NRG. They can't really pivot.
And Jorgamo pre-aiming for the dart position here. A couple of shots now fired into the smoke. They realize.
Why am I already worried?
Yeah, I mean, this one stacking all the players dash forwards into the smoke and dominating the position. Steam1, who's just going to be leading the charge for his team. They are lit up. Util is nice for him, but Jorgo now stuck into this dice position. Time, 12 seconds. Got to deal with these players. Got to get the spike down or just kill them all. Why not?
Gun here.
And a very nice pause there. Stopping the scaling on on A, so that they could just hold angles and punish the EG players that were looking to try to play off Jorgamo. And I like that. There was a pause there in the middle of the exec to allow a little more control into things. So even though Ethan knew they were running into 3 players on A, and even though they decided to commit to that, they had that little pump of the brakes in the round that allowed them to escape fairly unscathed. Not overstressing the economy, and NRG all bunched up towards B to start.
Ethan 2 away as well from his ult with the no command. I'll be looking to grab the orb. Easily accessible. Flash and a dash. It's all going to be combined up to push these players away, along with that dart that's not actually taken care of, but Demon1 will just go down to the spam. Isolated, I believe, from a bit of that util at the choke, and his team wasn't following up. Jorgamo still here. Trying to find that value with the dash active. Of course, he is suppressed, so unable to use too much in terms of the wave abilities.
The NRG game against Leviathan. People were looking at Demon1's stats at the end. He went 2 and 15 in first kills to first deaths, and they're like, Demon1, he's tragic on the entries. Entries like this have been Demon1's reality recently, where he goes in, and he's just getting annihilated inside his own cloud bursts. It's unfortunate, and it's set NRG up in another 4v5.
Definitely going to see that. Duelist players having poor performances if the setup isn't quite there. Victor.
Good awareness from Apoth. Victor dodged the recon, and Apoth still clears it.
Walkabouts all over the place here. Ethan seeking advantages. Pop flash underhanded.
1 enemy remaining.
And that will seal it up. So the bonus round, not too much damage really being done by NRG. Here's EG. Put their 1 onto the board.
And we actually saw Apoth there push all the way out of B main. Re-clearing that space as soon as he got the pick onto Victor, realizing that Victor would not be playing with all the rest of the squad. Yeah, I mean, what is that? The punish there, the first death onto Demon1. And then Apoth swings around, pushes tiles to kill Crashies and Marved. Nasty stuff. Was there much damage done? Not really on an economical side, but it did get up this null command. And so, we're going to see any kind of anti-KOL setup?
Apoth is...
he's pretty committed to B.
Yeah, he's very committed over towards B, so they did choose to go for a fast play. Could have been in trouble, but it's slow and steady again. Same play that we saw towards the pistol round, just a drone going to be committed deep into mid. Last time they set up Demon1, he's not there this time.
And look at this. This is 2 rounds in a row now that Derek has sent a recon dart from lane on B over to Cat for a mid player to play off. It's a cool idea, but he's used it twice now, and NRG is starting to get the idea of where it's coming from and what its purpose is. And they're walking down Cat now.
Nano Swarm sent flying here for Superman as well to take up that space into main. Didn't actually clear this alarm bot. Not a little matter with the amount of players up forwards. It will get broken at the end of the day, but it's a player disadvantage that NRG are staring at. And I have to offset that.
With Marv's death in A main, I think the read here is fairly obvious that they're going into a B split.
This flash is supportive util. I want to play off of it. A couple of sound cues being made as a high-low setup. NRG. One kill claimed.
30 seconds left.
Dart rebounds just as his ult is sent flying, dashing forwards into the smoke as well, reveals. All to be seen. Apoth. Oh, give it a clean up. So much more. This guy just on fire right now. Again, that supportive util, and their movement is just excellency.
Is this the best? My ultimate is ready.
We were asking who's going to step up for EG. The desk was saying it as well. Are they white hot? Do they have the fraggers? It was Apoth and Jorgamo who went absolutely bonkers in the game against Sentinels. And Apoth is starting out this map looking like he's in the exact same form and having the exact same confidence to go for these plays.
Copy again, baby! Come on now!
I love the fact that he's got that. But also Marv dying over in A main, it just ruins things for NRG. No smokes to go for a B split. That is so difficult. You're open to the angle deep mid. You're open to the spawn angle as well once you commit to sight. And this map, it does trend defense-sided. NRG are going to be looking to get into good positions to put the occasional round on the board, not dominate the half.
Could be damage here from the Shockies. Demon 1 knocked down. You're right, it's going to take some real miracle moments, I think, from the NRG players, just with the Sheriffs in hands. Marved postured his way into A main there, so he's been holding on to control of this since the beginning of the round, pretty much. Now he's going to set course for the rest of his team to join him.
And I quite like the fact that Marved hasn't been conditioned to fear A main after he just got run down in the previous round. He's going to need that space on the map. And whether that comes with a teammate helping him out or just taking it on his own.
Superman and Nature going to be feeling the heat. Forwards with the flash.
What a commitment.
And a peek is a hard commitment. EG just sending all the bodies flying just from that one flash. Full confidence as well to disrupt that NRG play.
Victor's finding a nice timing, but in a 5v2, there shouldn't really be anything that he can do there. Although that will give him some little piece of information that maybe they can play with in future rounds. We've seen teams cook up attack side XX on A where you make it feel like everybody's coming from A main and then lurk a player through, whether that be Demon 1 or Victor, through Catwalk. But EG get up to 3.
And this is an EG squad that are just, I mean, feeling empowered, I think, off the back of the Sentinels win. Even in that game, they said it, you know, win or lose, we didn't care at the time, which I find especially funny. But I think it removes a certain level of pressure from EG's shoulders when all the expectations are placed onto your opponents, especially NRG, where they're the ones who have something to prove, and unfortunately couldn't avoid it.
The technical pause. Well, let's talk Ascent a little bit, because the map pool for this match, it's an unusual one. It's a map pool that's weird for NRG this whole year, actually. If you forgot what was happening during Kickoff, you could be forgiven for thinking that NRG only have one map that they're good at, which is Breeze.
Yeah.
And they've just been kind of struggling their way through the rest. But they've been trying to play Ascent all stage, and teams have been banning it against them. So actually, NRG's map pool is at least 2 maps that they're good on. Breeze, which EG permabanned, and Ascent, which they got in here. But then once we get onto Lotus and Sunset, those are maps where we've seen some dodginess from NRG, sometimes in the macro.
Yeah.
We haven't actually seen Lotus, I should correct myself, from NRG all year. With this roster, they just haven't played it. So it's really difficult to know what to expect. But we're back into this, and it's a round where NRG have a decent chance to win, especially with that Blade Storm on Demon 1.
Some interesting conditioning there. I mean, EG, they send flying a flash and a dart, but no follow-up after it. Normally, you'd be seeing like an updraft dash into that smoke.
I guarantee they're going to follow it up in one of these rounds. Like a TP into the one-way or something like that to capitalize. They're just trying to condition NRG that it's all safe. Don't worry about the recon.
But it's getting real dangerous here. It might even be a little bit scrappy. Too much to overcome. There was no exit strategy in the back of his mind. Superman is going to let loose the one smoke. The nade follow through. Updraft with the knives. No one really ready for it. Nature, though, will respond. Following through, all with the spray. Only claiming 2.
The rest of NRG should have been able to get the trade kill there onto Nature early on. And now Apoc with the ultimate. And Ethan is so perilously weak. Do you even commit the Hunter's Fury? They are going to.
Yeah, they're going to. They want to see if they can win this one round. And everyone does count at the end of the day here in Ascent, to leave it just out of crashes. Shot dart to clear the way. Maybe you can get onto the angle, but it's already been stuck all the way here by Apoc. And the dodging and the juking. EG not leaving any easy fights open here for NRG. They're leading the charge. 4-2 so far in the map.
Same game plan working for EG. Fight aggressively on the outsides of the map, the extremities. We've seen Marv die in A main. We've seen Victor get bullied here in B main as well. And then when Demon 1 gets the entry, why is there no immediate follow-up? It was already after the fragment grenade was popped. You clearly know the timing that Demon 1's going to go for that. But they couldn't really cleanly get through Nature holding down that choke point. And a timeout being called here for NRG. They're on an eco. And normally coming out of this, they like to change things up. There's a serious pattern with these Chet timeouts that once he takes them, for the next rifle round at least, they have a different idea that they go for. I think they've got to adjust to the fact that EG are playing so aggressively for the opposite sides of the map.
Yeah.
You know, they're really trying to flush out these defaulters that are just holding space on the opposite side to their squad. And they can't be affording to lose Marv and Victor that early on.
See if there's a tempo increase on the back of the timeout, especially into the rifle round.
Just look at the scoreboard. The people involved in the 1-3-1 default, the 3 of Ethan, Demon 1, and Crashies, yeah, they're getting their kills. And then the 1s on either side of the map, 1 and 5, 1 and 4, just kind of getting bullied right now.
Fall to pieces. NRG might be looking to call a faster hit, though, into this site. Definitely setting up for it. I mean, this is going to be Nanoswarm that I think lands into logs. The deep knife doesn't get broken, I believe, in time here, so it has going to stunt this push.
They weren't banking on that, I don't think. Normally, Nature's going to be positioned over towards A, throwing that knife for the A main hit. You know, that's the most standard way that most teams are playing it. So the fact it's exactly there to stop that B main push is perfect adaptation for EG.
Even a little flash re-clear. Apoff Telly wants to go for something like this one. They already know there's a player tucked into the bottom section of mid. That's Demon 1 right there. It's a double face. I'm just trying to take this one without any util to give away the timings, but 1 for 1. Apoff cuts it up close now to the corner. There is danger in this round, but maybe Derek can
Spike down,
earn his merit in this moment. Standing down his ground with the Nanoswarms to cut up some of the angles. NRG getting a move on now. Flood him into the site. Derek, though, he's got that stalwart position out towards the back, and he's the last bastion of defense. The only necessary one, really, for EG here.
So after NRG's game plan of the fast B main hit gets stopped instantly by that 0 point from Nature, now, after the timeout from Chet, what did they cook up for this rifle round? They've got to start getting some attack rounds on the board. It's a defense-sided map, and it's NRG's pick. They're going to feel confident on defense, but you want a buffer. You need the buffer. We saw that with Sentinels when they're playing on Lotus. Doesn't matter how good you are on one side of the map, you still need to make sure you're putting up at least some rounds on your unfavored half.
There's a play. Flash with the dart.
I like this from EG. They're trying to be disruptive against what NRG would have called after the timeout.
Exactly. Taking matters into their own hands. It's something that they did really well, actually, against Loud in Kickoff. Making sure that they throw a lot of those plays into it, slow down the round to the attacking team, add in that hesitancy.
This is the same pressure that Victor was facing a couple rounds ago, where it's Jorg and Apoth fighting him for all of that space. But he's not really calling for assistance. They're just ceding B main control to the defense.
They're just spotting the 1. ADS crouched up. Angles on lockdown here, but Demon 1, like you might want to take the face into it. This one-way smoke was very well timed. Almost just immediately sensing that pressure, possibly off Derek getting smoked off from the angle.
And look at that.
Past it.
Derek was only going to commit the recon dart there if the knife had seen something. Nature calls, it's all clear. So the recon dart is saved for later on. There's 35 seconds here. Where are NRG going?
There's just no options. NRG haven't created any space, they haven't got any space onto the map this entire time. Left. Not even the alarm bot being removed. And so they're going to have to go for a bit of a mad dash now and scramble into these players. Doubled up Superman alongside it. Derek, he's going to provide that cover and fire. Just a hail of lead that's going to be raining down onto them, but NRG do get access eventually to the site. Barely with any time left on this Fury. One connection follow through. Can't quite claim the second kill, but they all lined up. Derek to masterpiece in motion. And now surely set up for the EG win onto the retake. Marved, Iceman stands his ground, repositioned down into hell, but it's just being assailed from the position. Victor from the side, cleaned up with the trade. EG, they're in complete control.
And while it looks excellent from EG, I'm left asking the same questions I was when we saw NRG on their attack sides in their last 2 matches. What on earth are they doing with the first minute of the round? They're not forcing out defensive utility. They didn't even force out that recon that I was talking about because the knife had already detected there was no one there. They still had so many other pieces of utility left for the defenders because they're not quick at taking map control at the beginning. That alarm bot stayed up the entire time. They didn't pressure Cat heavily enough. They're not taking B main control.
They're not, no. And the decision making, like I said, that hesitancy being added in because EG were playing proactively. When they go for the Odin spam, it forces NRG to slow down the initial moments of that round.
Yeah.
Like they have an idea of what they want to do. They want to take mid control, sure, but when EG throw in these little mixture plays that are going to punish them, either on the extremities or in mid, here we go, it's fast though.
Onto the half by that is a bit of a beef by Marv. I think he's trying to TP into his own smoke. Jorgamo ripping him to shreds right now with the outlaw bite. Heads up, knowing that the economy is going to be weak. Team in one, though. Surely not. No! Taken out. Bladestorm refreshed, but not even necessary.
Jorg is absolutely slapping down the entirety of NRG, but the two players that he played with last year and won a championship with.
Done here.
He's just dunking on him.
That's just, I mean, so heads up by Jorg again. Yeah. I say so heads up. He holds tab and sees the money situation and buys the outlaw.
Yeah.
But I love it because it just shows those extra elements are being taken into account by EG with their game plans.
Absolutely. So we come in again, and NRG, they have ults to work with. We need to see the game plan online, but it's that Odin in B main denying a little bit of space. And then the operator, too, from Jorgamo in mid.
One suppressed.
All right, this is earlier, more aggressive takes of A main. They've also got some idea that they're not fighting as aggressively over B main this round. The defensive setup has shifted, and it's afforded NRG a little more space on the outsides of the map. But they've now got to figure out, in what way has it shifted? Where is the threat now then?
And he might just go for a B hit here with the null command. Ethan's got it. The thing is, Apoff is, I mean, he's tucked into this one and done position at Pizza, but I don't know if he's going to be out of range. He might be.
He's at least going to be able to pop the nanoswarms in time here, I think. I mean, there's one.
Yeah, just one from the drone in case they follow through with it. Locked down. Anything to remove this. Slight spacing and a gap in towards the back of the side, but Derek is not going to be playing towards it. He's going to be backing away. Nanoswarm will land, clearing through with a util.
Demon 1 is so much further forwards. He knows that the site is free because of the lockdown, but that's allowed NRG to keep two players completely off site for the post-ban. It does look like a nice setup.
Victor, this guy's heard all the sound cues he needs to know right now to really do some serious damage. Hunter's Fury delaying crashes, just trying to buy time for that win con that is Victor. Right from behind with the backstab now. It's been watched for! What is that awareness? EG! They're tearing NRG to pieces. Picking up the weapons. I mean, one player back side. What can you really do? Crashes, got to overcome a mountain of obstacles.
And they've got plenty of time here to close this one out. That looked like such a lovely post-plant setup there for NRG. They had a player B main, a player on the post-plant flank, three players on site ready to hold things back, and EG single-mindedly focused forwards. They've now won every single round since the pistol and the follow-up. And look at that. I mean, the read on where Victor's coming from is just, it feels almost too easy. The timing of it, it's not quite working.
Nice! Let's go, boys! On the retake.
Too simple for EG right now. And NRG take their second timeout. This is their map pick. When I was talking about their map pool earlier on, NRG looked great on Breeze. No qualms there with the way that they play. Their Ascent, we haven't seen it in the last 4 matches that they've played. They're 3-0 on it this year, but they're getting stomped right now.
Yeah,
and if they can't win on Ascent, they've only got one map in their pool that they can rely on. And this team is 3-1, looking in this match to maybe lock up their spot in playoffs. Now, they would have to shift things around here because they need that 2-0 to clinch.
Yeah, they did 2-0. Of course, I mean, a win does make it slightly easier for them later down the line, but this is an EG squad that realized that they've got to step up. They need to win here against NRG. You know, you're looking at the wider schedule for EG and you're thinking, it's wraps, man. They got Sentinels and NRG for their last 2 matches, but they get over the big one, which was Sentinels, and then they look towards NRG, and they've been looking a little bit shaky. Yeah. A lot to prove, like we've been mentioning on their attack size, the overall macro calling, you know, the map pools. And so far, those questions, I mean, we're getting answers, but it might not be the answers you want if you're an NRG fan.
I do like the idea that NRG are using more utility early round to take map control, because I think it's also going to force util out of EG, or they're just going to lose space. But I don't think they have to full commit.
We're just sticking the full all here. There's no util to set this one up. They don't know where these players are. Jorgamo's making a mockery of the situation right now, and it's all combined. The crossfire setup, any sort of fast play, thrown out the window.
It's like there's no variation in tempo apart from very slow or a rush for EG. And I think, sorry, for NRG. And I think that's got to be something that they look to work on. make the playoffs or no. Because their attack side calling, it's like either they are full sending it, or they're so slow in the first minute that they're not really achieving their wider goals to set them up for success.
Yeah.
The buy is terrible heading into round 12.
I mean, Jogamo again, he knows it. He's picked up the Outlaw, just particularly for this purchase. I mean, he has enough money to buy the Operator. He's probably got it sitting nearby. I mean, he had it in the prior round.
It's only Ethan with full armor.
Yeah. We're looking to put it to work. Flash over the top. Nanoswarm's dropped. NRG again, they're trying to get a move on here. Fast this util. It's all overwhelming here. But Demon One, he was blinded up himself. Either supportive util or not. Again, I mean, it just... when you only have one direction, one speed you want to go into, of course EG are going to dismantle you.
This is a nightmare for NRG on their map pick, but EG looking awesome. Every strat that NRG threw at them, they easily dismantled. There really was not a problem whatsoever.
I mean, NRG only winning the pistol and the follow-up, losing every other round after it.
These hits are so one-dimensional.
Yeah.
They didn't. I don't think they tried an A-split once or some kind of disguised play.
Yeah, EG though, entirely on fire, man. I mean, let's hear from Jorgmo and learn why he's not worried about EG's slow start in 2024.
It took us a little bit to, get where we're at. I took a few losses, that's how it is sometimes. The confidence got boosted for sure. We're back at full throttle, of course, and we're down 0-3, but that's probably like the same thing as last year. We're down 0-4, even worse, So I think that confidence of not caring and just coming back to that level of oh, we can compete, it feels great.
I think that's been on display, to be honest. I think that you can definitely see that in their gameplay. Ever since they've turned that hurdle that was Sentinels, and it's all just been clicking for them, this team's got confidence again. Jorgamo's frying has been set up, the supportive util of EG has been impeccable.
Absolutely. I mean, everything is working for them. And I think NRG probably have a very good defense side on Ascent. But we're probably not going to see very much of it because the score is 10-2. They didn't do enough work of actually giving themselves that buffer zone. They would have to play with practically perfection here to have any chance of mounting a comeback. And it was EG that got the 10-2 comeback against Sentinels. Of course, after throwing away the 9-3 lead in map 1. But hey, we won't talk about that. This is a wild one. As good as EG are, I just keep going back to it. It feels like the same stuff over and over from NRG's attack side calling, is that they don't have enough variation in the tempo, and they're also not doing enough when they go for those defaulting slower rounds.
Yeah.
And my big question coming into this match was, are NRG a legit team? Or did they just beat up on the Brazilian teams when they were, coming back from Belfast and a little jet lagged, or the other squads that had not put it together yet? Chet was agreeing that their win against MIBR most recently still didn't look that convincing. That's their coach that said they still had stuff that they really needed to work on. And here, Potter and Jorg are just annihilating the opposite side of that former EG core.
Yeah, the former teammates they know incredibly well, and a championship title with them. EG here with the pistol round. Like you said, we haven't really going to get the chance to see much of NRG's defensive sides. They haven't really earned themselves enough.
Already, EG look like they're set up for a really nice play here, where it feels like a lot of it's...
And the first kill going away of Apoth in mid.
Apoth's just been on fire recently.
They've gone forwards here. Apoth is eventually going to get cleaned up. Smokes drop down here. Superman's worried about the re-flank.
Yeah, this pistol round, though, it was supposed to feel like an A split, but a lot of the players going through A main, and then Superman just stays for the backstab.
Oh, Superman hears the reload, he hears the door being broken. Out wide are all these players, missing a few shots. But Jorgamo is cleaning up the necessary elements, making sure that he's still active into this fight. And what a call by EG. I mean, dominating the smoke, taking up that position, overpowering the tree fight, just as NRG are flooding through. They have to worry about multiple directions, and they are overcoming the odds.
NRG, they held strong, won their gunfights, and stopped Evil Geniuses from running away with this one. A desperate pistol round win there, when I think EG actually played the better idea of how they wanted to. But listen, at the end of the game, at the end of the day, it's a gun game.
It is a gun game. You get shot, you die.
Yeah, and NRG held on there. Those players flooding from heaven to generator, winning those fights. You can see how confident Apoth is getting that first kill. And the right click's just working perfectly for Ethan.
Yeah, blessed towards the end of a bit of that NRG.
What?
Nice try.
Classic just failed you so hard. Where'd my balls go, bro?
Even there in disbelief. I mean, it did take a bit of the luck to swing things in the favor.
But that's pistol rounds, isn't it?
That is, yeah.
That's how they go sometimes. NRG using that classic setup. We actually saw EG running this exact same kind of bait and switch with their players over towards A. Demon 1 though opting for the Guardian rather than the Outlaw.
Knife dodged. EG obviously on their eco round here will just look to do some damage.
But again,
the orbs if they can.
EG are making it feel like there's a lot of pressure in B main while they timing the knife and take A main control. Like, it just, the ideas make more sense from EG on the attack side, even though they're running with pistols here.
Well, here's one of the easier tests. Hold back the push for the site. Everybody will fall here from EG. They'll be looking to get a plant down at least. A bit of extra money to work with, which Nature, okay, completed his goal. He can go down with a ship.
And a good cleanup. Easy stuff, no drama, all weapons kept for NRG. There is a serious chance that NRG can make this much, much closer than it looks. But can they actually pull it all the way back? That's where I'm doubting a little bit, just because of how dominant that first half was. Not a single round out of the pistol and follow-up. One for them on the attack side.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one hell of a climb back.
But these are players with mountains of experience. I'm sure they've been into these spots before. Many a time, they know that it's possible. Got to put it together one round at a time.
A round like this would be a huge one. And it looks like they're gonna try to set something up. Is this a flash peek for Demon 1 to try to get aggressive with some spam perhaps from Crashies?
And Crashies will support it, won't it? Fire down the bullets, open up the line of sight angle. And one back off of it, so rebound flash. Deep dart. Bouncing back, and it's a cool angle. Trying to hit the wallbang there into the players and tiles. Jogamo getting dropped down to 5 HP. He's forwards though. This guy, relentless. It's not shying away from any sort of aggression. In fact, dashing all the way forwards. He's cut this up. Ethan, it's a miracle that he even got the two. Crashies is in the middle of nowhere, out wide. And so he will fall. Toppled. Nature though, aiming for the gun and just ends up falling for it and paying for it.
Kind of a sick round from both teams, actually.
Yeah.
NRG do a great job of coming away with the win, though. Ethan Crashies providing that solid backbone for the rest of the team. But EG had a recon dart onto Demon 1, who was fighting, and then wallbanged through B main. Sick idea. But they just couldn't quite get through here. Ethan being able to pick up 2 of the Spectre is massive. And that's the round they need to start a little bit of momentum.
That's what we were talking about.
Ascent is very defense-sided. Usually teams, though, are still able to pick up a few rounds. And EG's ideas so far have still been good. They just haven't been good enough to get through NRG. These NRG players are, I think, really excellent ideas on their defense. I've never been bothered about that the whole time that we've seen them this year. Their defense side on Breeze, on Ascent, on a bunch of their other maps too, just seems well-coordinated, good ideas.
Timeout here for EG. Still have a few more banked as well. I mean, NRG actually ended up using both of theirs within the first half, which you can't blame them when you're staring down, what, the 10-2 scoreline.
No, but an opportunity like this for Chet to chime in, sorry.
Yeah.
That's useful.
It's gonna be valuable.
Very useful. It can get lonely out there trying to run a comeback like this with no opportunity for the coach to have input. We might see them mix things up a little. On the bye, we've got Crashies and Ethan both running Odins. And it was actually EG the only time we've seen them play Ascent this year who were running double Odin strats against Loud as part of a serious anti-strat they were going for.
Let's see what usage these ones get. Demon 1. Zernt at that operator. Starting to pluck apart the targets across the map here for EG. Gonna use a bit of that util. Shock darts flying forwards and a lot of damage done. Look at that. It's Derek trying to aim to take him out of the drone.
Yeah.
The counterpart, at least, with a shock dart.
Not
Doesn't work.
quite
It's
finding
cheeky.
it there. The fact that Demon One, though, has this up online, that's the kind of momentum changer, or rather momentum accelerator, I suppose you could say, that NRG are going to be looking for to close this 5-round lead that EG have. Once you have the up online, you can leave certain angles to Demon One and just kind of post him up around the map and feel really confident he's going to be able to hold them.
Would you go for the cut noise re-hits forwards? Jorgamo is going to be really isolated away from the rest of his team. Updraft's over the available angle. Ethan spraying it through. Crashies as well. Just evading capture in the sideline. All with the wraparound. So, again, NRG, they just get over that easy round. Of course, it was a weaker buy of EG.
Victor got caught a little bit. So if EG run the same strategy with rifles online, Victor will have to adjust his positioning. He got caught by a fragment grenade and then a recon dart that came in over the top. Set up Jorg for the entry.
Yeah.
But okay, Potter took a timeout to try to get this round coming up over the line. So what is she cooking?
Nature's got the ult. Plenty of chances and opportunities. Knife cross map by Ethan. Landed somewhere. Demon One though lit up. Barely able to get out of there. I mean, taking a bit of damage in the process.
Both Demon One and Victor taking risks at the start of the round. Victor threw an aggressive nanoswarm, so they know the killjoys B.
Demon One could get a bit more aggression now onto this angle. He still has the dash! What's going on there? How are these kills being found? Jorgamo! Oh my! This guy's forwards now with the pace that he's taking this at. He's forcing out the ultimates, and NRG looking to really just salvage this operation. But they all go wide with the Hunter's Fury shots. It's a free plant for Derek.
This is the round that EG were looking for, to try to creep things closer to that mark of 13. They've got a massive player advantage.
I'm sure the read potentially was here for him. Victor, he's so worried about a backstab occurring just from mid. He knows that Apop's going to be lurking around that position. Door finally broke him. But a smoke already propped up. Crashies.
Placing sentry. Destroyed.
Just praying away there with a spray. But yeah, this is... Got to call it quits. Wrap it up here. So EG finding themselves up to that 11th round.
I want to take a look at the replay of this round as well. They're going to try to deny the operator. We'll see whether Crashies and Victor can hold on to it. But I think it was the up barrel that might have been peeking around the corner there that led to those ridiculous openings by Jorgamo. Can he survive? Can Victor
He
keep
needs
this?
it. He needs to hold on to it.
He's got it.
Yeah. Barely.
Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion that Demon One's kind of reluctance to give up the angle over towards Cat, and in fact is kind of inching forwards. Has he seen anything?
What did
no,
he see?
It's
No,
just
it's
a prediction.
just a prediction.
Oh, what a read! What a read
Just
with the
a
Guardian
prediction.
as well. What a great usage of a non-standard weapon in that spot.
Shut them down.
Very cool ideas.
One suppressed.
Just 2 more rounds needed for EG. Wrap up this first map. NRG, though, still with plenty of money in the bank. They can put up a bit of a fight for quite some time.
But look at the way that they're giving EG control of B main and A main. Yeah, the drone is coming through now, but there isn't really any pressure behind it. Demon One's on a really passive angle, all the way towards back heaven. Compared to the way that NRG were taking map control and the way that EG were fighting for it, this is much more passive.
Not intended. He's trying to break the alarm bot.
He's trying to break the alarm bot that's behind him, yeah.
Taken out of the drone, though, with that damage done from the shocky. Dart, flash, reclear, beautifully called. NRG got to mix things up like that, and it does disrupt this process by EG.
Standing ahead.
Looks like you want to go fast, though. Injection of that pace. Hunter's Fury trying to clear the way into the back of the site, but there's too many angles to really account for here. And EG aren't going to be able to get too much done. In fact, Jorgamo wants to take it in a far more different direction. Can hit the transfer. Demon One, nasty reactions, even getting his ally back up onto his feet. Flanking attempt up and around Superman as he brought them an opening. He cracked open his side of the map and already calling for the pivot.
Yeah, it was a great call by Superman. They cancelled that B hit really early on. And with him being able to find the pick, there is just enough time to pivot to the A site and still have this in a decent chance for EG to win.
Superman needs more, though. Needs way more than that! What's going on there? How the hell is he getting away with it? And they're just flooding the defenses. Any sense of a retake?
Were they trying to sync up some kind of updraft double swing? That was so poorly coordinated from NRG on the fly. What a fumble!
Yeah.
They've let
A
this one
huge one.
slide so far out of their hands. Almost impossible for Crashies to recover this. And while the economy is going to be good, this is going to put EG up on map point when it was NRG's pick.
It comes back to that question that we were asking, you know, how many rounds you really need. Even though the map is defense-sided.
Need more than two.
We were throwing up, you know, saying that NRG, they don't have enough, really, arguably. And you can see why now with EG up to that 12th round. One more will do it across the threshold.
Match point. That's such a sick lurk by Superman, though.
It is, yeah.
He gets his way all deep into tree and insta-calls that cancel of the B push. Oh, where EG were not having too much success with it. Great kill onto Marv. And then what?
No.
That's an amazing pre-fire shot onto Demon 1. But it was badly coordinated from NRG in general, though. Demon 1 had gone for an updraft as Ethan swung, so that's why he was so much later and gave Superman the time to reset his aim.
Get out of my way!
It's got to be stopped right here and now in the tracks. If you're NRG, smoke. Covering his teammates, that's away from the dart.
Bait and switch setup.
Yeah,
Trying to make it seem like the Opera has retreated when in fact you've inserted the Killjoy in that spot.
He missed the drone? I believe the shot didn't clear him though. Didn't clear him into the corner. So Victor does get the volley that was intended for him. He's going to be pushed back and away. Ethan also feeling the heat. It's been turned up. Wild now display. Jorgamo with the bucket in his hand. He's even touched the flash. APM off the bloody charts from this guy. And now wants to pave the way. Committing one of the blades. We're moving away from that dart. Nades flying through and forwards. This is a site that's going to be gained now for them. And they're already getting that plant down. Demon 1. Take matters into your own hands here. A chance to really wrangle back Fate and Control. Crashies with the firing line. Making sure that nobody can really take it. Adjustment. Round Jorgamo! Goodness me, man! What is that finish?
What an outrageous way to Jekdiff, the former carry of Evil Geniuses, and stamp your mark of authority upon the match.
There's no way.
I can't believe what he's done.
There's no way.
With knives and a bucky?
I mean, that's a Valorant trailer moment. He's working the man in the neutral to finish map 1. NRG's map pick. Jorgamo. My God, I'm speechless.
He's dropped 23 kills in 19 rounds. Almost got 400 ACS. I literally, what was the reason that he wasn't playing Jet on the old EG team? It's crazy.
Man, when he's got it like that, it's just insanity.
But I also want to point out that the defense for NRG just gave EG so much more room. There was such a massive macro difference between how these two teams were playing.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be stepping away, taking a bit of a breather after that one. Exhilarating finish. But the Analyst is going to be breaking it all down. Map number 1.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Texas taking a little bit of damage here. Demon 1 online.
Traded out through the main angle. Now Nature lined him up for him.
I am joined by Potters after their win over Energy on that first one. I gotta ask you, previously in the stage, you talked about the team having trouble keeping momentum a bit throughout these series. So what were the talks like so the team does not lose that gas throughout the entire game?
Well, a lot of it was about throwing rounds, and after that pistol round on the attack side in the second half, I was worried, but we've been putting a lot of work in, working double overtime, and I'm glad to see it's paying off.
Well, the hours are putting in our work, and Potter, congrats on that first win. Best of luck in the series.
See, this is why you never doubt the master plans of the evil geniuses, especially when Potter is at the helm.
Oh, for sure.
Where do we even start with this? Like Jogamo, oh my goodness.
There's so many places to go, but real quick, I want to give some credit to Potter, man.
Yeah.
How does she keep doing this? I think she's got to be the best coach at bringing the best possible versions of her players out when they're potentially at their lowest in terms of like confidence and everything. I mean, Derek was barely going to be in partnerships before this year, and look what he's doing right now.
Yeah, Apoth, not really on anyone's radar. Didn't hear any speculation, at least in the offseason, about where he'd be going. And I mean, look at him in this game on defense. At one point, I know he was 12-2, anchoring on the B site so well. I loved in this situation his movement right here, the way he was baiting, Demon 1 into that fight. Again, look at the movement, the re-swings.
You just never know where he's going to be.
Sick. He
so
played
good.
that so well. And then Jojimo just heating up. I mean, this outlaw round was crazy. Obviously, the ace to close the game was one of the sickest aces I've ever seen in this game in the past 4 years. I mean, that was goddamn insane.
Play of the year, easily.
Yeah, so without a doubt, that duo, I mean, like that entry into Demon 1, Jojimo was 5 for 1 on first kill to first death. Like,
Here it is. I mean, play of the year. Play of the year.
This is the play of the year.
Helicoptering on people, like 1v1ing Demon 1. Like, they're both getting knives out. Like, I'm saying, last year, I know a lot of conversation was had between, who's better, Jogamo or Demon 1? Who was the actual MVP? And Jogamo just doesn't care. It doesn't matter how that conversation ends. Look at these guys. I mean,
it says versus on the graphic, but this isn't a versus. This is for the sake of the head-to-head, just showing that these two guys were crazy. They both popped off so hard for
and
evil
honestly,
geniuses.
Thinking about how that half went and how NRG called their attack side, for me, I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that Apoth was on one side, and then the other side was held down by Nature and Jogamo with 1-2 punch combo sort of thing where you literally had no choices. So you saw them early on in that half going B, getting shut down, even with mid-rounding thrown in there. And then late in that half, even like the last 2 rounds, they just rushed A, and it was out of ideas.
I mean, there's one stat that really tells a tale for this game, which is that on gun rounds, like pure gun versus gun full buy rounds, EG were 9-0.
Oh
I mean, that just tells the tale of the game. NRG, they got like the pistol round win.
Yeah.
Anti-eco, like pure gun v gun rounds, not one against EG. That is crazy. 13 first kills, capitalized on all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, what can you say, man? That was just lights out.
Yeah, honestly, just right out of the gate, like EG, they were on fire. I don't know, y'all might bring me to the dark side. I think I might switch from rooting for NRG to evil geniuses. I mean, because Jogamo was popping off.
He's crazy, man.
Insane. Well, anyways, you know what? Let's hear what the NRG coach has to say ahead of Map 2.
I'm joined by Chet before they head into Map 2. Last week, it was noted that even with the win on MABR, communication issues were kind of looming there. Did you see a change in that coming into Map 1, or is that still looming for the team as they hit the stage?
I mean, I think we started out the map kind of strong, but then some of the rounds where like Apoth like lined us up or like he got like strong rounds kind of shut us down a little bit and gave us less confidence in our slow play or some of our splits. Our splits basically got destroyed, so we try to adapt like the last round of the half to just like picking up the pace. But I mean, I think they just were really confident. They had hitting their shots and we just weren't hitting our trades.
All right, hopefully that momentum picks up for match 2. Good luck.
Well, I'm kind of glad that Coach Chet just admitted it. Apoth definitely was lining them up.
Yeah, that's what
so what do they do moving into Map 2 then?
Yeah, I think this one's interesting because I'm kind of disappointed in the fact that Chet's not really pointing out strategically some of the things that was missing. Because to me, that was a poor attack side, just straight up. A lot of times it was just kind of lackluster ideas. There was no depth in the calling. There was no really push and pull at the map. Like, they weren't really going, like the mid alarm bot, for example. He talked about how the splits were never working. They never broke any of the util and took map control before going for it. So each was always reading it perfectly. I think that's a big problem heading into Lotus.
A lot of their failed attack sides have come down to really just, they're hitting it 2 notes. It's either fast as hell into the sites or they're taking way too long and then the rotate comes in and the site they're hitting is stacked.
Yeah.
It's happened so many times in the past few weeks. And so they're going to have to fix that up on Lotus for sure. A map that they haven't played yet this year. So we just don't know what look they're going to have, what comp they're going to have. Though, frankly, it's not like they've really been doing much experimental stuff this year with this team.
Maybe the Breeze.
Breeze is the only one. That's the only one where they're bringing the Yoru there. So I'm expecting the standard thing, which obviously there's nothing wrong with that on this map. Tried and true. You get your fade, your raise, your double controller, all that, right? But it'll be interesting to see just their level on this map. We have no idea.
Yeah, and what's funny about that, White, is the fact that we saw how NRG played on their map pick. We're moving into EG's map pick, and like you said, we haven't seen them play on this map. And
again, I'm just asking, what is this team's map pool?
Yes.
What is their map pool? Like, they are phenomenal on Breeze. Their attack side calling on that map is beautiful, and all of the little aspects of defense with the Yoru, how you can play around the gate crash, CP around, are so well thought out. And then you go to a map like Ascent and you're watching their attack side, or Sunset against Lev, and you're like, where is the team that we're seeing on Breeze?
Where's the team that has a depth of map pool like we saw the last 2 years? Right? Like, it's there always. Actually, innovation is always there for this team. It's just been kind of lacking this year, and I think that's because of the new pieces that they brought in and how it works within the structure of Chet's ideas. It's definitely something that I think they need to work on down the line, and it's going to have to be a strength in the future. Right now it isn't, but I did see something. Look at it. Look at this comp. Look at this comp.
What is going on?
What is going on right here?
We were talking about lack of experimentation for the most part, but
I saw the Brimstone and I was like, okay, this is crazy.
Yeah, I saw the Cypher. Oh my God. Yeah, that is wild.
Are we playing Lotus? It's Sunset or something.
Yeah, this is Lotus. All right. EG confirmed to me that this is in fact Lotus. So they've been running this comp, play sent last week, whatever. But yeah,
look, I have not seen this. I have not experienced. I don't really know what the idea is going to be like. But what I do know is with the Gecko added, right? There was a lot of breach raise back in the past. We're like trying to combo a lot of stuff, trying to take a lot of early A lines, that sort of stuff. It might work with the Gecko in the way that the new meta is working out.
Yeah, well, can Evil Geniuses run away with this one and score a 2-0? Well, let's find out and send things back to your casters. Here's Bryn and Sideshow.
Yeah, we're certainly about to find out, aren't we? I mean, listen, Artist, the inside agent, he didn't stop with NRG last year, did he? He's infected them with a couple of ideas. This is very close to the Na'Vi Lotus comp, except they're running the Cypher instead. Full experimentation.
Na'Vi
online.
are known for being bonkers crazy with some of their
polite way to put it.
Yeah, I had to hold myself back there.
Yep.
But this is super bizarre. It doesn't even really fit the players in terms of the roles we've seen them on in the past. But we get to see Victor Reyes. That's what the community has been harping on about, getting him into that position. And Demon One back on Smokes. We've seen him as well, playing Smokes before. 4 Evil Geniuses on plenty of maps where they won that championship trophy. But Marved on the Cypher as well. I guess that empowers his lurks. This is going to be a weird one.
It is a strange one, man. And honestly, as well, I think half my brain power are going to be committed to just working out what this comp can do differently to what we've been seeing all season long from Lotus gameplay. More standard stuff that EG are running. Of course, you can see that Snakebite is forced out nice and early here by nature. In fact, it doesn't really have anything else towards it. All the util really expended. A slight angle. Watched for Superman.
And Marved is very committed. It's these kind of positions that you can really punish when a lurker gets into spots like this.
Here.
Doing that silent jump just to make sure that nobody's close there to the breakable door.
Opened wide though. Flash over the top. Smokes laid down in a pretty rapid fashion though, along with the paranoia. It's going to be buying time for the reinforcements to arrive. Boombot broken just in time. Another flash as well. Good connection, but a blind fire. Who will be winning the day out? Looks like NRG for now. Nade rebounding.
Beautiful.
Nature out wide. It's very good in terms of the util. And it's found them disadvantaged position in a 1v3 for Apoth. Victor's got his back towards him. But surely the angles are covered. Apoth, no, he wants to peek for it. He wants to make a go of it still. It's NRG with a pistol round win.
And Victor finding 3. Opening things up on Raze. Cleaning up as EG went for that re-clear towards Rubble as well. Victor does have a good Raze on him. But I've been a little bit disappointed by the community uproar around the like Demon One Victor narrative, because I think you do need to give Demon One his reps on Raze early on in the year for him to feel comfortable. You can't just run Victor Raze every single map, I don't think. It limits their pool a little, but this is a great opportunity to see what some of their map pool might look like if they did go in that direction.
Yeah, certainly.
Are the fans justified in terms of wanting this kind of swap? Because that's much more similar to how Evil Geniuses used Demon One last year, was allowing Jorg to just play the Raze on these kind of maps, and Jorg is a menace.
Oh, Nature close to the angle, it's all watched.
So another thing to note here as well, Bren, is because we haven't seen NRG play Lotus at all this year, we don't know how long they've been practicing with this comp.
Yeah.
We don't know whether EG have seen it in scrims. They might have played against each other, you know, earlier on, you know, kickoff time, and have some idea that NRG were going to bring this out or what kind of things they're going for. Whereas we're just kind of running blind in.
They're just reacting to it early at this point.
Or thinking about how teams like Na'Vi have used similar kind of comps in the past.
Yeah.
They've got decent synergy between stuff. Like the Breach is really good at being able to control the Rubble line. And then you've got these Flash Dizzy combos that should be pretty potent too.
Yeah, and even Victor just being sent forwards. Make sure he collects up all these kills as well as that. He's already earned up his showstopper. As good as a beginning as you can really hope for right now for NRG.
Absolutely. Yeah, loading the ults into the right people. And Victor with a 3K, then a 4K, powering up the showstopper that they can use here to win the bonus, potentially. EG, a lot of pressure is going to put on them really early on to avoid a snowball from happening. It is tough to stop a showstopper on the attack side.
Yeah. It's half the battle, really, and Lotus is just trying to mitigate, you know, just the attack side getting away with things.
I think
now fashion with a bit of a snowball.
One of the things I'm looking at is this setup over towards C and seeing if we can get one of those high trips, but instead Apoth's gone with a much deeper trip on site and one for info on B.
Oh, hearing all that presence, no way you're just letting this loose so damn early. Tree blinded with the paranoia still. Rocket will get the job done. Messy finish there out towards Tree. Jorgamo is feeling that heat, has to let loose now with the boombot. It's led him directly into the target. Necessary kill with Mark falling. Satchel evading all the sides, even farming up the orb in time. He's got his back online. Ult now available, and with the door switch, they hit this one and they want to go into a rapid approach once more. Ethan, only the one but one to stand. It's Demon One. 1v3. You'd have to be precise and snappy with a lot of these shots. Haunt, one more layer to really overcome, and he can't quite land it. Tapping away with the Guardian. At the end of the day, well navigated by EG, I will say.
Yeah, great work. The fact that Jorg is able to go pound for pound with Victor to get a showstopper of his own online. They crack open the hit. Love this re-clear of Marv's position too. But then Jorg is able to just fly in with his own ultimate and make sure that they don't drop that bonus round. They did damage the EG economy, so NRG have still set themselves up with a slight advantage heading in here, but it's nowhere near the cascading avalanche that it could be. So pressure is put back on NRG to try to work the map properly without massive ultimates to rely on.
Looks like this is going to be a pretty steady game plan for them, which is just Mark taking liberties from B site.
Oh, that is a fast way of taking mound control.
Yeah, real rapid, isn't it?
I am very interested to see if EG fight over that, how that clash would go.
Door switched opens, making sure that they can clear out B again with the cam.
Yeah, they still haven't cleared this cam. That's over towards mound. It'll just give EG such great late round info as to whether NRG are really poised for a C push.
They're recording on for the C's as well. Combos up with a nade nicely in case they overstep themselves. Paranoia, or at least the Prowler, I should say. Let's get that connection. Demon One tagged up as well, finally by that cam that we were talking about. None of these trips been broken, Josh, when we're approaching about 40 seconds into the round.
Yeah, this is getting late round.
It's difficult.
You know that this commitment's got to come.
Baden Dizzy, though. Surely this clears the backside play. Apop's got a cage to play into it as well. Lit up Victor, going for another swing of things. You realize he wasn't really getting out of danger here. Calling for the pivot. NRG fast now back through. Sees is a wonderful connection. That timing is elite right there. And Derek has locked them all into place. But you have to barrel your way through. It's brute force. It's the name of the game right now for NRG, and it's not good enough.
Sick round from EG. Very reminiscent of what was going on Ascent again, where they've still got such large pieces of defensive utility late in the round to go for a flood like that. Paranoia's still there, Seize is still there, and they're finding huge value because NRG's timing is really predictable, partly because there's only 15 seconds left on the clock. A great round from Evil Geniuses, slowing things down on NRG and stuffing them every time they try to come through a choke.
This C-mount take, you can't really fight over this one if you are EG. You have to give up and concede that space.
I think that stun is really good, and what a shot from Marv.
Caught by the trip, luckily no one there to play off of it.
Yeah, quite lucky.
Marv's got a gun though. This guy is just running all over them. Footsteps made, and he's caught the timing onto Apop. Ult popped off and online, the Iceman himself. His team can't get it done, he certainly will. He is caught in all sorts of distractions.
What a ridiculous classic Marv play.
Breaking past his own limitations here, dropped down to 73 health, but look at all the space he's created for them. The A side's theirs, and EG have to give it up. The round's over just like that.
They're not even going to go for it.
I think I understand this to a certain degree as well. When Ethan's one away from the ult, they don't want to give away any of these snowball possibilities again.
Yeah, and Jorgamo only on 200 credits. So just not feeling like they want to go for that. But yeah, Crashy's got his Thrash online just with the plant. What a round from Marv. We're talking about the fact that Cypher is not traditional for him, but the lurking style absolutely is.
It's Forsaken-esque. Really.
And what an aggressive timing to find, recognizing, having that visualization that it would only be one player holding B, because that's how people standard play their defense, and just instantly pathing forwards.
Yeah.
Even getting caught by the trip and not letting that psych him out. Getting deep underneath. Apoth even got past Marv's trip. And he still found that angle underneath to win the Cypher 1v1.
It's one of the things that having that Cypher affords you.
But also, Fred, just for a moment, that ain't replicable. That's not part of a grander plan for NRG. That's a sick individual timing play. And we'll see Marv and Victor go for those throughout the series, I'm sure. But it needs to be underpinned by a really good big picture idea as well. And so that's what I'm looking for in this round from NRG. We've seen this mount take. The stun looks good. It's very difficult to contest. Can you actually convert that into a side hit? This time mixing things up, going for the Flash Dizzy combo there for Mount. So really trying to play with expectations so that the EG players can't get an understanding of, all right, they're using the fault line in the same position every time, so we can use utility to timing that. Really mixing things up.
Posted Victor up deep as well towards C. NRG have to re-clear rubble. That was taken, so they're going to use the fault line, mosh pit. Good combination of the util to take at least back a bit of that space. And they're keeping Victor still into position, so that's the important element I'm going to be paying attention to.
If they were hoping to take this A orb on Ethan, it's not here. And Ethan instead is just watching the B push. This is all fake pressure, and it's pulled out the Nightfall.
Getting 2 tags onto the players, but honestly, that might be all the read they need here. EG might just start to rotate some players up and away, and already they've made the calls. You can see Jorgamo running across the minimap. He's going to be trying to reinforce over towards the C site, knowing that they've lost a bit of control towards that direction.
But NRG are not committing anywhere, and there's still only 30 seconds on the clock. They haven't made a decision.
Looking for a detainment, anything to just force the hand of these EG players, but are backed away entirely. No detainment. Superman is taking out Demon 1. Marved, they're aware of the low possibilities, but again, he has to take matters into his own hands. Double face, running him down now. Just trying to use the trips to slow them in their place, but where is the ending here for NRG? Is it towards B? Only 10 seconds remaining. It's EG. They are just plucking them apart. Unraveling the thread that is this round, having to commit and stick this one, but there are no defense available. Not for Victor.
The decision-making needs to be snappier for NRG.
Yeah.
Make a call. What are you doing in that moment when the nightfall hits?
You're seeing the same problems rear its head as that first map. Just the inefficiency. I mean, settling in. They have a basic idea of what they want to do.
But
you know,
it's
Victor
just too
taking
slow.
mounds, you pressure A, you try and force rotate, you go back over to the C. But you're right, it's too slow. By the time they're actually getting into position to even do anything, there's 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. I mean, they really have been watching the Na'Vi VODs. Yeah. Trying to take the time down like crazy. That round, though, got to give credit to Marv. They knew that he was coming. Apoth had already seen the Marv lurk on the cam, and Marv still got a kill and took 2 people on a merry chase. If Marv's feeling like he can take the timings to get the kills, then he's going to make it easier for NRG. But I still haven't seen that good attack side that we need evidence of.
Nice movement from Victor. Ooh, bit of a... Okay. Friendly fire there with a fault line. Superman's not going to be pushed away from this triangle so easily, though. He's still holding on to control of this. And with EG layering down the pit on the other section of the map, out towards the C main choke. Again, NRG are going to be super limited in terms of the way they want to try and take this and fight this. How do you even clear the pit?
Yeah, I don't think you can clear the pit very well with this composition. You don't have Prowlers to follow. You don't have like a Nightfall ultimate to go with or anything like that. They don't even have the Omen ult to get on the other side of the pit like we've seen some teams go for. So I think EG, they just know that the C site is locked down under nature's control.
That's why they're stacking 4 players, B, A area. Prowler in the mid round by Derek. It's both of them going to be used. Peeks out wide, sees, nades, just missing. Ever so slightly going for that refight over towards A. Rubble, 40 seconds into the round.
Do they use this timing after the Haunt? The Haunt sees nobody. Now you start to take some space forwards. 30 seconds left. End A with the fault line.
Okay, rolling thunder over towards B. Instead, it's going to pave the way out through the baby door. No one can really stand their ground towards it. Jorgamo taking liberties. This man's feeling free right now, all the way over towards the side, and the transfer of a lifetime. Derek is doing the most for it, but maybe they can overpower their way back into the side. NRG 2v2. Maybe they can isolate this fight here. Snake bite. Mosh pit meeting the match! Superman! He just collects it anyway.
These EG players, they're white hot. It's not the same players every round either.
No.
We've been singing the praises of Apoth and Jorgamo, but Superman there, just dunking on a double face of NRG. That's a spot where you should be going 1-for-1 max.
Down you go.
Just deletes them. Another round, though, where NRG's macro scrambles to get the plant down in a scrappy situation, all flooding through that breakable door. They are struggling to get themselves into spots. They're not fast enough to take advantage of these macro opportunities. There's some sluggishness with the way they're calling.
Exactly. The slow rounds have been tripping them up. When the decision-making's easy for NRG, when you have these big ults like the showstopper, Victor's earned it again. It is a weaker buy, so he's probably not going to want to offload it. But you think about some of these rounds they were playing, it was Victor just using it right off the rip.
Yeah.
Fast tempo plays.
Whoa.
That's a nice one to find.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see it, but I heard it, and there was 1 bullet. So that's going to look nasty in a replay. Marv's getting squished outside B.
Need this kill onto him at least to try and make it a bit more doable. He's tucked close into the corner. Satchels are nice. Pushing them back and away. Victor. Okay, finding no value there, at least from the rocket, but it does at least get them access to the A site.
Absolutely, I think that's worthwhile. Demon 1 away from ult. Crashies 1 away from ult. Kills here could turn things.
EG really quite fast. They need to clear out Rubble. It's one of the things that they're quite concerned about here. Aftershock. Pushing them back, flip the switch, forcing Ethan towards the back of the site. Close quarters. So they're trying to do a bit of work here with the Stingers, and they're doubled up onto Heaven. Apoth! 1 and done there, traded out. NRG, they're finding value. Tucked into all these tight positions. And it's precision on display by Demon 1.
Lovely round from NRG. Great post plant. And I think a good usage of the showstopper there. Hopefully we get to see Demon 1's entry too. He was to play with a Vandal. Put that hero rifle.
Jump spot? Oh, just a jiggle.
Yeah. And now
Disgusting.
1 shot. That's the level of Demon 1 precision that we know and love. And yet haven't been seeing a ton of recently.
Not 1 left.
But he is very comfortable on smokes. And now EG dropped down onto an eco. First one that I can remember seeing from them. With how dominant Ascent was.
Mixing up the way that Marv's playing this. Normally front section of B, this time he is alone.
He's always so aggressive in these
There's so
spots.
much danger. There's so much danger. Crosshair placement, though, is quite ideal for it. Satchelled! Jorgamo! Oh my God, he's disrespected him!
I love the way that Jorg plays. He's got to be one of the most entertaining players to watch.
Moving like that.
It's him and Jing. There's something to do with having a J in your name.
I can't disagree.
Spike planted.
He's earned himself a rifle, but surely that's where the retake ends for EG. They have util available for them, but Jorgamo down and out. Sheriffs nailing a few of these shots here. Crash is even feeling like he had to use the thrash into this particular position. They're being squeezed. NRG, though, should still be favored. Jump spot. It's only real way to clear it. Derek only be able to do so much here. Time running short now. Spike chipping away. Hello, 1v1. Crashies holding on.
A very solid kill there at the end from Crashies, but Apoth applied the pressure. I'm not sure there was even enough time for him to run back had he got the kill, but they certainly gave it a good old college try. Watching Marv's POV is scaring the bejesus out, man. He's putting himself on such aggressive spots as the solo lurk player, and that's on B and on A. It's like he just has ultimate faith in himself to be able to win any fight against any number of players.
Yeah.
Which, listen, I respect the confidence, but I think EG have got enough ideas that they're going to be able to punish him eventually. It's Evil Geniuses now, though, taking a tactical timeout, looking to try to reassess what's going on. And to be honest, the two big rounds that NRG have won, one was because Marv got a super aggro lurk towards B and was forcing the fight, and he won it. And the other is because Demon 1 was able to get that entry on A and they followed up on an eco round.
Yeah.
The rest have just been because NRG were rifles versus eco. So I don't think there's too much for EG to necessarily adjust here. They have massive ultimates. This is already a good defense half, I think.
Yeah, not too many tangibles to grab hold of. Might be just looking to cook someone up themselves, like you said, with the ultimates they've got. I mean, Nightfall, Showstopper.
I mean, the first thing that comes into my head is the idea of going for the Prowler aggressively out here and trying to use the Showstopper to get onto Marv, which is something that other teams have run against EG pretty often, and Apoth has sometimes fallen to it. Getting punishes onto Marv, and this time, I mean, they've read it again, where Marv is going to be on A. Both teams kind of rotating the map on each other, but Marv this time taking a more passive route, respecting the fact that he got pushed previously. He doesn't want to tangle with it, but EG are faking that control.
Now Gido contacted quite close to the corner. Trip going to be tripping him up for only a moment here for Victor. Can deal with it. They just got a snakebite that's going to be landing for when this plant starts to get online, and there it goes, flying forwards with the nade that's going to disrupt it. So the plant not online for them. Now time bought, EG, Nightfall, forwards, the senses cut away, Spike regains, but they want to try and pivot into B. Who's going to be leading the charge from Miss Ethan? Wading right into the trip, Apoth, ult online, Norofef gives him all the info. And a key reposition now, he's going to be cutting up close and tight to his corners. There are no gaps right now in the EG's playbook.
They could have held there on C. NRG, they had the orbital strike. They could have held off that push and tried to pause the round and freeze. And instead, they keep trying to rotate and find the weak spot. EG are just reading that.
Apoth. It's an off angle. Might choose to just peek it here in forward cam. Seeing it now and hearing it. Footsteps rumbling forward towards him. Kills it to be found, and they are even out, at least on the side of NRG. The two can stand here to try and get this plant down over towards A.
I don't see how they're stopping Jorg.
Yeah, and here it is. Showstopper. Basically let the fuse burn out. You need a kill to be found. But it's Demon 1 who's dropped one player. The stand crashes. He's just being isolated. Locked down in a position, rooted. A tap. 6 seconds, and Derek faces. Boundless confidence here, 5-5. EG. It's a stellar defensive half of Lotus, I gotta say.
Really is. I think one of the big problems with the way that NRG are calling on every single map on their attack side is that they're always trying to find the weak spot in their opponent's defense setup. So here, for example, they realize that everybody from EG is ready to flood defend C, so they try to pivot out and go B. But the problem with that is...
He's got me, fam.
The problem with that is it's easier for the defenders to anticipate those kind of rotates. And in this game, you can throw down so many mollies, seizes, paranoias, all these kind of things to make that an impossible pivot. haven't dealt with the trip. Ethan just dies to that instantly. They need to add a few more of these freezes into their game, where they just pause, try to re-clear areas of the map that their defenders are fighting over. I think it's a really big like mindset issue that's currently stopping NRG from reaching their potential, but EG doing a stellar job of punishing that. Chet's gonna try and fix things for the last 2 rounds of the half. The money is still in an all right position, unless NRG lose the upcoming one.
It comes down to this. Do have the orbital strike to maybe work with, but when NRG get pushed like this, it feels like they just try and increase the tempo massively. They go for these all-in plays.
That's what they did on Ascent.
Yeah. Backs against the wall. Maybe they can come up with something different, but right now, a lot of eyes looking towards the B site.
Yeah, certainly looks like we're going to see an early stun on B with Victor trying to follow up on it. They're just doing that normal cage, making it feel like it's only Marved here towards B. And if they bait Jorg and Derek into fighting, they're going to find themselves stunned by the breach.
So far, very interesting looking wall. Not really seeing too much more in terms of the POVs. Crash, he's hunting for this cam. Pesky problem, do they have to dislodge?
There's that Prowler. Quite late into the round, the second Prowler from Derek to put a bit of pressure on the Marved, and the rest of the team at this point had kind of rotated off.
Yeah. So I'm a bit worried for NRG though, still at this point, Josh.
Well, a 1 minute re-clear of rubble I think is pretty standard. This isn't too bad, but they don't have that normal Viper wall that they can put up and drop. So this is going to make it more obvious they're headed towards A.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of U-turning expended just to take that mosh pit flash, fault line stun.
They can pivot B here because Marved is in a nice spot.
Oh yeah, monster
But the squeeze will be a good call to do. And it looks like that's what they're going to be trying to do. Snakebite down at the feet, up and down one angle, and it has just put a bit of a pause into the round, but maybe Firepower can do it. Lovely jump spot, Victor. It's just messing up the aim enough for his team to really get into the fight. Nade rebounding, will disrupt it again. This plan is going to be pushed back and away, and with Derek finding that 1 kill, the straggler crashes. He's supposed to be that late lurk, but an ult earned. Victor holding the rocket into his hands, contacting slowly as it goes, and just about catching. So 2 to stand here into this retake. Do EG still want to make a go of things? Jorgamo finds a kill. It's a little bit messy. Bulldog doesn't make it a clean job, and so there's still some fight left for these EG players. They do want to make a go of this one. Hearing that reload up high, damage done to a multitude of targets, but it's NRG. We're just going to be narrowly taking the lead.
I think that's a great round from NRG called out of attack timeout. They do so much on their attack round there that has been tripping them up before. They go and insert Marved into a deep position on B with the rest of the team ready to punish in case Marved got challenged. They also cleared out Mound. They didn't break the trip, but they cleared Mound. Then they went back to A and had the option of pivoting B. That's how you work the map properly. That was a lovely round called by Ethan, with Chet assisting out of the attack timeout. And it's dropped the economy of EG and set NRG up for a 7-5 half if they can just convert this one.
That's where the importance lies. And you can see just the fault line being held. The UI elements.
Toxin screen down.
That's just a punish in case there is a play to refight out towards rubble. Anybody pushes past the door.
Demon One's been holding this orbital strike an awful long time. I don't know whether it's designed purely as post-plant utility, but you'd imagine that you could put the squeeze onto nature here.
Oh yeah.
As soon as the Snakebite goes out, you're like, right, I know exactly where the Vipers stood.
Should be quite predictable, but I'm choosing to do it. Nature jiggling. Dodging everything. Now to Util Kitchen. Sing being sent at him. And they do eventually isolate it. Stunned up Jorgamo. Still the cage fading away. Gives him that opening. Satchel forwards. And around to the corner here. NRG not going to be given that easy access over towards the A site. They can't find these easy fights. These duels. They're tiling away of EG. It's falling to pieces. In NRG's camp, they had all the weaponry. They had a big ult. Almost as good as a beginning as you could really hope for, but that flood defense of EG now has basically ramped it up nice and pretty, 6-6. Unless Marv can just go huge and nuclear, it's not likely though.
It's got 20 seconds left. It's an impossibility. The rest of the team just looking to focus on their defense half at this point, I think. Well wishes to Marv. Give it the best shot.
And Jorgamo taps out wide there, bit of a pre-fire. 6-6. Like I said, wraps it up nice and pretty. synchronized, but on Lotus, we know how this map tends to be on the attack side. EG, it's a hell of a half for them.
Yeah, I think this is going to put massive pressure on the NRG camp. EG all smiles on their side as we ended the half even. They know it's an attack-sided map. Their comp has so many ults to work with.
It's feeling all the more likely, isn't it? As we're creeping closer. But over on the LATAM broadcast, spoke with Potter about how she motivates her team. Check this one out.
I had a lot of one-on-ones after we got destroyed by crew with each of the players, and in my conversations with them, I asked them, if we were playing basketball right now and Shaq was on the other side, it's Shaq over there, do you see yourself as like a tiny kid on the court trying to play basketball versus Shaq, or are you a huge like Shaq is, right? And they all said they were like a small, you know, they were scrappy, David and Goliath, but they were gonna come back and everyone's gonna respect them for fighting again, right? Even though they're small. And I said, I don't see you like that. I don't think anyone else sees you like that. You're Shaq, you're just as big as this. Wow. He's just been in the league for a little bit longer, right? So you have just as many tools as these guys. And that's been the thing for this squad is they're so talented, all of them, so talented, but just the confidence.
That's so out of pocket. That analogy, while you're talking to somebody who's 2 foot shorter than you, it's so out of pocket.
Oh, Dan, man.
No, that's a wonderful interview, and Dan does fantastic interviews over on the LATAM broadcast. And I love the way that Potter's talking about that, because I think a lot of coaches would lean into the scrappy underdog mentality to try to feed into that feeling of, I'm gonna come back, people are gonna respect me. But instead, Potter's telling them that that concept of even people being favored against them is wrong. That they're thinking about the David Goliath situation incorrectly. That, I mean, and she proved it last year.
Oh, yeah.
With that EG team. And yes, this year around, I think there's less raw talent in the server for Evil Geniuses to work with. They don't have that Demon One. They don't have Ethan, who's got such a storied career. But they've still got super heavy hitters in certain roles. I mean, Jorgamo's been lighting the world up.
Yeah.
Apoth's been fantastic over the last few matches as well. And Derek's at the top of the scoreboard and continues to be damn good in the clutch since he's left 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a bit of a redemption arc for Derek and a whole load of these players. And of course, you can't count out the blueprint. Potter's been providing it. The key to victory for EG, how prepped they were, all these cool ideas, bringing it into the mix. And now, going toe-to-toe with a team like NRG, looking rough around the edges.
Pistol round setup here for NRG. It's got them trying to control the whole of Mound. I mean, there is just nobody home on the A site whatsoever on the defense. They've just got that trip.
I made a bit of a pencil jump by Jorg. I think that's to clear the way.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to hard commit into it, but he's just trying to get height so he can clear Mound. That's a crazy way to do it.
My question is, what protocol happens if nature opens the door? Does NRG abandon their setup?
Triple faced up, Apoth. Oh, it could be under some immense pressure here. It's still going to be chased down, but Baka arriving just in time. EG covering the retreat. And now the hard pivot over towards A.
Lovely dismantling of that pistol round strap by EG. They knew something was up. They held their ground, waited to bait out the response from NRG. Now they've got a 5v2 advantage.
I threw Ethan wants to go fast with this one. Aftershock. Even a flash. Connecting but vulnerable to Ethan. It's back to all of them. It's the only chances for NRG into this pistol round to just go fast and loose and disrupt that plan as it was going down.
These are the kind of pistol rounds, by the way, where NRG will be so happy to take those kind of raw fights. They'll just think of themselves as better because they've achieved more in the past. Whoa!
Okay.
For a moment, maybe Crashy's had the belief there too. But like that fight out of B main, where it's just a straight up fight. Even the fault line trying to assist the NRG players, they will feel so comfortable because they think of themselves as those big dogs in the server.
And a lot of teams, when they're taking fights like this, they won't overextend into this deep angle.
It's really tough. They win fights there.
Yeah, you see that kind of discipline being instilled by a lot of teams, which I'm assuming has been honed through scrims, where they've tried to go through similar plays and they've been punished like NRG here.
The problem is when you swing out a B like that, they can be on either side of the choke line.
It's
they can
not
be so much further back.
It's not a favorite fight for NRG to take.
It's not. That's why I'm saying I think they will just favor the fact that they feel like they're better fraggers, but EG are you know, with them pound for pound today, and with better game plans, I think. The one way missing there from Superman, but I don't think it's going to make too much difference in the round. EG have got an overwhelming rifle advantage, and this is where you start to see players like Jorgamo looking to flex that advantage, take an alt orb, get in the face of the NRG players.
A lot of concerns, I think, of potentials for a trap play, especially when they've got the Cypher, the fault line availability. Breach does allow you to just sync up a lot of the utility.
Yeah, Marv can create threats around the map just by putting his cam or trips in weird spots, because they're going to assume that there's a trap play behind it.
You can see it just from the way that EG are making sure that the front section of C is entirely clear before they go for the orb.
Yeah, they have actually spent so long clearing the front part of C out, they've allowed NRG to stack it.
And here's the fault line. Nade into the back, slow down, TP, disengage in a way. Jorgamo, his chances here that he could fall, especially with this cage in his face. It's an awkward fight, but they're going to be overwhelming his position, spraying all of them down, every single target. Didn't stand a chance. Precisely the target you don't want those kills on. Jorgamo, this guy, it's not just the confidence that he's feeling right now, but he's earned himself up to a big ult.
That's going to be something that now NRG have to keep in the back of their minds, or the forefront of their minds, really, and come up with a strategy on defense that accounts for that. Can they force it out early by putting the squeeze onto Jorg somewhere? Apoth also just walked through there on B, so that's another gap that NRG need to keep their eyes on too. Getting stressed around the map here. It should be really difficult for EG to take rubble control anytime Ethan wants to fight over it early round. So EG are probably just going to do what they're doing here. Take C early on, and then re-clear A if they need to.
And this is where the meta's been trending on Lotus these days. Not too much fighting on the attack side, out towards Rubble. Usually a later re-clear.
Hello, Marv.
Oh, okay.
He saw where that was going for. He knew it was aimed towards him.
Dropped down to 70 health.
I think possibly he thought that it was just for back pillar instead of towards spawn. And there's Apoth early, first 40 seconds breaking that trip. That's going to keep somebody in that spot. And Ethan desperately wants to provide utility assistance to the rest of his team as they're trying to flood defend. But he's got to keep his eyes on B now.
And you can still do work here, though. They've stacked this one with the appropriate amount of players, and with the showstopper not getting value, might be the time to strike here for NRG. Wingman forwards, not quite finding it. Door flips open with the switch as well. It's a bit obfuscation in terms of the way that EG are trying to land this one, but finally the plant coming through. Shots also fired forwards. Dizzy blinded. Goop all over the place. NRG, they have the foothold. Surely just need to land these shots. They got the rifles in play. Still dealing with this one, though. Apoth. That is a pesky moment from him. He's just catching those late lurks. Demon 1, leave it to him. A 1v3. He's got to worry about the flank. He's got to be worrying about his hard anchoring positions of these players tucked in every single position. That's nice, though. Snappy. 6 bullets. Down to just 3. 33 health as well. It's making it just so damn unlikely. Nature. Yeah, 1 bullet. Straight to the cranium. 9-6. EG have all the momentum behind them now.
Apoth is terrorizing them on the lurks again. He breaks the trip, cams into B, the cam doesn't get broken, sets him up for the late flank, putting pressure waterfall, and he just kind of pulls players further off site because they're worried about him, and allows the rest of his squad to get in, still manages to find the pick.
EG do love their aggressive Sentinel players, just taking those risks.
This 1-2 punch of Jorg at the front and Apoth behind is almost impossible for teams to deal with. Sentinels struggled, NRG are now struggling too. Meanwhile, we still haven't seen EG go for one of these just late round reclears over towards Rubble, which I think could be extremely effective.
Apoth again going for the same play.
Yeah.
NRG, I mean, yeah, you're on the half bar, you got to make some moves towards something, but again, you're never really going to be favored trying to take that fight.
No, it's so easy for the player to just tuck into this corner and then set up multiple people kind of facing you from both sides. It's really rare we see the defenders win those fights, but it's the desperation from NRG. They're now walking back out, but they're going to meet Apoth's trip. Can they apply enough pressure?
We'll see. Trips broken onto the flank. This is a fast approach by NRG, and they are just trying to create that pressure, noise cues and sounds. Apoth
Stunned up. Just can't quite do it.
That's
These
big.
kills. Yeah, flooding in the direction this time of NRG. See if they can do a bit more damage.
Victor's been anticipated.
And Nature is already fast forwards. Victor! Strip the head clean off. Kill feed filled up entirely with green. And now Ethan can take his time alongside Marv. Forwards here with Derek on such low HP. That is a necessary round for NRG.
Finally, the big name players on NRG showing why they should be respected.
Yeah.
EG knew almost every one of those swings was coming, but they still couldn't stop him. Victor got anticipated on his stairs push, the trip got broken behind, and they were watching the flank. But the combo of the fault line there, and some great shots being hit, giving NRG the round towards the end.
You've got to imagine that'll get the confidence back up for these NRG players.
It's a lifeline for them.
Yeah.
Right there.
It looks like NRG might want to dominate mount control again, potentially to get the orb onto one of these players, maybe Victor. I think this is going to be an enormous clash.
See them facing. Got to break the haunt though. TP across. How do you get through this initial smoke though? It's a hard ask.
I think this is one of those spots, honestly, where EG could try to use a better smoke from Superman. That one way is not finding value, but they're going to Nightfall instead.
Nightfall sends flying here with a paranoia and a nade. It's all being exchanged and lobbed on our even sides. Jorgamo just satches up to the high ground position and the smoke won't save you. Superman, did he just stick the TP behind them?
He did, because they're on Nightfall. There was no audio cue. Superman, there's nothing personnel, kid.
I mean, that is just insanity.
What a play by EG. You got to see there what NRG are trying to do to hold on to that space. The fault line came through from B, putting pressure on them, but Jorg just jumps up. They can't hear it because of the Nightfall. Then an Omen ult behind him. That is sick.
That is so good. I mean,
we've seen teams rip those kind of ideas before. That could not have been timed more perfectly, because EG...
Yeah.
I mean, NRG were all in on that mound control. And the Evil Geniuses... putting the genius back in their name there. Love that play.
Ripped it to shreds. Let's see it again. Surely going to be catching this. I mean, Jorgamo's movement, impeccable, as per usual. But here it is. Just sticking a TV behind your eye and a Nightfall just... And you cut away all those senses.
It might seem like a small thing, but the fact you can't hear the blast pack actually means that these NRG players had such bad crosshair placement for Jorg's peak. Normally, you hear a blast pack and you're like, all right, I'll start aiming upwards towards where you're anticipating seeing him. There's no audio cue, so he just kind of appears out of nowhere on a weird angle.
You're just forced to react. NRG last time out for them. Pulled out. Of course it's going to be pulled out here. I mean, they've got their backs against the wall. This is an EG that are just let loose right now. The synergy's there. They're calling really good macro plays across the map, making sure that the reclears are there as well. I mean, you just see that. The way they take that fight, knowing that Mound is compromised. And I'm not sure, I feel like that can't even be preset. That's just them cooking up something on the fly, surely.
I'm not sure about that, because we haven't seen them heavy fight over Mound without those ults. So it might be something where they know that that Mound setup has been happening in previous rounds. Yeah. And they're thinking, oh, well, we can own this.
I was basing it off of Potter's disbelief, but...
Yeah, possibly.
It could have been.
Certainly, either way, an excellent round. And the pressure very firmly in the NRG camp. They've got bad weaponry, but they're forcing into it. I mean, down to 300 credits on Crashies, Marved, and Demon 1.
I mean, this is...
relying on the ults to get them across the line.
A backbreaker if it doesn't work out. It really is that full investment. Again, they're going to be winning out this initial fight and battle out towards Rubble. Just the nature of their composition. It's going to be able to take that space. Victor also has the showstopper. He could choose to get even more aggressive. Thrash. Nature was waiting for it. And he will apply it up as well, just going to retreat.
They would be fairly happy here to drive EG into Marv's setup. And Demon 1 was looking early round to try to catch this contact from Apoth. Apoth's been slow with it, but now he's going to be walking into Demon 1 and Victor. Demon 1 is fast on the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it to him. This guy, he's still precise, just crouched up, locking down that one sight line. The play, it's forced out of them. A lot of trips to deal with. Orbital strike as well. Stun, connecting rocket, let loose on either side. But it's only that even fight taken. NRG It is that full investment. They got to come up with a win here. They're calling a pause now into this round, letting it loose here with the tap of Jorgamo, Aftershock, Molly, all sent forwards here.
That's good denial of the plant utility. And NRG are going to be set up here to go for either a flood or a set retake with the Thrash.
This is tough, but they're still worried about a flank occurring. And it is tough, isn't it? With only 17 seconds remaining into this round here. Jump spot of Derek. He will get the acknowledgement that there's a player holding his position up towards heaven. Thrash needs to be broken, detained. It catches. And now kills need to be found on the EG side here. But for NRG, they're feeling it. There's blood in the water. They're making their way all the way forwards. The bait and switch. And the rifles singing true, landing onto all the targets. Every single mark.
That was the round that NRG had to win. They'd invested into it so heavily and had those ults to get them across the line. Great shot by Demon One. Still on Brimstone, allowing his aim to work for him. Perfect crosshair placement. And then this, the orbital strike, the molly with the aftershock. Enemy down. Made it almost impossible for EG, despite the fact that Jorg just bounced across and over both of those trips that Marv had waiting. Here we go. We haven't seen EG try to aggressively take Rubble in the early round before. I think they're
going to be running into a rolling thunder. Yeah, I mean, Ethan's holding at least some form of the util. It's just a fault line for now.
I don't really see how EG could take this early round. I guess they were just hoping that NRG would after something else. This is so deep.
Trying to push out a B as well at the same time. There's so many angles to account for. They're contacting back up through this. Demon One, he's overextended his hand. It's feeling like he has to make a play off of this one now for NRG. Them two feeling it. What a call to make. The right pauses into the moment, playing off the flashes. Overwhelming the EG positions. Everybody was blinded up.
That takes guts to call for that play, when all of their pushes out through B main have failed up until that point. From the pistol through to this round, the coordination there from NRG after they took the pause was looking good, but Derek's gonna try to fire back. How could he possibly isolate the ones though?
Yeah, I mean, they're all grouped up. Makes a nice go of it, I will have to admit.
I want to see that round on the replay, though. NRG, they took a pause in the middle of that because they didn't find the angles immediately. EG were playing behind cover, and then they accelerated a second time. There was a second phase of util, and that Dizzy with the flash.
It's a double flash.
Oh, man, that was powerful. Because, oh, there it is, that second breach flash that comes through, comboed with the Dizzy. Beautiful second wave of aggression from NRG. That's something they've been missing before. You do have to be very all in, though, to make a play like that work.
That has knocked EG, though. Wicked guns. Jorgamo, the only one with the rifle. Side by side, though. Nade will clear this into the corner, stretch and ride in case there was a trip there as well. It would have cleared it.
EG have got some players deep over towards A. This is one of the only rounds that I can remember where NRG did not start with that heavy rubble pressure.
Yeah.
So EG already reading into that, knowing that something's very different. I think they've probably got a great idea that this is just the Cypher on A.
Bring them down.
Trip broken, tree taken.
Especially with the Prowler. Haven't broke the cam, though, so Marv's going to get that. I mean, really just solid information. Still hold on to this one. He doesn't fire the dart. Doesn't want them to even check into this position, but now finally reveals the position of it, drops it down. A lot of util here, flying forwards here for NRG seeking to disrupt again. They haven't broken this cam. It's got another go of things here with a tag, but finally that plant forwards. Rifle's got to do work. Aftershock, push the nature wide. Jorgamo falls, and he was the one who really was going to be supplying that danger. There's no util, spamming away into the smokes. Clean round by NRG. So, nice now, flawless, 10 to 10.
NRG have done such an excellent job at pulling things back. Level here on EG's map pick, a map that we haven't seen from NRG all year, and they've forced a tactical timeout from Potter. They really didn't know where that cam was from Marv. They had a great idea that it was only marked on the site.
Yeah.
They just couldn't figure it out. Looking like the middle of London, just CCTV footage everywhere.
Let's force the timeout from Evil Geniuses. Like you said, Josh, I mean, time for Potter to really work out what's going wrong.
Yeah, EG do not have any of those big ults to try to start a snowball. So they're going to have to do it with their own wits. I think trying to find the spot that Marv is playing, they might have a good read by this point. That Marv is often playing alone with his Cypher setup. And so if Jorg can get past the utility and they get an early plant down, the problem with that game plan is, by the time you get in position to plant, normally some of the NRG players have rotated over and they have plant denial util, aftershock, molly, nade, something like that. So it's tough to make a fast hit into the Cypher really work. Take a look at the highlights of this round one more time. We're about to go straight into the next. 10-10. Rubble fight again, and this time EG are going to be lucky in that NRG are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
So they're going to get the line here, and they're going to immediately realize that this is not that classic 3-player stack on Rubble. I wouldn't be surprised to see EG just run it straight into Marv as soon as they realize there's no stun.
Well, like round to cover.
They're like, right, okay, this is the same setup from the last round, I think.
Realizing there's no pushback. This time Cam in a different position here for Marv. Door. The Prowler.
Yeah, you can see with the way that they're taking this, they are not worried about anybody being here.
Nope.
They know this is only Marv to probably retake setup.
And full control. The Prowler as well, connecting onto the trip. That's going to get them signs of life they needed. Still, Cam seeing it. Superman with the plant. Nades. Forwards. This is Victor. He's been sent flying. Trebuchet right into the site. It's NRG now, not messing around with the pit. He's going to be covering this one into the post. Is he going to be stretching far enough? Aftershock. Ethan, hesitancy in terms of which part of his util and kit to really utilize in this moment. Satchel's pushing him back and away. Crashies onto the defuse. Anything to stop this? Anything to stop this? The gunfight's won! And it's all wrapped up.
Everyone from EG decided to take the fight outside of the pit, looking to try to stop NRG from flooding around.
What happened with the util?
Just no ability to stop that from coming through at all.
You got a pit on that. Surely first tap you put a snake bite. Well, I don't know what happened entirely with nature to be distracted, but it's that flood attempt.
Sick from Victor. It really has been good watching him play Raze. He's up at the top of the scoreboard, but it's more the space that he's been taking and the comfort with his movement. Again, NRG are not fighting for Rubble, and EG are just walking this one through. You know, they're very confident here to just allow them to run into Marv's setup and play the A retake.
Marv will do enough to at least delay.
The cams have been rotated every single round.
Always in a different spot. Sees it again, he knows it.
Peekaboo.
Cam not going to be broken. Laid up towards heaven, stops anybody from pushing back out to it. There was a snake bite as well to try and get that safe plant. Superman just being disrupted. Back to pieces there by the Cam, and again another flood attempt right when the plant isn't even going down here. It's Superman who falls into that tree angle, still need to deal with pit, and there's really no protocols right now for EG. They don't really have the guns for it. Gonna try and take it here. Raw mechanical ability. Derek's position is so damn tenuous. Repositions forwards, last two bullets not finding it. Jorgmo with the rocket flying. Ethan found no stun connection. Jorgmo's still there, but now flushed out into the open once more. And the nades are good and the util better. NRG this time gaining that ground, scaling forwards. 8-pop trying to get cheeky with it. Nature swings. Orbital strike, but Demon 1 sticking. It's cleared out the position. 7 bullets, 3 left. Demon 1 with a tap. Half already earned. Nature, no way!
Sick clutch from EG on a thrifty round for them, keeping this one tied up at 11-11. I felt like there were opportunities for Demon 1 to use that orbital strike way earlier in the round, and there was players fighting over towards pit, instead using it late, wanting to keep his rifle out earlier on, and he took half as Victor was just dashing back and forth to try to find the timing onto Nature.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it. Big 1v2 for the caller of EG. And this time, EG are going to mix it up. They're not taking that free space towards Rubble.
So looking to try and fight over Mount this time. I mean, Jorgmo, this level of aggression is ridiculous.
Bomb buddy out.
using the Haunt, using the Prowler to realize that Mound was not being heavily contested for. I think there's chances that you could go for like a re-clear strategy here from NRG perhaps, but you don't have the Paranoia to work with. Nature is also just getting free space. I think he's got the read here, that as long as you're on the opposite side of the map to where Victor and the stun is playing, you can just take a ton of map control for free.
Cage triggered.
How's cool for that pivot? Making moves over towards the A side again. NRG going to be tested with the flood. Fighting forwards. This Nightfall though, it's been problems for them in the past. Apop is making full work of it. He's just full sprinting right behind him. The detainment, a slight catch and collision, at least with the rocket. Victor brings him down, but it's been the pivot all along. Superman takes us all out there with a yacht fighting forwards. Jorgamo seeing it, and the kills are collected. Crossfire setups with all of these rifles. Victor stands his ground, keeps his cool, avoiding the damage, but cannot win the fight out. For Crashies now, or leaving it to Marv. Iceman in the clutch, but this is a little bit too much. These post-plant positions, impossible to dislodge EG from it. This is going to be them up to 12. Inevitable at this point. Little bit scrappy, little bit messy, but EG will be happy the job is getting done.
One round away from closing out their match against NRG 2-0. Phenomenal resurgence from this Evil Geniuses squad. I would say unthinkable, except it happened last year. It did.
Yeah.
With a totally different team, bar Jorgamo and Potter. But damn if it's not giving the same kind of vibes.
Firing on all cylinders. All the pieces towards EG. I mean, kind of swinging and playing off of each other. Impeccable work. And this is it for NRG. They got to try and force it to OT for a chance into the series.
So this round, you see the stun happening over towards A.
Over the top though, this time Team of One anticipating it. That satchel play of Jorgamo. Not getting the same value.
This time, no Nightfall to try to disguise it. Double kill trip setups. You can play from on top of this angle. Apov trying to work his way into B. He's been demonic on these lurk timings.
Flash, dodged out. Lovely with the aim and a reset, but a bit of a bait and switch. Crashies doesn't alert himself to his presence, finally swings for the kill.
Marv's setup's been broken over towards C, and EG are in. A 3v4 to close things out and win the series.
To bring it all the way to OT, Marv. Full wraparound here, seeking to clear out these positions. Yeah, just waiting for the body. Neural theft now. Give them the information they were looking for, but again, it's that mound plant. Marv's position here is essential. He needs either kills or distraction, enough to try and get NRG in. They have taken that space out towards the site. Victor is hard pressed though. Wingman onto this plant as well, not being broken. It's a lovely smoke to cut up these angles, and it's all placed. Perfection in the making here for NRG. The way they played that one in the retake, I gotta say, they have firm understandings of how they were gonna win it.
Overtime.
This map has been so back and forth. Any team could come out with a victory here in overtime.
Yeah.
Such a strange comp that we're seeing from NRG. But finding value with it.
I love the way that Team 1 plays that. He knows that they planned it for Mount, so he smokes off the position.
Yeah.
It forces EG out into the open in that final moment.
And they swing together. Beautiful stuff. And we're heading into overtime, 12-12. Ooh. The sides are gonna flip, EG defending. This one was a 6-6 half. It was dead even on them both.
NRG was struggling on their attack side. It's the ultimates really that got them over the line in a lot of situations or lurk plays. Keep up the same level of consistency.
They're starting off with that macro idea, NRG, that I thought was their best one, which is that Victor and Marv go forwards. They're trying to make sure that they still have presence here when Derek tries to re-clear it. Insert Marv, go and take some mound, and you can even re-hit A in the late here, if you need to.
It's all being slowed down now. Again, minute in the round. First one of OT, Horn getting good info. So EG seeing that tag onto two of the players. Marv this time, the Prowler catching onto him. Yeah, I think be able to get the same play going.
I think this is a really good timing now to head towards A if Demon 1 hasn't seen anything. They're going to leave Victor over here just for a moment. I mean, if he throws a nade or something, oh, they're going to B. They've pulled people over towards C and B, and they're going to end B.
C's nade again.
That's
possibility.
difficult.
Yep, C's catching Victor. Fully isolated away from that fight. At least with the cam to tag him, he's going to be backed away for a moment. Now over towards A. Guess what? Superman's time to shine. He's the one locking this one down in a slight off angle. They don't anticipate it. Flash. It's beautiful. All sorts of util being used to great success for EG. And there it is. 13-12. Once more they find themselves, Josh, one step away.
Switching sides.
NRG was so close to cooking up a good round there. And they dragged 2 players C, 2 players B, and they tried to hit B. They're just forced to make a scramble over through rubble in the late round where EG already had the read of what was happening. Similar stuff, the time being Ethan's biggest enemy, IGLing.
Oh, yeah.
Just a bit too readable on where they were finishing. Lovely C's nade combo to separate Victor from the rest of the team. EG reading them like a book. Attack side for Evil Geniuses. I think the biggest thing you can take away from EG's attack, they were getting the sights.
Yeah.
They were just getting pressured, and then NRG would set up and flood defend. So if EG can come up with ideas in the post plant, or can try to run some kind of fake even, actually, because NRG were fairly quick to bite on what was happening.
Could be options available. This NRG taking a timeout, of course, but EG are going to be able to utilize it.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, for sure.
You're right, they have been getting into that post-plant scenario, usually the plant going down. The trouble is with NRG's comp as well, they have a abundance of resources when it comes to the util that they can use to disrupt, either to stop the plant going down in the first place or just for the retake. We've seen it being so damn good for EG, they could choose to take it into a different direction once they get into the plant, maybe an aggressive post-plant. And they've been hanging all the way back.
EG have been gambling a little bit at the start of the rounds. They'll try to take some rubble control until they hit the fault line, and then they get an idea that it's a 3-player stack. So you see everybody bunched up as if there's going to be a rubble fight here, but I would expect EG to just back off as soon as they get stunned. Oh, the stun is held.
Yeah, just waited, delayed. I think this is a good call here. Now Ethan's going to let it rip alongside some util, potentially. No noise cues. Nade forwards. Nature playing inside of his own orb. Horn sent flying, so they know that nobody's there. Has cleared out rubble control this time, EG. I mean, they can just posture this entirely. They have walked into B. NRG, there's a level of that awareness that they know that it's going to be compromised, but they're going to be ready onto the ankles. Out! He lets it loose with the fire. Demon 1 quick to take it, but they don't realize Heaven's compromised. Jorgamo backs against it. Satchel away. Ethan collects it.
3v3 though, and as things calm down, EG are locked out of the B site. Nature has space, repositions the orb to try to open this avenue for the rest of his team. But it's going to be a little slow before Superman and Derek can get here. And Nature's trying to make it as safe as possible, but he can't cover everywhere at once. And these NRG players are sneaking through to heaven.
They're already down to the side. The silent drop down of Victor. In position, ready to strike. Ethan, util at hand, fault line forward to the satchel, didn't connect with the stun, matters not, still with the kills. And a flash forced to be dodged to Derek, he can't set his crosshairs onto the likely target. Nature is here to do so much more, but there's no easy options. Lovely movement.
An amazing synergy between Victor and Ethan there. Ethan stuns, Victor capitalizes. Yes, it didn't land, but it's still that pressure. And then a flash, just connected, really well connected in terms of how they want to play off each other. This isn't the duo that was kept together. This is connecting the parts from Evil Geniuses and Optic, that NRG core, to try to form them into this one squad. Love the way that those two are playing.
Careful there.
All this for NRG, hanging on by a thread. Still in it. They're looking for an extension into the series. Being tested through and through.
Mars maybe looking for this aggressive B timing again. He's broken the trip at front B. And NRG are putting a lot of pressure at the start of the round.
Here we go for a refight. Superman's way out into the open here. He gets caught. Too much to overcome there, at least with the flashes into his face, and now they have to reassess the expectations. The push and the fight coming down through tree, and Derek forced to reload and back away. Side by side with Jorgamo though.
This is getting so damn precarious.
They're worried about where Marv could be. He's reconnected with the rest of the team, but that also means that Ethan doesn't have other options to go back to.
What is this situation?
I mean, Marv is trying to give them an option to pivot in a different direction once the time gets down, because at the moment, NRG have no info anywhere else on the map. But Marv's just one man.
Yeah.
Can't gather info all across the rest of the map on his own.
Can't fake the presence. So, EG, they have the knowledge surely at the back of their minds.
30 seconds
have to worry about the late lurk, but they can keep a lot of bodies anchored, rooted into place and position. Derek with a dizzy dealt with. Nature instantly there, swinging out wide. Derek seeking it, breaking it apart into pieces. Like a whirlwind, man, EG. They will not give up that space. They'll just take it one step further.
Switching sides. Match point.
EG get another match point. They've had a bunch of them in the game so far. And if they convert, if EG win this game, then the Omega Group guaranteed that third playoff spot. A lot of people have been looking. The groups look one-sided, very lopsided. There was a chance that it would be only 1,100 Thieves going through from the Omega Group, but he guaranteed somebody, not guaranteed EG. All right, stun early.
And this is what it comes down to! Jorgamo! I mean, pure disrespect on display. I mean, he's trying to just evade the stun, try and catch that timing against him.
Yep, and they haven't gone for anything like that. So I love that they're working things differently in overtime, but it doesn't work. NRG too sharp for that one.
Losing one of the heavy hitters. Again, you're on the precipice. You can find advantage of yourselves, but NRG should be pleased with it for now. Smoke in Victor's face. Fear and paranoia at the back of his mind that they could have taken the A side because there's a lot of util being used into that direction. But EG calling for a pivot into B, it looks like. Me gonna have that main control. Apoff, in fact, fully just not walking all the way in.
It's just purely in the blind spot of the camp. And Apoff's through, opened up the avenue for Superman, who broke the camera.
They're worried about just a fast play here, but NRG, they're so slow on the mark, they're not even in position to really disrupt this one. So Superman now gonna be getting that full stick down. In these moments, close attention has to be paid, I think, to Derek. He's the one who's going to be holding this off angle when this retake occurs. If he gets some kills, plays his life, tucks himself forwards, Nature's there, Dizzy's broken. Just not really finding any easy finds with the satchel forwards. They have paved the way, at least the direction that LG can take this into the retake. Apoff inside the cage, winning out his ones, but it's just one man. What can you do? Not a lot. We go again.
NRG's retakes, making sure that they clean up Derek there. There was certainly a chance for Derek to put them through. If he'd been a little cleaner on securing those kills, this match might have ended already. Yeah, and I don't blame Jorg for trying to find that timing at the start of the round. You've got to remember, we're deep into overtime at this point.
Yeah.
You can't just be sticking to the same game plans you had throughout regulation.
I mean, conditioning be damned. You got to mix it up. The playbook, got to rewrite it or just throw it out.
Watch and learn.
Back and forth, back and forth.
On defense, to take a look at this camera, it's been absolutely ruining NRG.
And a fast fight! As a stun, at least the connection. Jorgamo's way ahead of it though with the C. Still keeping forward, Superman! He's dealt with Jorgamo! He falls! And Marved from behind with a dagger in his hand. Apoff doing a decent amount of work, but you need even more than that. Feels like the first time in ages. NRG with this surely setting themselves up now. One round ahead, taking the lead in this map. Best opportunity they've really had.
Derek gives away where he's positioned and takes a rocket for it. NRG get themselves up to a map point, 15 to 14. It's been grueling to get themselves up here. Evil geniuses take a tactical timeout, determined to try to answer back and drag us further through overtime.
Pushing to the limits here, I mean, of both teams. And EG went for a similar play. I mean, just actually trying to opt into this rubble fight here.
How does Jorg die there?
It's just back a few, I mean, stray bullets, I think.
Yeah, it takes a bit of spam and then the boombox catches him in the side of the head.
Yeah.
That's a wild one. NRG have not been able to close out rounds early like that. EG have never fought them at the start of those rounds on defense. And NRG's composition really able to flex in those rubble fights. EG can't hold on in those big brawls. They've got to play for later on in the round.
And here is where the focus is applied to EG because, you know, as much as it's been back and forth in the OT, it's both of these teams winning these rounds on the defensive side. It's only finally NRG overcoming whatever the obstacle was to get their attack side round. Now they're on the favored defensive half. So we'll see how it ends up playing out. Potter, you can see he's calling up potential masterclass, but didn't need to be one.
Look at this buy here from Victor. The glass cannon operator on a player not really known for doing too much opping. Gonna try to pick this one up and add a different layer into how they're defending towards Mound. Normally, it's been Demon 1's smoke and then a stun behind it, people positioned. Are they still gonna go for the smoke? That seems really weird to smoke your opera off.
This is bizarre.
They're not. Does EG smell a rat?
Satchels, forwards, paranoia! Shot missed! Victor, I think just steadily moving away and Demon 1 brought down. The spectator seed crashes. Biding, waiting, and what a play he could make.
There's nobody else
replay
coming.
it down, you could even it up. There is no one else coming, but he might just be waiting for it entirely. No call-outs.
The longer it waits, the more chance for Crashies to potentially mess this one up, and he takes it.
Does take it, the easy shot finally. So it is 4v4. Victor, a lot of damage done for him, being pressured by that Prowler, and now nearsighted, blinded, forwards, already taking a space with a seize! Flick to the side! Victor, he's isolated down just to the raw aim aspects, and he's got backup, arrived in time here. Ahead of the flashes though, Ethan can't claim the kill, still they're falling to pieces. For EG, it all leans and relies on Apoth. But look at the awareness of Crashies. He's already ready to contain, already to put a stop to it. And Derek in a 1v3. We've seen clutches from him, but for NRG, that grueling finish right to the line. They win it out, and they earn their extension in the series.
What a game on Lotus. We are going to sunset off the back of NRG being able to pull things out in overtime. They went down a player at the start of that.
Yeah.
Victor had to hit the more difficult shot with the operator just to close things out there. On a map that we haven't seen all year long from Ethan and the squad, they come out with this victory. And I think this is only going to add fuel to the fire, Bren, of the community and NRG fans wanting to see this as the normal setup, with Victor being the Raze player and having Demon 1 on smokes. Was that the difference? Only speculation.
Came down to just so much minutiae within that map, but well, bit of a quick break now. When we return, the analysts, of course, going to be getting us ready for that third and final map. Don't go anywhere.
Taking a little bit of damage here. Demon 1 online.
Traded out through the main angle. Now Nature lined him up for him.
Well, it ain't over yet. Seems like NRG are still in this fight as we head over to map 3. Now, Wyatt, you were talking about how we haven't seen NRG on Lotus this year yet. And it seems like they've been cooking, though.
For sure, yeah.
They've been cooking something in the background.
It was a big surprise because most of the maps so far, they've just played standard stuff. And even some of the maps, like Split, they went back to like the 2023 standard with the double duelist. So I was kind of expecting essentially what EG were playing, a pretty, you know, the comp of the moment with the Fade Rays, all that. But no, they came in with the Breach, which we have seen on Lotus before. It's just not as common right now. And you could see how strong it was at locking down the A side of the map early on, when the side swapped on defense, when they were making that big comeback. And also, in tandem with the Gecko, the Breach flashes with the Dizzies at the same time, like on this round, pushing into spawn, is so sick. And in fact, it's the Gecko Breach combo that Lev used to boom them a couple weeks ago. And they pick it up and use it right here and do a solid job with it.
Yeah, I really liked the way that they played in that second half. Every single defense round, I think, was pretty solid from them. I mean, always finding early advantages, really making it difficult for EG to find any specific value. And I think it's because of the man on your screen right here, Victor. This guy was super active. You saw him take the risk in that final round to get the op online as well, and it paid off huge, even though he was under pressure. Again, Josh was talking about on the cast, he's not a regular opper, but there it is. That just pulling it out in one of those random rounds throws things for a wrench. And I was thinking, I was like, oh, I think EG is really the only one taking risks to try to close this game out. For example, Jog walking into that breach stun, trying to disrespect it. Yeah. But at the end of the day, Victor makes that one play, and he's able to close the game out once they get that one attack side round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and also Jaw, he was ruling the game early on, but then by the end, I mean, Victor just took over. Like, late into the second half when they went on the comeback in OT. Just went crazy.
I mean, a guy like Jaw running at like 1,000 miles an hour in his brain, just doing the things he's doing on Rays, eventually it'll slow down. And I think we did see that, you know, a couple fumbled decisions there from Jogamo at the end.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wasn't expecting it to get pushed to overtime, though. That was really phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. For the fact that EG even pushed it back, right? They were down after that for a little bit.
Yeah, Nature getting that, like, I forget if it was a
3K
clutch,
down.
but yeah, he had the clutch like to get them to 11 as well, stepping up. So yeah, pretty wild game. But listen, third map, Sunset, excited for that one because we're gonna see NRG on it for the first time since the Lev incident.
Oh, the Lev.
Do we talk about the incident?
And what I'm looking to coming into this map, now that I just saw them with Breach Gecko, I kind of want to see them run it on Sunset. I mean, they're just, if they're gonna rip it from Lev for Lotus, bring it into Sunset where they used it to roll you a couple weeks ago. Make it your own.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a couple different standards now on Sunset that everything is turning out to be pretty acceptable. So I'm very curious to see how this continues here for NRG. Definitely cooking in these last week at the very least after the 2 weeks. So I'm very excited for this last match. This has been probably the best map so far. Actually, probably even back to Super Week, too. And it means so much still. I mean, NRG trying to stay alive, EG trying to stay alive. There's
Playoffs
so many
on the line
implications.
for EG. This is, it's win you're through, lose it's over for them. So.
Yeah, we did talk about that up top at the the top of this half, and about how like important it is for both of these teams. So maybe that's the reason why we're seeing like both teams just stepping up right now.
For sure. I want to see with EG if they come into this and are a bit fatigued, honestly. After that lengthy map, they take the loss. They had opportunities to close it out.
Yeah.
And now NRG, sigh of relief. They got the win coming into this one. I want to see if that might end up being a factor. I think it certainly could be.
I think we're getting some sneak peeks as well, by the way. Of course, the thing that I really liked about the Lotus comp was that it allowed for some of the comfortability and some of the strengths, I think, of this team right now. Victor on Rays, Demon 1 on a controller that he's comfortable with, right? Like forcing the Brimstone on Lotus is so out of pocket, but it works when you have Demon 1, who is a guy that's very comfortable on that agent. And he's a player who's getting a little bit more cerebral too. So I'm very curious how it's going to work out here because I think they're leaning away from that when you go to a map like Sunset.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Demon 1 is going to be playing here was obviously, yeah, playing the Raze on this map previously. But for me, the overarching issue against Lev was their game plan was just so straightforward. Lev had them hard read and countered. NRG contact on attack on this map constantly. And Lev were just hiding in smokes, waiting for them. They were so readable. They knew when they would be walking up, boom, breach flash, Dizzy coming out at them, and they were just ruining NRG's attack op. So I think they needed to have done some serious work here. Comp aside.
Well, the comp's right there.
Yeah, so they're coming in right now with the Gecko and the KO, and I think NRG previously, when they've been running the Gecko, they've been struggling with syncing it up with the other initiator utility. That was better on Lotus than I've seen it on the other maps. And now, again, going to be looking for that here because that was an issue against Lev. You could just clearly see the difference in the team play level around the Gecko.
Yeah, I'm hearkening back to Kickoff right now when NRG had that game against Sentinels, the do-or-die game to make it to Madrid in the first place. It was first map on this one, and they stumbled in overtime against them. So I'm very curious right now. EG versus NRG, we saw the comps. I think it's pretty standard across the board. I'm not super surprised by anything. I think my point still stands about how Lotus was super comfortable for them, despite being a switch up in the comp, just how the rules work out.
Yeah, well, this is quite the reunion. It's time for map 3, so we're going to send things back to your casters with Bryn and Sideshow for the call.
That's right, both of these teams hunting for that win here to just, set things into motion, I suppose, for playoffs. I mean, EG desperately hunting for it. They were so close on that second map to closing out 2-0.
Many
what a heartbreaker it would be for them if it's NRG after just, honestly, a well-earned map 3. They've been granting themselves that lifeline, and now they're looking to just rip it away, take it away, show that they've had learning moments after that Leviathan game.
It's such an important game for both teams, but it is literally do or die for EG. An NRG win here knocks Evil Geniuses out of playoff contention. They would not be going on that miracle run up to Shanghai and making an echo of what happened in 2023. My focus, Bren, to start this map is gonna be on that Demon 1 Raze. It's just been the talk of the town, but it's on the other side of the map to start on the pistol. A 4-player stack from NRG as they make it look like there's more presence over towards B with that knife.
One over the top, not broken. That's going to clear out most of the site.
Ethan
should
inside
be.
the cage.
Yeah, Ethan inside the cage actually has locked this one up and over and around. Ethan still gets the one there. In fact, NRG are willing to just hold the ground. Real defensible positions. Apoff being red there, just trying to absorb up that space towards mid.
That's a lovely pistol round strat. Reading the EG finish on A perfectly. Cage there for Ethan to play inside too. A trip. Now for a little bit of contact. And they know exactly where Derek and Nature both are.
There should be no chances, really. Setting out a lot of that util. Victor takes the contact. Would have been plenty of players ready to swing and trade him out if he did fall. So once more, NRG pistol round going to be gained for them. They have been pretty steadily consistent with getting these opening pistol rounds. This is just ludicrous.
Now, I'm not 100% familiar with what EG did last time they played on Sunset with the pistol, but that looks like a hard ante on the pistol to me.
Yeah.
Couldn't totally confirm it. My memory's not that good. But when you've got a trip and a cage set up like that, 4 players stacked on A, that looks like a hard read against what EG have done in prior maps. So gets the NRG defense started off on a good footing.
All the footsteps in the world. NRG know that they've taken up B control. Not much they can do about it, though.
Yeah, that's a unusual smoke being thrown there as well. As the NRG players go back to try to make sure that nobody's got that lurk play deep through mid. I feel like the NRG defenses have just been really solid. Generally speaking, apart from on Ascent where I thought it was a little passive.
Nade sails past Apoff, but he won't be surviving for much longer. And you're right. The defensive setups of NRG generally very well thought out for EG here. Getting that plant down. Need more past that though. Most plant's not going to be good enough. Pushing through the smoke and past it. A little bit of util to set it up. The Classics doing a bit of work here. Full line even. Delaying the push out through market. Surely it should be easy pickings. If only Derek have to stand against it. A right click.
From that range?
Yeah, okay.
Good work from Demon One, coming back to the rest of his team so that they could play a couple of players facing into Derek, not allowing himself to be isolated. So they've kept some good weaponry heading into the bonus here for NRG. Do they have another idea of what they want to do with their setups? We've seen a setup where Demon One on his own is holding towards B, but they fake like there's more players there with the 0 point. And then we've seen Ethan and Victor playing the weaker side of the map together on B. Now Demon One picks up market control. And this does look like EG are going to put heavy emphasis towards A at the start, and that is a little weak right now. There aren't those trips to play off. No KO to combo the util with.
Jorgenmo's going to be quick now. Rapid with the Prowler. Still got the Boombot in the back pocket. Horn broken. Avda's in a bit of a tricky spot here with the nades. Just holding on to the TP just in case. How does that get value? Crashy falls to it.
That's over the top. I mean, that just puts a lot of pressure on the player.
Was it spam damage and just a little bit of a
I think he got
follow-up
stuck.
with a grenade?
I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I think he got stuck in the corner.
We'll find out, I'm sure, in the replay. Just losing track of things. Onto the high ground. Angle. Dropping down. Shot fired. Possibly hearing his rotations. Marved. Great time to take some risks. And matters into his own hands. Sets up the one way. Fine time for the rest of them to start flooding right back into things here. But a Paranoia, it's hard to really just clear out Marv from this spot. And position NRG. A bonus round conversion here would be electric.
And a disaster for Evil Geniuses. They had such a great opportunity in this round. They're taking back control early. And Apos beefing the fight against Demon One, who only had a Guardian.
You don't want to see it like that. 24 seconds.
Another 1v3 for a different player to try to pick up.
There's only one option you can go for. If you want to play to your outs, it's the A site. Has to be one out. Magnetic to the head, but again, it's Marv to deal with, it's Ethan to deal with. Running away, right out of there. Shutting down Superman. Bonus round conversion. As you said, Josh, I mean, it's a heartbreak for EG.
Yeah, because I think they played the macro really well. I think the most standard thing you can do with EG's comp is to go and take elbow control at the start of the round and then cut noise and bait out info peaks. They're in a 5v3 here. And yeah, Crashy's just getting caught by the nade. Oh, 4v3, apologies. But the fact that they couldn't stop Marv from just walking in, A-Link and destroying them. Derek's literally holding that angle, waiting for the info clear. And can't get the punish. Not an auspicious start to EG's attack side. Not the beginning that they would have wanted.
No. When you can't get a rounds on the board either, you don't really get the ults alongside it. Still a few away. Puff just unaware that that angle could even be open to him.
It's good information to then allow EG to go for the pop. But,
I mean, the util.
Push
the back.
Sheriffs.
Yeah. Just with these guns, Victor. Little peek there, slightly open to it. Mosh pit, dropped down at the feet. Superman lucky to be alive. He was blinded up, unaware of how close he was to certain death. And Chert. Sticking now with a plan. Now a showstopper really to just see if they can get this one going. Okay. Out of the sky. Also not going to be doing too much here, but what can you do, Nature, in this spot? Not much.
The ult investment is very heavy just in general from NRG, but that's going to be a team decision, I think, to invest the ult. The double blast pipe there causes Demon One to get stuck in the animation and get punished, but listen, they got the round sealed up at the end of the day, and that's what NRG were looking for. You can see that EG's attack side is trying to be very reactive. They're looking, when Apoth gets punished in mid, they realize that's 2-3 players there, we can hit the site. But they need to find those opportunities, really, when there's rifles online. And B still very decisive. Well, that's a great shot, though. That is a great shot to shut down Demon One.
Caution.
Few away now from some big key ultimates of EG. Been playing super hard for control of B main. Easiest access for the orb, but this time setting up for a bit of a play with the boombot broken. Does Jorgenmo suspect that things are up? Yes, he does. Got that awareness and even going to be claiming the kill.
Just a bit too obvious when the boombot gets broken there.
Hard stick there from the ult to just try and reinforce that B side, expecting to be way faster from it. Flash is excellent. They've already taken and occupied up mid-control. Market is theirs.
And so is the round at this point. Team 1 and Crashies would have to go massive to stand a chance. They have mid control. Apop
Enemy remaining.
slipping around out of their sight lines here, weaving in and out, dodging and juking.
Even giving away his position with a couple footsteps, still gets one on the board. NRG overcommitting to a B main fight. Jorg gets the read. As soon as that boombot's broken, you see the protocol from him. They go for the breach flash to set him up on the angle and a nade towards the back. Both teams exchange paranoias, but it's EG to put the pressure there, put the squeeze onto Ethan, Victor, and an ulting Marv. Now there are enormous ults for EG to work with over towards this A site. We've got Demon 1 here to try to reinforce things on the defense for NRG.
Satchel out.
The amount of chances they've got is going to be insane, surely. It's a long-range flash! Jorgamo! My God, man! Can't be doing it to him like this. Crashies still going to be alive and kicking out towards the elbow angle. Potential for him to be cleared up. Neural theft. They're going to see this one as a heavy over-rotation. And Superman does have his ult for a pivot. In case he spots it. Would love to see him execute onto this one here, but they're not calling for a pause into the round, and that could be to their own demise! Rolling Thunder, it has to tear through it, but it leaves it to Crashy in that 1v2, lit up. And a neural theft, double phase! And not able to do it. It's EG who close it out.
There were chances for NRG to turn that one, but EG had the advantage right from the beginning with Jorg outplaying Demon 1. I don't really know what NRG was set up for at the start there.
It was the long-range flash of Ethan, just trying to put Demon 1 in position.
But one of my problems with it is, what we're seeing from the top teams that look elite on Sunset is that on defensive A, you start with a protocol that works against a fast A push. And then after about 5 seconds, when you know there's not that fast A hit, then you can start to do those like re-clear or more aggressive plays. Talking about aggression, NRG walk down mid.
This is it. They're writing a template and the book on it, Marved. Bullets go flying, TP to get out of there. Nightfall scatters and does land onto a few of the players.
They're trying to pinch them from B main at the same time, but they're worried. There could be trips in there.
A lot of trips in their face. Flashed up. What the hell is occurring, Jorgamo? It's like he just wakes up from a slumber, but eventually EG aren't getting it done.
B main control cannot be denied here for EG, and that's putting the squeeze on these B anchors. Good work from Evil Geniuses, getting into position, building up that economy, and now 3 rounds in a row. 1 for their side. But they've expended all of those big ults. Apoth is going tiles pretty much
Almost every round, right?
Definitely something that NRG can try to work through. You know, if they realize that a sight hit is coming through on A or B, a mid re-clear to catch the lurker could be money.
Could be excellent, could be money, but Jorgamo is the one. He's coming up with tons of it for his team. Marved, overstaying his welcome. He just cannot evade it, cannot escape it. Jorgamo running rampant right now.
You can see that NRG realize from a big picture, macro perspective, losing B main control is devastating for them. So they're trying to fight it in a number of different ways. But nature just unloads breach utility to set up Jorgamo, and that's enough.
Yeah.
NRG have tried tucking Ethan behind the box. They've tried Demon 1 taking that early line. They could try doing some kind of flash re-clear play. That's even before the fault line hits. Jorg is not really favored in that fight, except that Demon 1 has a lot of different angles to cover. He has to be thinking about right side box, potentially left side if he's swung out wide enough. And Jorg chooses the high ground instead.
There.
EG at this point.
Can they pull weapons out?
Yeah, they'll be looking to do it. Economical damage will be massive. To try and hunt and sniff out these NRG players. Victor's off angle. It's enough that he will survive, and everybody else, yep. No one else fading to black. So we're seeing it. No command. The Thrash still available for them. Might be able to squeak together some weaponry for Marv to work with.
Jorg, last time he had the showstopper, just ripped it A at the very beginning of the round. It's a play where you get like cam contact. If there is somebody A, then you send Paranoia and you ult on top of them. It's a very simple attack side plan. But this time, he doesn't have the ult online at the beginning of the round. So they're going to have to work for an ult orb. Yeah. The thing is, though, that one on B just looks free.
It is free at this point.
NRG cannot come up with a game plan to try to stop EG from taking that B main control. So that means you have to fight for different areas of the map. And I think that's one of the big things that the Breach Fade comp does super well, is that It's really obvious which side of the map the attackers are fighting for, but it's very tough to stop them taking that control. NRG's gone. We've seen other teams play it for immaculate retakes. And instead, you know, dominating market or going for reclears in mid, something like that.
Pick and choosing the correct times to go for those reclears when you have the double flashes.
Yeah.
It is a really powerful comp.
Yeah, I think NRG could try to hold more passively and just... They've already conditioned EG to throw out a lot of utility at the beginning of the round, even though EG are winning. So you could try to hold back a little bit and just play for retake knowing you'll have a util advantage. Plenty of ways for NRG to play. And Victor's gone for a cam that spots a main contact from real far back.
Yeah, so you should be imagining a bit of a passive hold here for NRG. Lineup, the knife.
Yeah.
Gonna make Ethan feel like he's actually over towards the A site. He's gonna be shoring up the defenses up towards mid instead. Only the one connection. Mid control is the name of the game now for EG. Demon 1 and Marved. They're watching that sight line.
Potential for a massive clash.
Oh, they're watching it indeed. Look at this. Fast through. Right past the rifles. Nade. Flying forwards, locks off that one choke, but they've already taken top. Mid control! It's ripped away from them! The round's over!
It's done! Victor left looking at the fallen pieces, wondering how it went so badly for NRG.
I mean, I was caught unaware by the fact that, they were fighting over Boba. What was that, in 5 seconds flat?
Yeah, this play came through so quickly. Crashy's ripped his ultimate, thinking he had time to be able to play that one and catch the EG players.
Yeah.
And they were so much slower than that electric pace that EG pulled out.
What a mix-up.
Yeah, we haven't seen EG really take mid control like that and path through top mid. It's only been Apoth hanging out in those kind of areas. It looked like there was potential for a coordinated squeeze in mid, but NRG didn't have the initiative. That's wild. Great round for EG to pick up, because that also gets them that showstopper online. They can run an early round play off the back of that. And Victor just kind of wants to keep the gun online. Demon 1 and Marv's credits are so weak. And he's not going to keep it, is he?
Not. Into the next. That's a flawless round by EG. Everybody intact. The important points to know, which you've already pointed out, Josh. You know, the ults are building up. Get the snowball potential, at least for the showstopper. And that's why they weren't expecting it. I mean, it's set up with a paranoia?
Yeah, the paranoia and the TP up top. That is immaculate from Superman. That's so well coordinated.
Yeah.
What a lovely play from EG. 5 rounds in a row, knocking the NRG economy once again. I don't think you need to do a fast play off the rip with the showstopper for this round.
Jump spot from the box. Might catch ahead of a player who was playing top mid just before the smoke blooms and blossoms.
This is looking like
reflash,
a potential mid crunch here from NRG, yeah.
They want to try and fight this one, surely, with the flashes. They need to pick and choose the right timing for it. The paranoia flying away.
But they backed off.
They have backed off.
Ethan and Crashy, who were top mid, was set up to go for that double flash combo and just didn't commit.
Almost got the right moves. Get himself out of there, at least with the satchel plays and movement.
All of this pressure towards market and mid might well drive Nature into calling his team to hit A. And NRG are already predicting that. There are 2 trips here to work off. This could get very dangerous.
It could get very dangerous. I think NRG are going to be fast on this one, just going to be following all these cues. And they can delay long enough as long as Victor stays alive. He's got his trip still up. There's 1 kill trip in order. Still locked into the corner of the site, even peeking off of a flash to Ethan, I think, just lobbing in that long-range artillery. This time, Apoth seeing if he can make his mark in through market. Cam not spotting anything, being pressured all the way from behind, but still wins the fight. Out! And Derek just takes away 2 of them. Spike, though. It's out into the open. TP backs away. And Crashies to make the play. Here's the footsteps, here's the reload. Neural Theft putting them all out. Will he go for the early peek? Bait and switch, 1v1 now. Superman sticking the plant, not feeling deterred, doesn't know where the last alive is. Victor, many ways to play this one. Unknown creeping in the back of the players' heads. They just don't know where they could be, but he spotted it out and sniffed it out.
My ultimate is ready.
Definite danger in that round, even though it's a thrifty from NRG, but fairly well handled from Evil Geniuses. They called to cancel on the A hit. They utilized the lurker. Again, Apod giving them options in the round. It's so important that your Cypher player on attack gives you that info, that spot on the map where you know that it's safe. And especially when Apod wins the duel against Marv. It makes the round winnable and danger avoided. See, this is the round where you can really flex the showstopper now. But they're not going to go for that same A hit. You see the NRG respecting it. A more passive hold over towards A, despite the fact 3 players are over there. And Ethan holding the knife.
That's their idea to counterplay just in case the showstopper is sent. They've been getting squeezed in these mid-crunches out through B main as well, and they have lost at least sight and direction of where this could be possibly landing. Kill trip, be damned. I mean, Superman's the one who's just taken names off the server, crossed them off the list.
What a crunch there into market. And all the utility was excellent. The fault line even coming through from Nature, through from B main. That area of the map just allowing his breach to have so much impact on the split. And Apoth also collected the kill on Ethan at top mid.
Because this was an eco swing round for NRG, I mean, they're just forced to save these rifles.
Yeah, I think EG are calling a fantastic attack side here.
This is an EG that's just been evolving steadily. I mean, they had some cool ideas, don't get me wrong, when they played Sunset. I think back to the Kickoff.
Yeah.
They're opening weeks, and they were throwing in some very interesting looks on their defensive side. They started slow on that map, but, you could see at least the bare bones making of something that was fleshed out. Apoth, important kills from Defiant here, and they spotted out the 2 players with the rifles. If they take them away, it's the danger zone for NRG, and they will not keep any of them intact.
That is brutal for the economy heading into our final round. NRG's defense, they've been trying to fight EG for areas of the map, and yet their composition doesn't really excel in that situation. They can't really hold on against all of the overwhelming utility that's being thrown at them. A seize onto Victor, the stun as well. Despite the fact that Superman gets caught in a trip, it's just too much for NRG to hold on. This is 7 rounds in a row that EG have picked up.
Yeah, ever since the first 4 that NRG could get. Dizzy, broken, denied, paranoia, fast play, but there's really no follow-up off the back of that. Can't really gain the ground fast enough. Trip acknowledged and broken now, at least with the help of Prowler. It's the final round of the first half.
They haven't broken the trip at top mid, so Ethan can keep watching market from Boba. And it's been a little rare that we've seen Marv actually get posted on this with his one-way. He's got backup in the form of Crashies, but Demon 1 Showstopper is miles away from this, and we've seen NRG fight for control instead of playing the retake. They spot Marved.
Ulting off Superman's contact?
Right there.
I mean, what's the call here?
It looked like they were going to go for that.
Yeah, Flash and a Haunt instead, just using the util that's available at their fingertips.
All right, so Marv's trying to pull utility out of them so that they can play retake here, surely.
And now they're rolling Thunder. It's the knife that forces it out early. Marv wasn't caught by it. Not catched by the stun, and this mine could make all the difference. Rooted into position. He's got to try and defend this site away from them. That reposition again with the stun in his face. Adjustment barely there by Superman. Doubled up though into the back of the side, and NRG have got to do work now. Putting in the business and winning this out into the neutral team, and one doesn't get anything. Crashies still alive here, but Apol brought down. Spanner by Eichel Entertainment wins it.
And they're going to go for a brutal finish. But that was the only round that NRG were able to pick up after the first 4 in a row. It's a knife to close out the half, but EG made them work for every inch of that. And it's EG who lead in our 3rd map, 7-5. A slim advantage, but in terms of the rifle rounds, again, like map 1, dominating.
Yeah. It's closer than it really is, I suppose, just because of the nature of them winning that pistol round, and yeah, I mean, they're going to be laughing at the end of this one, the disrespect of the knife play, but they're still going to be down 2 rounds as we're heading into the next half.
NRG, EG, this has been just amazing to see these 2 teams go up against each other. Like, EG, they're kind of dominating is what I would say. Or is it too early to call this during the halftime?
I mean, what, we ended up 7-5? Like, the score doesn't show it, but I think you're right. I think that 7-round streak is definitely indicative of them feeling it. They definitely had a lot of things working very well for them, and NRG was struggling for answers at the end of that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they got a pistol round, they win the bonus, that's huge. But after that, EG just go on a run. I mean, it's the gun rounds that they were winning. And one of the things they were doing so well here was fighting for B main, taking control, and then able to split off of that. And after, I think it wasn't 2 rounds back to back, but they were spaced out where they just dominated B main.
Yeah.
After that, NRG just gave it up.
Yeah.
They stopped trying to contest B main entirely.
Yeah,
I mean, this was a crazy play from Jaw as well. He was going nuts, but I think they dominated the map control game, and it had NRG on the back foot.
I think that specific battle, Demon 1 versus Jogmo in B main, was the keynote of the beginning of that half, right? Where that streak started in the first place was targeting down a potential weakness for NRG. And like you said, they gave it up. But even then, I think EG started really, I don't know, pushing the advantage that they have by then utilizing other places on the map. So it was a very well thought out half from them.
Yeah, and again, we have this head-to-head here, and it says versus, but they're on the same team.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Both of them are popping off. Superman, that one clutch in the 1v1 against Victor was massive. Obviously, Jojmo, he's carried the momentum in to this game, and he's still going
playing like
off.
a star player.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's playing like the star player that he should have been.
A little at the end of Lotus.
Absolutely.
And he's right back at it. I was nervous that maybe they'd be fatigued, but no, they're going crazy. They look really good right now, EG.
Yeah, well, we're going to send things back to Brennan Sideshow to bring us home on the second half.
NRG's attack side, it's been the focus of much critique, and it's Demon 1 that I look to. He's 5-10 right now, but he's on the attack side, playing against his former team, one that he helped win a trophy last year, VCT Champions. And we talked up how good Victor was in terms of making all of that space on Raze. This is now Demon 1's job.
NRG have been really finding their foothold in a lot of these maps just on the basis of them getting these pistol rounds. Pretty consistent in terms of how well they've been able to grab them. A lot of util's going to be used here to just push them back, but it does not catch Jogamo. He sits nice and pretty onto the high ground angle, even with that nade rebounding. Not enough with the debt. Yeah, it doesn't stop the plant from going down.
Victor's in a lurk position, and Nature looks like he might get caught here.
Nature is so unaware that he's just really being pushed and assailed on his position. NRG, it all works into the favor of them. Superman turns into a 1v3. But look at the hurdles to overcome. Hello, isolating fight. Found TP into the smoke. Slight direction, misdirection, crashes. He just holds it down and bides his time, knowing the right time to strike is there.
NRG continue their dominance on the pistol rounds. They've only dropped one this series. And considering how close it is, I think that highlights issues elsewhere. But when it comes to the start of these halves, they've had good ideas. I like the way that Demon 1 and Marv hold hands to clear out over there. Getting that timing onto Nature, disrupting the retake from coming through. A good game plan. The follow-through has been consistent so far in this match as well. It's the rifle rounds that have been killing them.
EG aren't quite there yet, of course. Gonna be knocked down to that eco round. It's up to NRG to really take this, early beginning, the momentum in the second half now and just run away with it. That's if you're looking and following the trends of just, how poor some of the attack sides have been looking from NRG. That's a nice one for APOP, but
This is good.
This is going to be used to clear it out. So the re-clear late of B main.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things, I highlighted it earlier on, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on it. I feel like Ethan's calling is generally to go away from where the defense is fighting and try to find the weak area instead of contesting that space. And so that's what I've got my eye on. This time, EG pushed up 2 players into B main and they re-cleared that spot. I'm not sure whether they knew those 2 players were that deep until Victor died. But that's the kind of round that I'm looking for. You can't always react. Sometimes you got to brawl.
Just take the fight to them. I mean, NRG should have the confidence to do that. It feels like that's almost just their motto when it comes to us as a team. So expecting that they'd win a lot of these outcomes. Ethan, well on his way to that ultimate now, farming up all these easy eco kills for EG.
Can he get the ace?
Maybe even trying to give it to him, yeah. Ethan swinging wide, there it is.
Power ace.
A nice one. Clean up the ecos. But you get close to a big ultimate. There are a bunch of ults on NRG's side that you can really work a game plan around. Of course, as Doug was mentioning earlier, you can follow iBuyPower on socials. They'll be giving away a PC with all of these aces. So nice that NRG gave that one to Ethan.
Exactly.
You can use the hashtag #UnlockYourAce. All right, so let's focus then in on this bonus round from NRG. They have an ult to play around in terms of the Thrash. They might even be able to get up the null command. And here's that player inserted into B main.
Superman was considering at least playing that one, and then he can't quite break the knife here. So we've been getting tagged. Walks his way out of dodge. Thrash, though, might be getting that connection. No. It's avoided, dodged, and duped. In fact, Superman is really getting aggressive into it. In and out of the smoke, just trying to dodge all the available flashes, and NRG looking to take backside control. This time, it's overwhelming. Stuns up, though. Still, can't quite claim it. Ethan follows through. Finally there. But EG have that player advantage. Them finding Victor into mid, and now it does put the onus onto a player like Ethan once more. Spotted. Jump spot and a flash as well. Ethan dodging and ducking away. Crashes. Picks up the upgrade. But he's getting a move on here. EG are not necessarily fast onto their approach either. There's definitely going to be some time being bought for him. But the mosh pit can definitely see the delay. It's spotted. Sees the shoulder. Kills. Found on the side of EG, though. Spraying him through the wall. Crashes just could not withstand it.
I like the idea there from Crashies. He was stuck in B main with only a pistol, and they made the best use of that. It's a damaging bonus round. It's gonna hurt the EG economy. And Ethan didn't commit that ultimate. What a fault line, though, to follow up and get those kills onto Marvin Demon 1. That's really what allows EG the round.
Yeah, calling to recall and refighting for that backside.
Perhaps Crashies could have turned the tide with a mosh. But that was not to be. And as I said, this economy not looking good here. They've got a Stinger, a Guardian, and a Judge on Superman. So this is going to be a scrappy round where NRG have got to root out these players with bad weaponry. I mean, Superman's just inside the smoke here. These kind of things can really catch you.
Maybe just gone for a bit of a bait and switch. He can't break the knife in time. It tags onto the two players. NRG's game plan so far has just been avoiding anywhere where they see that aggression.
And again, that's what they do. And I worry because it just gives the defense so much info. As soon as those B-main players don't get cleared,
they do end up taking mid-control. Now with the no command, it's ripping its way through onto the side. Apoc being caught here as well, so we won't have that util to try and stop them in their tracks. Jomo going wandering into mid.
It's supposed to be a fake.
Broken traded, and yeah, the fake will be paying off. I mean, Ethan might have just done all the work for them anyway. Derek, forced out of position there, just from the wingman, and they're going to be calling for the rotation back over towards B. He's realized that he's got the side for his team. Nature, openings and chances, but denied.
And this is one of those rounds where the mid-rounding from NRG looks sublime. If they can get more rounds like this on their attack side, they are going to be such a dangerous team. I love what they went for here. Yes, they navigate away from that danger in B main and give up that space, but they turn it into a fake, and Derek's left in a 1v4, which he shouldn't be able to do anything with, despite the kill onto Marv. Doesn't have any info about the rest of the players, and he's just trying to keep hold of his gun.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that Ethan goes for a fake, he kills the two players anyway. They go towards A and commit to the fake, but as soon as Wingman detects somebody in elbow, Crashies knows it's not worth the risk trying to cross there and take the fight into Derek, and instead they just go back to B. And these are really good on-the-fly calls based on the information that they have available to them.
Just tightening up the mistakes from Ascent. Well, as I say that... Okay.
I mean, that is going to actually be really significant damage.
Yeah, I mean, just cast the curse in a moment, I guess. Talk about NRG looking nice and disciplined.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the economy here of Crashies and I think it was Victor too, who'd bought fully down there.
One enemy remaining.
There's going to be a bit of a squeeze on their economy.
One enemy remaining. Ready.
But taking a look at the practical impact, we've got a Guardian, and that's pretty much it. I think Victor's come into the round with only one trip. But I mean, the economy is still getting squeezed on EG's side, so
yeah,
NRG are not suffering too much for those kills that Derek got.
Might be looking to put themselves in a position to use the ult, though. Be a good one to get around onto the board. especially when it's a full investment on both sides.
Absolutely. This is an eco swing round if you've ever seen one.
Back to me.
Vitally important.
Think back to the way that EG were playing their defense on Ascent. They were dominating the extremities. They were fighting for A main and B main in a lot of the rounds. It feels similar again. EG on attack and defense have owned B main.
Nightfall, it's going to be expended and used. EG looking to see if they can do some damage with this one. A lot of trails and Teva's going to be connecting.
And again, NRG, instead of trying to re-clear mid, they try to find the weak spot over towards A. But the Cypher is here. The rotates are about to come here. This is not as weak as Ethan might feel.
No, it's really not. And even if Apop does get smoked off from this angle, he's going to have these trips onto the site to play off of. Just needs to not go down into the moment. Here has a cage to play through and around. And there it is, kill trip in order. Haven't quite gained the site. Cloud's going to be disrupted, I believe, from the aftershock. And anybody just seeking to claim that space and scale up deep. It's going to be denied the chances. Dizzy, forwards, Apop connecting, but a rocket from behind. It's all done and dusted. Marved. He dominates a smoke angle. But this is a hell of a round to overcome. 1v3, Spike dropped out into the open, only 15 seconds to do it. Again, you'd have to be the miracle maker, and he doesn't land the initial shot. Enough for EG to at least take the lead now into this map.
Just as I was praising NRG for having that round where they called beautiful mid-round audibles, that's another one of their classic macro fumbles, I think.
Yeah.
The Nightfall into mid and they think, right, well, if there's a bunch of players fighting mid, then A must be a little weak. But they're a little slow taking A. They haven't had anybody in an aggressive lurk that they can just run through. They still have to be diligent clearing their corners.
That's the trouble.
And by the time they get there, EG are already in position to go for the flood.
There is so much space to take on A if you're going to try and hard pivot like that. If you don't have somebody already in a forward position, lurking.
Yeah. And that's why I think NRG need to add more of these fast takes at the start of the round and insert players. What a shot from Marv to make this one winnable with Sheriffs.
Suddenly some danger here into the half by round. Push them back in the way. They've spotted that weak spot, Marv. Does TP forwards. Does he get a gun as well? I think that's what he was hoping for.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Still out into the open. Apop wants to try and defend this. Nade rebounds forwards here with the door opening wide as EG putting that squeeze on, so they do defend that weapon, but NRG have got themselves into the post plant with Demon 1's ult earned. They're going to roll in thunder this one, cutting them all the way up, pushing into the smoke, rocket unleashed, but a kill still found. Jorgamo is doing the most. Thrash defended, detained, and now it all lies on Derek. Holding the position on the ground once more. Again, you can see and hear that Spike is ticking away. But the options just running out, running short and shy of the mark. Derek can't get the kill. Weaving backwards and forwards. Final moments will do it! The half-by conversion. Thrifty round for NRG. It took a lot. Don't get me wrong.
And
They'll bring them even.
It still came down to the spray control.
Yeah.
There was half already on the defuse. That could have still been possible. Great shot to open things up from Marv there. And they weren't able to follow up on the Rolling Thunder because Demon 1 immediately pops ult. Very heads-up play. Great raise ult there from Demon 1 to control that space. And even though Jorg gets 2, the Thrash follow-up from Crashies closes things. He's so good in those clutch spots.
The relief on the face of the NRG players. I mean, we are right into the swing of things. 5 seconds off the mark. NRG, though, taking it slow and steady with just a little bit of that utility. Deep Horns as well, spotting out Victor's position.
It's been such a back and forth game. The 7 rounds in a row from EG have been kind of bookended by dominance from NRG.
Shadows traveling.
They're trying to feel out whether EG have got a stack or some kind of mid-re-clear setup.
Superman, and he gets ahead of that one. It will be traded by Marv.
It's not too dangerous, but it does make it slightly more difficult for NRG to get the spike down now without Crashies alive and Wingman available. So maybe if EG get the read, they can set up for some kind of flood defense that would still work. I think if you're looking for a star player to turn up again for EG and make this one a thrifty, in return it's on Jorg. But this is a lovely ult from Marv, clearing out the back of the site and allowing the rest of his team to come in through the front.
Victor might be able to catch this timing, spotting it. Yeah, with the shots at least. Was that good adjustment from Jorgamo, running down the position. Victor is going to be this nuisance now that they have to clear out.
And the longer he stays alive.
Look at this guy.
The easier it becomes.
It's so annoying.
EG doing a good job here, though, of pushing him back and committing forwards. Can they find a timing before Victor can be useful?
They might be playing this with enough pace. You're right. First wave of util, though, sent flying. If they didn't do it, the guns definitely would. Spamming all those angles. It's appropriate. NRG know exactly how they're going to be winning it.
Great navigation on the anti-eco to get NRG up to 10. Even rifles on both sides. Superman trying to take liberties. Yeah, and a really nice shot. But Marv was there to clean things up. You know, Marv and Victor, they were getting abused a little bit on Ascent. They were finding it difficult to just post up in B main, A main, and control space around the map. Here on Sunset, I think they're doing a much better job at that.
NRG, smokes drop down. Bit control forward fall. This is an aggressive play potentially by EG, but Aziz doesn't connect.
Yeah, again, look, Victor is playing this situation so passively, giving good info. But this paranoia is
driving him up to mid. That was Marv TPing past the trip.
Yeah, and look, NRG again trying to find the weak spots. They know that 3 players are fighting A, so they're trying to find the gaps. But the gaps aren't really there.
The flash not dodged. Team in one though. Goes up the satchel to just get the hell out of there. Nade pushing them back and away. Still plenty of time left into the round for NRG to work with.
Tried to get a reaction going here and tried to get a reaction going up through this way as well and got countered by a paranoia. And then Marv got caught in top mid.
Apoff. He's the one jiggling this corner into this angle. Just trying to spot it out, so he knows that NRG have crossed. One threshold over towards market.
Superman does not have his flash. He's in a much more vulnerable spot.
No cages as well to just try and help supplement it. Superman caught. Haven't cleared main though. Could be a blessing in disguise for him, especially when that ult pops off because all the heads have turned around. Distraction plays abound. And it all leads down to Victor. It's a spammable angle and position, but he needs to get lucky with a few more shots than that. Jogamo chasing him down, running him down. And still, the back and forth, tenuous fashion this entire last 2 maps have ended in. I mean, it continues, Josh.
But again, these gaps don't exist. It feels like NRG are making plays that would destroy lower level teams. Because when lower level teams fight 3 players A main, they don't have a way of filling the gaps on the rest of the map. But EG do. EG have got utility that holds back those reactions elsewhere. They're still watching mid. They're still stopping you from taking market control. And so NRG's IGLing to go in other directions doesn't find those opportunities. Superman still trying to dominate B main with that. And the knife continues to tag. That's going to force more util out of NRG if they want to get positions in B main.
The series overall, I mean, really heating up.
Yeah, because Ethan has this ult online, you see the Cypher way back. Just allowing this trip to stay up if it is a B hit with the KO ult.
It's just that. I mean, EG also just holding util, ready for any play in for the top section of mid. Jogamo. It's not Fango with the jiggle. Some danger there, obviously. I mean, to spam up the box and angle. Fault line repeat, Jogamo. Okay, I mean, no command's going to be committed here by Ethan, but what's a call to be made? I mean, he's just letting this loose, but it's going to be fading away.
That's more of a panic ultimate because he was worried about a mid reclear, I think. They can't really do much with that. I mean, they're not also catching onto APOF, so these trips are still up. 40 seconds. I mean, they have A main control and B main control, but they don't really seem to know where to end.
No.
Victor's taking elbow space. People group up on B.
It's really sloppy.
Can Victor fake enough to make his presence away from the hit worthwhile?
And Demon 1, he's the one who's just been encroaching on his position over towards A. It's all about the push and pull and the fake, but he's seen the rifle, the barrel, betrayal in motion.
Yeah, and I apologize, I was saying Victor, that's Demon 1, of course.
Yeah, spraying it. And praying with it. The blinds, just immaculate. EG, of course, they're set up and they make it look easy in that fashion, but when NRG don't have clear structured game plans in terms of how they want to be ending,
yeah,
and part 1 of the game plan on the attack side goes wrong. We've seen Mama's Light on Ascent. There's been less of them on Sunset, don't get me wrong, but it rears its head once more.
There was only like 25, 30 seconds there when Demon 1 started to walk into A. I just think that they don't really have a cohesive idea of what they want to do. And the big red button, the panic button, being hit right now for Chet. Attack timeout for NRG, desperately required here. They either need a plan from the playbook or a little bit of additional resources in terms of figuring out how to approach this from EG. Victor was slowly taking B main control, but he's not throwing that same like cage, insta-cam, dominate B main that we see from other teams. It's really slow. He's very cautious about what EG could be doing. I think NRG are finding it very difficult to visualize what the defensive setups look like. And so they're finding it hard to know where the threats are.
Might be going to distance once more. And it's that weaker purchase for NRG. Really highlighting the importance of that last round. I think that it was successful for NRG because now they're going to be broken down to low buys. And they have been able to find their way, through some of them with some thrifty wins, but yeah, few and far between for EG now. This is their chance to hold on to that foothold, keep the lead going and extending it further. They missed their chances of closing out the series in a 2-0. At least on Lotus.
And they're mixing things up again. Both initiators shown over towards A. The Cypher util is really for information around mid and market.
No way you're going for another repeat, Jorgamo. Hoping, I believe, that he was going to be set up. And normally it's just one player playing there from NRG's side. Connection with the Dizzy. Derek postured away from the angle.
That's a nice opener for NRG. They're going to threaten that they're going top mid with that smoke, but when the trip doesn't get broken, it doesn't actually threaten anything. There's a trip and a cam for them to break here. They break the cam, but not the trip. And again, market is not particularly threatened. That's a big
That's huge! This is what they needed. I said it would take a miracle. Thrifty wins, which, listen, NRG being able to grab him, but he's opening kills. Flexing on him with the mechanical ability.
NRG are trying to keep it cautious at this spot, making sure that they don't get caught by Derek or Nature. These two initiators, they saw them at the start of the round over towards A.
30 seconds left.
Marv spotting them both in mid now.
Short close in the face, fault line stunned, avoided. Now with a paranoia as well. Oh no. Be any sort of follow-up. Nice little pre-fire onto the corner. They do take up market control, but they've got a lot to clear if they want to really make a go of things.
And only a single seize for EG expended to try to clear out somebody aggressive.
There's one spot. Nade to stop them from pushing up close. And onto the spike just in case they get on top of it. Mosh pit as well for the next layer and level to the game plan. NRG. They can't be dislodged from this position right now, and EG have realized it.
What a round. What a round.
Disgusting work from the players to just find those picks. And Team Mwani will not be denied, except in the face of all that util, maybe, just so.
Speaking about Demon One, he doesn't play the conventional Raze. He doesn't have years of experience on it. Yes, some of the movement still looks clunky. He's still learning how to operate within it. But insert him into these spots where he can take his wands, and it looks like he's on EG last year.
Yeah.
Where he's, when people just contact re-clear into him, he's dominating them in fights. He's got a Guardian there. And to be honest, they didn't even have to re-clear that area because there was still a trip up. Demon One hadn't broken the trip in market.
The panic button was hit on the other side of NRG just to try and see if they could find some way to get back into this map and series. Now for EG, they're doing the exact same because they're realizing it. These are the opportunities, I guess, that are just slipping away from them. You can't, when you're ahead of a team like NRG, let your foot off the gas. You got to just keep it going, keep it moving.
Yeah. And I think Apoth's setup, run it back.
Yeah.
That trip, I mean, they saw the trip's position because Apoth died, but something similar, where you have Cam and Trip in market. NRG, when they were working the map against Leviathan, they were tending to only break one of those. And Com was able to keep the other one online, and that's just so big because it lets you know that the default is not real pressure. But they're not actually going to hit that. But EG, they're going to mix it up. Apoth takes his Cypher setups over towards A. Just putting them in fairly standard positions.
There.
These kind of kill trip setups were finding Demon One if NRG was ending A. But they haven't ended A in a while.
There's real chances here for NRG. I mean, the pendulum just swinging, oscillating wildly in the other direction now because NRG with these ults might be able to do some damage. A round win to put them up to 12.
This might be a read on the fact that Victor is trying to put his cam into deep positions. This time, though, he's used it for a little bit of mid information. Usually he's been popping it on this wall.
Oh yeah! Monster on the
Crash forwards. Along with that, the rocket sent flying away! What is that? It's a season to the aftershock combination! And a foul one at that!
Oh, Potter's pulled deep into the playbook for that one coming out of the tack timeout.
Ludicrous stuff, man. I mean, EG conditioning like they're fighting aggressively for most of the time. Marv, he's going to make the adjustment. He's got the spike into his hands, but he's got to deal with Ape with the reload. To bait and switch pulling out the util. Spike now being planted. One chance, one opportunity. Running away. It's a mockery at around in this situation. There's no way he's going to be able to rotate all the way. 40 seconds. He has the time for a bit of bait and switch. Forwards again with a TP. Might just be overcooking it. Smelling a bit burnt. And with a kill collected, EG get up to 12.
Another match point for Evil Geniuses. What a timeout from Potter.
Yeah, to call that after all the EG conditioning, it slows them down. It forces NRG to use ults to clear out B main, and they come through with that Seize aftershock.
Demon One even got pushed back into the aftershock by his own recoil from the showstopper he threw out. I don't know how he didn't get a kill from the showstopper. Superman somehow managing to dodge that one. What a play exactly when they needed it. And again, I think that might have been to try to punish Victor, but they got even more than they could have bargained for.
It comes down to this. Overtime again, or a chance for EG to lock this one up in a 2-1 fashion. Fast for Ethan. This time disrespecting that smoke. A little bit earlier. Don't hold on to the space though, just waiting for it to clear and fade out. What is the call to be made when the weaponry is this poor? It's NRG that are having to dig deep.
Yeah, but it's Apoth who's taking the risk. There really isn't a need to go for this kind of risk. But EG have shown that they're, well, willing to go for it.
Team one's clearing it. No, it's a half clearance. Neuro Fifth now with the phone line off his contact. It's supportive util to make sure that he can try and stay alive. The shots are missing. Entirely going wide. And EG can sense it. It's the precipice. At the fingertips, the tip of the tongue, whatever you want to call it. Hunting out these players and these kills.
Ethan's taken a lot of space, but he's got almost no health to work with. I don't see how NRG are pushing this across the line.
And there's such good awareness. Jogam already sending the boombot forwards just to clear out that space. Ethan, he has to group up and double up. The player disadvantage, a health disadvantage, a gun disadvantage. NRG on the verge of losing this one, and EG, they know it. Time to strike is now. Seize, pushes them back and away. Ethan, eager to take this fight. Jorgamo's alone, and he's found it. And now is the time to be cool, calm, and collected. EG, bring it to one. Mobs, the Iceman cannot get it done.
EG get to 13 and close out NRG. It was too difficult for them on Lotus. We went to overtime after overtime, but EG by far and away had more chances in this match to put the nails into the coffin. NRG have not secured their playoff position, and EG keep the dream alive.
They do.
And they guarantee that Omega Group is going to have 3 teams, but they don't guarantee it's them.
That's what I mean. It's all thrown into disarray. I mean, it's going to take smarter people than me to work it out, what it all means in terms of this. We're getting deeper and deeper into the remaining weeks. But what I do know is that this EG squad has just been evolving week on week, building on the game plans. The confidence is there. The discipline is there. The way they play off each other, the way they formulate these ideas. You're starting to see glimpses of what made that last EG run all the way back last year so damn special.
Yeah, I think you see it there with the final tack timeout. And they go for that set play to punish B-main control. And you see it with their overall game plans on Ascent and Sunset, where they dominate one portion of the map. B-main actually on both maps, and use that to such high success, putting the pressure on NRG. There were big plays across the board. I think the game plan just worked so nicely today from Evil Geniuses. It did. And that is what we've come to expect from this team across both years with a different roster. I can't believe this team has kept the dream alive after going down 0-3. It's just
still
madness.
as well. I mean, they've got a long-term growth mindset. Every win does matter. Even thinking past this, even going into stage 2 with the playoffs. Your overall standings from stage 1, they are taken into account. They are really choosing the right time to come alive into it, keeping that playoff dream still intact. Obviously,
Lord knows the outcomes that need to happen for anything to be a reality. We don't really know what it takes to be, a concrete finish for EG to make that playoffs, but at least they secured the minimum 2 wins.
If NRG had won today, if they 2-0, they could have clinched. If they 2-1, it had cascading effects for 100 Thieves and Crew and all of those teams. But EG have just thrown more chaos into the mix, more flow charts that people have to follow. Sen, they are still alive. If you're out there, Sen City. But
maybe just barely.
But I mean, the kind of outcomes towards the end here of stage 1 are truly bonkers.
Yeah, they are.
Seeing resurgences from Loud, from EG, these teams that just looked like they were down in the dust.
Absolutely. Well,
and also, EG, I mean, it's showcasing that NRG can bleed against teams that aren't just at the top.
There you go. Questions answered. Well, I'm going to send it down to Rivers, down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, gentlemen. I am joined by Joggamo after their win over NRG. EG with another one. The evil masterminds do it again. Sentinels, NRG just pushing them all to the side. I just want to get your vibes on that game. It looked like an awesome series to play in. Back and forth, overtime, it delivered. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Like, my teammates, we came from a 0-3 start, but hey, we're here to play still. Don't forget about next split as well. We're just here to play. That's it.
Hell yeah. And what was it like playing against Ethan? Going in there, do you think you were able to tap into his brain at all, or was EG just trying to do the thing?
I tapped a little bit in his brain. I kind of read some stuff, but he's my boy, and much respect. I mean, it's his first year at IGLing, so he's gonna pull it off though. I know him. That's my boy. So.
All right, and you had to be wondering, what were the comms like when you saw their Lotus comp, and what were you thinking to play against that?
We played it before in scrims, so we kind of knew what we expected, but they have a lot of nice protocols, and the retakes were fast. So I was like, holy shit.
I talked to Potter earlier. You guys were making your own retakes. You were playing fast. You kept it going. I asked her what was making you guys lose gas. So what are you now doing to prevent that loss of gas in the series?
All my teammates keeping the tempo high. I'm trying to keep the tempo high, running it down for them, And then when I see them do something crazy, I'll just hype them up every single time.
I got one more question for you. You've been on the team for a long time. You know Potter's brain. You know how she works. This is a young team. That's what she's been saying. It's growing. You guys are working week after week. Do you feel like the team is hitting the Potter milestone she wants to be seeing right now?
Oh, it's about that time right now. Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good, Joggamo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We are going to be heading over to the desk. I believe Apoth has lurked his way on over there. So let's get that information.
Funny, bro. Every Sunset game, at least one round. I'm in the freaking spawn.
Yes, that's right. A-tier lurker right here. Apoth is joining us here. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Freaking amazing. So, I gotta ask you this. What are the confidence levels right now? You come off that win with Sentinels and now NRG. How are you feeling?
I think we're hitting a stride right now for sure. Everyone is feeling super confident individually and as a team. So, yeah, I think no matter who we face, we think we can win for sure every single time.
Yeah. I think it makes sense. I've been following you for a while, since 2022 EG, way back in the day. And now you're 2-1 against that Crashies, Victor, Marv core. Mm-hmm. You guys had a massive upset way back when.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's crazy to me that you're able to recreate that now, and you've had such success against them in the past. What makes it easy for you guys? It's not easy, obviously, but how do you make it happen?
Every day you work hard, and eventually, I guess we catch up, right? So I think the first time I beat Optic, it was the same story. We were the underdogs, 100%, and that was a battle. I think the second match we got destroyed, and this time I just throughout that entire span, since the last time I faced them, I've just been working hard every single day. I'm sure it's the same for all my teammates, and eventually we see that it pays off.
Yeah, there was a lot of time between those, all the time you spent on the reserve roster last year. So I wanted to ask about your experience there, going from the EG reserve team, working with the main lineup last year, now moving into the actual starting roster. What has that whole process been like for you?
I'm playing with, honestly, I'm just excited to play again, because the reserve roster was, for a competitor, it's very hard to just sit for an entire year, only play scrims, and you're not even playing scrims to lose, to win, you're playing scrims to lose. The entire goal for us was to play the main roster until we lost to them, so that they would be ready. Yeah.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Did that just make you super hungry then, coming into this year? I have a chance, time to actually go
I'm
hard.
hungry, but I think I'm just grateful that I get to play a match.
Sure. How did that feel last year when, you're on the reserve roster, you're watching the main roster kind of have a slow start, and then they start creeping up, much like you guys are doing this time.
Yeah.
And then the knife happens, and then they're going to Tokyo, and you're watching from the sidelines. like, first of all, how did that feel for you back on the reserve roster? And secondly, it kind of feels like that's happening again, but this time you're in the picture. Like, are you guys thinking about that at all? Like, does it feel similar?
I mean, we're thinking about how the stories are kind of lining up again, for sure. The format for the tournament is different, obviously, because you don't just qualify for champs if you qualify for Shanghai. But, yeah, I mean, on the reserve roster, watching the main team just pop off, it was like bittersweet, you know, because I'm not there, but at the same time, like, what I'm thinking to myself is I just got to be happy for the 5 guys that are, you know, creating their careers.
Yeah,
and eventually, if I just work as hard as they do, eventually I'll get my chance. That's what I have to believe.
I got one question. We watched on the broadcast recently an interview with Potter where she asked you guys, there's Shaq on the other side of the stage. This story that she told, she asked you guys, and you guys said, oh, we're the little guys, you know, we're just trying to beat up the big guys. And she said, nah, you guys are Shaq too. How do you see that, like, what she's trying to enforce in you guys? How do you see that philosophy she has?
I mean, eventually you have to overcome your heroes. And I think she just wants us to know that, like, under her lead, eventually we'll be the ones that are called Shaq. And when she asked me that question, I thought to myself that I'm not exactly David in the David and Goliath situation. I'm just a player that is just as big as Shaq, but obviously I'm inexperienced. And what Shaq thinks of me is that he thinks of me as his younger self when I play against him. So
I like that.
Yeah.
Got you. I mean, yeah, obviously the remaining people from last year, Jojo and Potter, that were able to take that roster to the top are here now. So, like, what has their influence been like, especially playing with Jojo? How you have, like, him opening up the rounds, you were there to close out the late rounds. What's that experience been like, just being with those two?
I think the fact that they have a championship under their belt gives me a lot of confidence in every single thing that they say, because you know that it's going to work. You know what I mean? Like, they've been there, done that. So there's no questioning the things that they say.
Doubt. Especially when Jago says anything, that guy. You believe it no matter what, I swear.
When he says he's getting 3, he's getting 3.
Well, we do have some people in the Twitch chat that are they're fiending to ask you some questions, Apoth. So the first one is from Scrub15. And the question is,
need some help.
How do you keep a strong mental when you go down a lot of rounds? Like, how do you come back mentally?
I think for me, the easiest way to keep a strong mental is to understand that, I mean, win or lose, the game doesn't really matter. I'm going to wake up tomorrow and play more Valorant, right? So the result doesn't matter. And I remind myself that throughout the game, just to keep things in perspective, you know, just understand the bigger picture. That's it,
yeah. What about for ranked? Because I feel like Scrub's asking, like, for ranked.
Trying to get out of silver.
I mean, in ranked, we might just like start trolling.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have one more from the Twitch chat. This one's from Bay RQT asking the question, what does the EG team do to celebrate after a win like this?
Usually we go out, you know, get some food. We work really hard every single day, so honestly, I think everyone just has their individual hobbies, and we just go and chill after the game.
But where are you going to eat, though?
Oh, there's this place called...
McDonald's?
Yeah.
Let's just keep it basic.
Nothing wrong with Mickey D's.
We don't want to give up our location.
Trying to dox yourself.
Well, you know what? It's time. Thank you so much, Apoth. It's time to wrap things up for the day and check out our Alpha and Omega standings right now. As you can see, we got Crew still up at the top. We'll see what happens tomorrow. They are playing, of course, and let's see, where do we have EG? Right there, looking at the Omega, third place right now.
It all comes down to the G2 loud game. We mentioned it a little bit. That game, that would force them into like a little tie situation with you guys, which
that is true.
Would be super interesting. And obviously,
it might be our 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and we definitely got to mention Levin, 100 Thieves are locked into playoffs. So shout out to them for acing that.
I believe Crew, they're not locked in, but according to the flowchart, they have a 98.6% chance of making it. So pretty good. And at the bottom, sadly for the Sun City, they're sitting at a 0.36% chance of making it. So, wishing them the best, but that's tough.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's talk about what's happening tomorrow. We're closing out the week with one last match. You'll see the undefeated Crew take on 100 Thieves. Hey, Pop, I got to ask you who you got in that one.
My boys, 100 Thieves. That boy, Boostio.
Dang, really?
He's going to lead them to victory.
Okay.
I mean, I see the respect, but Crew's 4-0 right now.
I mean, yeah.
Those guys look
mighty
real
strong.
good.
One team's got a champ, one team doesn't.
True, absolutely.
Yeah, well, you know what? This today was just freaking phenomenal. Apoth, got to give it up to you once again, and shout out to Evil Geniuses for securing another win. Thank you all so much at home for watching, and you know what? We'll see you all tomorrow.
Peace. Thanks, Apoth.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
GG's, man.
Thank you,
Well
guys.
played. Good interview, too. Very nice.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, sir.
The dart buys some time, and he takes a swing anyway. Doesn't commit to the plane and gets the shot to Vanity anyway. Disaster once more in a Red Bull clutch for Furia. Flash Conan holding the line. The first found the second. Make that three. Vanity on the other side played spoiler before. Not this time. Furia destroy Cloud9. Everything as Vanity pushes forward, gets two, tries to get the third, but Zeppa's there to clean it up.
You didn't take those kills, Rumble. I was about to go crazy.
Oh, he knows. Oh. A little bit of medicine returned. Not wanting to. And Oxy tees off. Oh! To tie us up again, and he will not. The shots from Rooney are too clean.
Players.
Oxy's gonna have to do it on his own. The nade as he tries to satchel and turn apart. It's Oxy again.
He's too good in these positions.
Leaning into the time, and that's all it takes. Cloud9 take down Furia 2-1.
Oh, you're going to clean up so much more, this guy. Just on fire right now. Again, that's a point of view telling me movement is just excellency.
Hey, don't beat again, baby. Come on now.
Nobody can really take it. Adjustment. Right! Juggernaut! Goodness me! What is the finish? Gee, them two feeling it! What a call to make! At hand, fault line forward to the satchel, didn't connect with the stun, matters not! Still with the kill! Seen clutches from him, but for NRG, that grueling finish! Right to the line! Just tightening up the mistakes from Ascent. Well, as I say that, yeah, spraying it and praying with it, the blinds just immaculate. Along with that, the rockets and flying away! What is that? Very cool, Karma collected EG, bring it to one, bombs, the Iceman cannot get it done.
Forever, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you.